Okay, good morning, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and all the viewers of Young Chef Olympiad 2021. We are on fifth day, and energy is all around. What do you have to say, my co-host, Ms. Ritu Jolly?
Oh, well, a very, very exciting day. Final day, fifth day. There's been a lot of excitement this entire week. And we have the second group of the finalists who are finally competing today. And we eagerly look forward to the results now.
Indeed, but I think that part is in the second half, later half today.
Absolutely.
What do we have in the first half for all our lovely audience today?
Well, in the first half, we have very many sessions. We have many sessions, in fact, that have been planned through the day. So we'll have hospitality leaders as well as educators, leaders in their own respective fields who will be speaking with us today, which will eventually lead us to the competition later in the day.
So what you are saying, the trend will carry on.
Absolutely.
And on the fifth day event of this Young Chef Olympiad, ladies and gentlemen, me and my co-host, Ms. Ritu Jolly, welcome all of you today. And as we promised you, this day will be full of action. This day will be full of knowledge. This day will be full of culinary battle. Stay tuned whole day, because today, along with the action from the kitchen, we have a lot of principals, a lot of hospitality leaders who will be coming to you, who will be addressing you. So don't miss out. Keep your notebook, keep your pen intact, and stay tuned. Let's move on to the first and the very interesting session of the day.
We already have Miss Sunita Sen, in fact, in our studio. Miss Sunita Sen is the principal of the BSS school in Kolkata, and she will be talking to us about how technology has supplemented teaching and not teachers.
Wow.
So we have our
moderator.
Colleague, yes, our moderator, Miss Malavika Banerjee, who is with her. So let's go across and say hello to them.
Good morning.
Hi, Malavika. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Ritu.
Good morning,
Good to see you, yes. Let's welcome the world's biggest culinary Olympiad in YCO 2021. Now, today we have a session with Ms. Sunita Sen, the principal of BSS, and on the topic of the technology has supplemented teaching and teachers and not replaced them. Let's see what she has to say on this.
All right, a big hello to all the participants of Young Chef Olympiad 2021, all the mentors, all the judges, all the audience from across the globe, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you. I know it's a Young Chef Olympiad time, and we all are equally excited with all of culinary actions which is happening around the globe. And to celebrate this moment, to take this moment further and to make the entire thing a little more exciting, I'm very happy to invite a legendary educationist, Ms. Sunita Sen. She has been into this industry for almost 30 years now, and her contribution in the field of education is something which is remarkable. And she is indeed an inspiration to many of the young students and the people who are associated from this industry. A very warm welcome, ma'am, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much, Vishal. A big congratulations to IIHM for the Young Chef Olympiad. And every year I look forward to this because I can see a lot of young chefs coming from here, and not just from India, but across the globe. And it's a wonderful feeling to see all the young people taking over from us and really building up an industry for themselves.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your best wishes, your constant support. And thank you for taking your time out today, because this session is very exciting.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. And this session is very exciting because we are going to probably learn a new aspect and probably take your input to make it a little more feasible and a little more exciting. And this session is all about technology. in over this last 9 months or 10 months, there is no second thought that the world has changed. There's a major transformation has taken place, and probably we have seen a new world altogether. And technology has played a vital role in it. So as a principal of one of the best school in the city, which is the BSS school, I would like to know that if, in your opinion, has technology replaced the teachers, or has it supplemented the teachers, or it is just taking the education to a next level?
Thank you so much, Vishal, for your question and your kind words about our school. I personally feel that when we talk about technology, we talk about a best friend for a teacher. I will never ever say that technology can replace a teacher, because the emotions that the teachers have for the children, that technology can never give. So it's very, very important that the teachers, they have that human element which will actually build up the EQ of the children, along with the IQ from the technology being shared in common on a same platform to build them up from where they were. Yes, when we were suddenly thrown into the sea of challenge, when overnight things were closed and we were not even prepared, we were having our board examinations in the month of March, and it was announced that, everything will be closed, everything will be shut down. Yes, we were a little skeptical, a little apprehensive about the new means of learning, the methodology, the pedagogy that we are going to use. However, my teachers have not fallen short. So I think it is very, very important that everybody gets to know that the teachers adapt very well to times, and considering the fact that technology has played a very major role in our school, with smart classes being used by the teachers from as early as 2003-04, and we were acknowledged by the government for our literacy mission in technology. Therefore, I think the teachers have stood up to their challenge and very easily, within 15 days, adapted to the Google Meet and the Zoom technology, and they have not even spared more than 15 days to restart the entire education process. So initially, we started off for the senior classes because they are a priority to us. They had to be a priority because of the board exam preparations that we do from class 9 to 12. However, gradually, we unfolded the doors of education through technology to the middle school and gradually to the younger children, even having the nursery 3+ children coming within our gamut. So, yes, it has been challenging, but it is a challenge that gives you learning. Without a challenge, we can never have learning. So I think my teachers have become even more enthusiastic. My teachers have become even more trained to handle challenges. And my teachers are now, even the best of them, or even the least one who used to use technology, are now very confident about blending their teaching with technology.
Wow, indeed. And I think that's the reason in this pandemic, teachers are definitely yet another frontline warriors who have supported and contributed in the best possible way to keep the entire education system running. Thank you so much. I think it was a very clear message to all the teachers, and it is such a positive approach which you have just shared with us. But one again, taking this conversation a little more further, if I ask you from a teacher's point of view, what positive change you see in all your teachers and even to your students because of this technology supplement? What is the positive change even in terms of...
Yes, Vishal, I think when I talk about technology and I talk about a change in the teachers, I think teachers' minds have become a lot more open. they have shifted from just a textbook approach and a curriculum based on textbook to a global approach in terms of using the internet and the other supplementary technological devices or the softwares which can be easily brought into the classroom. Our teachers have gone through a 5-day rigorous training program wherein the teachers have learned how to download the softwares which are free on the net, which we are not aware of. Like, for example, I'll just take one example of a particular technology named AR Lupa. You know, you can have a 3D dinosaur sitting next to you using that technology. So such interesting things which can make their teaching even more interesting, sharing knowledge, amalgamating with each other, partnering in the classrooms. All these are very positive things which I think the teachers have learned. And when it comes to the children, I must say the children have seen a new diva in the teachers. They always feel that children always feel, you know, that they can outshine the teachers in technology. Because I know the next generation, they only deal with technology. They only feel that, you know, some of our students, in fact, can teach us technology more than we can teach them. So when the teachers are talking to them on the same platform with technology as a friend, rather than, you know, telling them don't get engaged or don't get too heavy with technology, they are saying that the teachers and the students are on the same platform using technology for the assistance of learning. I think even the children have a different respect for the teachers. They feel that, you know, the teachers and the students, they are talking at the same level. The understanding becomes better, the bonding becomes better, and the emotional dependence on each other also becomes much, much better than what it just would have been in a class one-to-one teaching in the classroom.
Absolutely. Very rightly said, ma'am. And I completely agree with you. And I think this new generation, and they, at times when they upgrade themselves, they get that sense of achievement in them.
Absolutely.
You know, be it a class 1 student or class 9 student, and they feel very confident about it. Indeed, it's a very clear message from your end. But ma'am, you know, as you very rightly said in the beginning of the session, that in this platform, that human touch is missing, which is true, which is absolutely correct. And we hope to get back, you know, we're hoping that things will get back to normal. And very soon that interaction between the teacher and the student will yet again start in the classroom, which we all want eventually. But, you know, even after that scenario, what do you think is the right way forward? Should we continue with this blended approach, or should we again go back to the old age, or rather we should only focus on technology? What should be the approach like in future?
We as a school have always believed in a blended approach. After all, if I am a teacher, and since I have been also teaching during the pandemic months, you know, I have felt that a little bit of light-hearted conversation with the children always loosens them up. So I personally feel that we have already embarked on a journey of a blended learning. And that journey has to continue, because all the good facets of technology can easily be brought into our teaching learning system, into our pedagogy, into the methodology. And with that, with the curriculum and in focus, we can actually give them an idea of what a global citizen can do. It should never be restricted to my city, my country, and only to my state. It should be, you know, when I am talking about Switzerland and I talk about a student from Switzerland interacting with me through technology, I can get to know about their culture, their resource, be it any country for that matter. So when I can share my resource with somebody else from another country, I can get to learn about them, about their country, about their resources, and we can actually enrich ourselves and have an enriching personality, have friends all over the world. As a matter of fact, technology has assisted us. Technology has assisted us in what way? In making global friends. So I think a very important concept is there in our teaching methodology, that is pure learning. And this pure learning can best take place if we use technology to our assistance. It can be a shared platform where teachers learn from teachers, where students learn from students, where teachers learn from students, and students learn from teachers. So it's like a major stage opening up. A major stage opening up where we are having an open theater. It's an amphitheater now, where we are interacting, we are learning, we are collaborating, and we are doing everything that we so desire. So the emotional bonding can even take place better if we actually have the correct mindset to be able to use technology to our benefit. And the youngsters, a major learning that what the parents used to say always before the pandemic, oh, I can't take my child away from a mobile phone. She is constantly hooked on to the internet. She's always doing the Facebook. Now the students will also know beyond the world of Facebook, beyond the world of WhatsApp, there is also another world that will give them a good learning, better friends, and definitely a global platform to be able to reach out wherever they want to. So it's a very, very important advantage that we have with technology on our side.
Absolutely, absolutely, ma'am. But again, this is a very interesting point which you have just mentioned about the global exposure in other way, or extending our reach to the entire world rather than keeping it restricted within your city or state. But at the same time, ma'am, I would like to ask you this very interesting question again. That I also personally believe so that because of the benefit of technology, the students are becoming more independent because they have a field. They have the entire world in front of them where they can do more kind of research work, or they upgrade themselves. What is your take on this, ma'am?
Absolutely. I think not just for students, even for the teachers, Google is a very good teacher itself. So whenever we have to do any research, we first Google it out. So I think other than textbooks, I am not saying that textbooks need to be replaced. No, textbooks cannot be replaced. We need a certain guided approach, which our textbook gives us. But having said that, now that the educational technology or education has become such that we need to open up new vistas of knowledge to the children. Amalgamated learning, we give them projects which will allow them to research, which will allow them to learn new topics. And in fact, I think the most important learning would be, even for a class 4 child, I can have a visit to the zoo, wherein I can have maths, I can have history, I can have geography, I can have languages, I can have all the subjects integrated together through a project. So when I have to do that, I'm not just sitting and studying a history book. I'm opening up the vision of the child as to why is it required to know the background. So that is history. Why is it required to know my path? Because that is geography. If I have to know the path, that is what geography is teaching me. The relief of a place. How is the place? What kind of vegetation can be found there? I am doing geography. So physics, when I am boarding a school bus to go somewhere, physics gets involved. When I talk about the kind of food, then not only nutrition, but chemistry is involved. So basically, integration of subjects can be so well done through different kinds of projects that we can take up. And definitely, and most definitely, technology assists us in broadening our horizon. And it is not just books, but beyond the books. beyond classroom, that learning will actually give life skill learning to the children. When we restrict them to books, it is only book learning. Many a times we've seen academically brilliant students unable to adapt and adjust in different situations. But if they have their life training, then their life skills honed in the school, with the assistance of the teachers and technology, I think they can just adapt and adjust anywhere in the world.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. And, this is the right platform where I should not miss the opportunity to take your some great advice for all the teachers, rather, and all the students who are listening to us just now. Hopefully, as I said, hopefully things will get better and we will go back to the old classroom method. But what will be your one message to all the students and teachers, from across the world, from across the country, to capitalize this opportunity and make this into their habit of using technology, or how they can make this opportunity really more exciting or better? So what will be your one message to all the teachers? And
I would say my one message would be, yes, we had to go through a lot of difficulties, but be positive and take it as your learning, because I think I need to thank God for the immense learning that I have had with my team to put together everything. That actually also gives a feeling of familiarity with all my team members. It also gives a kind of a good feel about being a family together, because wherever we work, it is a family. Wherever we go, it is a family. Whichever child I'm interacting with, they are my children. So it's like, developing that bonding along with each and every challenge that we had to face. So take it up positively. Don't have any negative thoughts. Rather feel that this year has given you a lot of things to learn. It has also brought out from you some of the hidden talents which you yourself did not know that you had. And think of it positively, go forward positively with the message that everybody should have a win-win situation, and I can and I will.
So motivating. Thank you so much, ma'am. And as this is a YCO fever on, and YCO is up and running with so much of happening in the battlefield of the culinary world, what will be your message? Because I am sure you have seen this YCO from the first edition to the 7th edition now. What is your message to all the participants, and what is your take on this brilliant initiative of Young Chef Olympiad by IIHM?
I just love this initiative of the Young Chef Olympiad, and I congratulate IIHM to be one of the pioneers in organizing this event, because I feel not only does it connect all the students globally, it actually trains them for caring, for sharing, for knowledge base, for bringing everybody together, whether it be the participant, whether it be the organizers, whether it be the teachers who are behind the scene, everybody together. It brings that feeling of camaraderie. It brings that feeling of oneness. Along with that, it opens up the entire industry to all these young participants who can reach out and feel confident that there is the world that I belong to. This is the world I want to be a part of, whether it be marketing, front desk, administration, being a chef, being in the hospitality industry, various channels open up. So I think there cannot be a better opportunity for the children to literally lap it up and prove themselves. And whichever level they come up to, I think it's only a win situation for them.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, IIHM, for organizing this wonderful, brilliant event.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And just one last question now, because I know it's a busy day for you, and even Young Chef Olympiad is up and running. You counsel your students day in, day out. And I personally know that you are an inspiration and mentor to many and many students from across the country, and I see them approaching you for the guidelines. What is your take on hospitality as a career? Because it is no more, in my personal opinion, it is no more a second career choice now. So, what do you think as a principal and as an educator, your opinion on hospitality as a career?
Vishal, if I had a chance, then probably after I retired, I would like to be a part of it.
Oh. Right.
So actually, for me, hospitality, this particular industry has opened up again a lot of doors for the children. Those students who have felt that science is the only alternative way to having a respectable career, I tell my students, I have not studied science, but I'm not too badly placed. So I personally feel that this is one industry that will not only in a very, very short time give them a placement, but they will have that confidence to be one of the global citizens to be placed anywhere in the world. In fact, this is the only industry that will bring them success at such a short time if they are confident about what they want to do. So I am very, very positive, and I personally feel that with this industry coming up, many students are going to get their bread and butter from this industry, and it should be one of the cream, one of the best choices for them in their upcoming career.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for all your time, your kind words, and your input. And I'm definitely 100% sure that this will help a lot of teachers and all our listeners to understand the entire contribution of technology in our education system, and also about hospitality as a career. I can't thank you enough for your valuable time, and
I would like to wish all the participants the best for their Olympiad, and I'm sure each one is going to churn out something which you will have a difficult time judging, and I'm looking forward to that.
I'll definitely pass your message to all the judges from across the globe in this Young Chef Olympiad, and I'm looking forward personally to see you in the closing ceremony. So thank you so much for your time, and it was indeed a pleasure talking to you. Have a great day ahead, ma'am. All the best, and namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, unmute yourself, please.
Young Chef Olympiad is the brainchild of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, with a vision of uniting people from all over the world through food.
The Young Chef Olympiad is not just about a competition. It is not just about the winner. It's not just about the 10,000 US dollar of the winner's check. It's not just about the medals, but it's about friendship.
The world's largest culinary event started in 2015 with over 60 participating countries and has been making waves ever since, even gathering support from the Ministry of Tourism, India. YCO is headed by Professor David Foskett, Chairman of the Panel of Judges YCO 2021, Chairman of International Hospitality Forum, Head, London School of Hospitality and Tourism, University of West London, UK.
Food is our heritage. Food is what we are about. It's part of our socialization.
Along with celebrity Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor as Principal Judge.
To see this happen, I think it's like a dream come true for many Indians. I won't just say chefs, because India has always had good food.
Celebrity chef Ranveer Brar and Kunal Kapoor are the brand ambassadors of Young Chef Olympiad.
I am very excited to be here at the Young Chefs Olympiad. I think young talent is what the world needs when it comes to kitchens. India especially, there's a lot of talent that needs to be recognized. Forums like these, which I'm really excited to be a part of, help recognize the talent at the right time and give it that encouragement at the right time.
So the Young Chef Olympiad with the IIHM, I think it's a great initiative of grooming young talent who are passionate about food and cooking and making them the proud chefs of tomorrow for India and for the world.
So for everybody at IIHM, first of all, it's a great space to be in. Hoteliering is the most comprehensive management course you can have. It teaches you marketing, production. You know, it is like becoming a mini CEO.
Like the previous years, YCO 2021 promises to be yet another magnificent event as almost 60 countries gear up to unite on a virtual platform. The excitement, tension and determination will remain the same, and every participant will show their zeal to win the coveted YCO 2021 trophy. YCO has also been a platform towards important causes like sustainability, which was the theme of YCO 2020. YCO 2021's theme is Culinary Challenge for Hope, as everyone looks forward to moving towards a positive 2021. Spearheaded by the leadership of Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman, YCO Global Council, and the indispensable guidance of Professor David Foskett, the vision of uniting people through food has truly brought the world closer. YCO has always been a melting pot of talent, culture and friendship. Distinguished Indian and international chefs along with culinary icons such as Chef Chris Galvin, Chef Enzo Oliveri, Chef John Wood, Chef Brian Turner, and Andreas Muller add value and glitz to the competition. While the world is waiting to experience the biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, YCO 2021, we know it will bring forth new ideas, innovations and add great impetus for hospitality to bounce back.
We are the young chefs.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
The person you are calling is
life may seem unfair. Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair. Just say, I'll bounce back. Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Whoa.
All right, welcome back. A very good morning once again to all our new viewers. My name is Vishal Kumar, and with me, my colleague, Ms. Ritu Jolly. We are going live from the Young Chef Global Studio. This is Young Chef Olympiad 2021, and we are on day 5.
Yes, and we just had a very interesting session that we just heard with Ms. Sunita Sen, who was the principal of BSS School in Kolkata, talking about technology in education. We now have another very, very well-known principal here. In fact, principal of one of the oldest schools of Kolkata, La Martiniere for Girls, Miss Roopkatha Sarkar, who will be joining us now, and who will be talking about how pandemic has really proven the importance of vocational training. And that's going to be a very interesting session, I'm sure. And for that, we're going to hand it over to our colleague Malavika, who's right here with us, and she's going to take this discussion forward. So let's move over to you, Malavika.
Thank you, Ms. Ritu. A very warm welcome to all of you in the world's biggest culinary 2021. Now we are going to have a session with the principal of La Martiniere for Girls, Kolkata, which is more than 150 years old. Now, the session is on how pandemic has proved there should be a push in the vocational skills and training. Let's see what she has to say on this.
Good evening, ma'am. Very good to see you on the virtual screen.
Same here, and a very good evening to you, Malavika.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, today's evening discussion is that the pandemic has proved that they need to push the vocational skills and training. So what do you have to say in this regard, ma'am?
See, our experience has taught us that during the pandemic, so many people, I would say, had to lose their jobs because of various reasons. And they left their place of work and they traveled back to their own home country or to their own district and state and their own places. And there was a shift of work. So those who were able to upskill themselves or find avenues to train themselves in new areas, they somehow managed to stay afloat and find a new job. But others have actually struggled. So I think certain things have come to light, and that is we need to upskill ourselves, number one. Number two, we need to have some multidisciplinary skills. It's not only one area, but a few areas, so that if there is a kind of shift, we are able to reboot ourselves in that place. So it's a time where we need to learn and unlearn. And vocational training is one area where we can really find people rebooting themselves. Those who had a proper vocational training, they found ways to actually find another job. And so, I am very, very clear that, vocational education should have a separate entity of its own. All this while it was clubbed with the educational institutions, colleges and schools. But I think it is now time, as per the national education policy, that is giving impetus, they are giving impetus to vocational education and training, and from the school level. So I think vocational education is now the key to not only reboot our downscale economy, but also to find new careers for the younger generation.
Right. So you think, ma'am, the children, nowadays children are going to get benefited in this vocational skill-based training, ma'am?
Yes, because see, when you take a vocational education, you are taking up, suppose you like photography, or you like cooking, or you like computer, you want to work with digital technology, you are doing, or you like stitching, or you like accounting, or you like sports. All of these have avenues for vocational education. So which means you can find your career quickly. You will be absorbed after graduation. Your chances of finding a job is much higher than just doing a college degree. So there are many, many benefits, and you get to do something that you like. You're not stuck to a sort of course where you have been pushed because your parents wanted you to do, or your peers were doing it. You are doing something that you like to do. So obviously you will do it well, and then your chances of finding your career or your job is much higher.
Thank you, ma'am, your valued comments. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, go ahead, Vishal.
I think, yes, indeed, it was a great session by Ms. Roop Katha Sarkar, the principal of La Martiniere for Girls. Thank you, Ms. Malvika Banerjee, and thank you, Ms. Roop Katha Sarkar, for your valuable input. And indeed, you know, with changing time, and especially what we have seen in last 1 year, in almost last 1 year, that a lot of things have changed during this pandemic. The mindset of the people have changed. Probably the priorities have changed, and probably this will create a complete different mindset when it comes to employment. What is your thought on this, Ms.
I think vocational training is ever so important now, and we need to adapt to the changing times. And that is how we can actually evolve. And with the requirements of the industry, one has to keep evolving. And one of this thing definitely undoubtedly proves that vocational training is of immense importance. And it is being introduced in various schools level also. Some extent, small amounts are being introduced from the school levels and then carries on towards the towards your undergraduation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, if you talk about, especially even from the hospitality education point of view, it has a lot of similarity, isn't it?
It's exactly, these are all skills that you learn, and the better your skills, the better knowledge that you have on various skills, better are your chances for a really bright future for your employability.
Absolutely.
That increases tremendously.
I think that's the reason that hospitality industry today in 2021 is booming. And as we were talking about bounce back, I don't think we have any other industry in comparison to hospitality industry, which is bouncing back with so much of speed and with so much of intensity. All the hotels, all the service sector streams, they're all coming back into their normal life. They've started their recruitments, and I believe hospitality professionals are the ones, especially because of their training, as you rightly said. You know, they fit in anywhere.
In various fields now. In fact, new professions have come up, and that's what's, the last year, there was so much apprehension about what is going to happen, what is the future of hospitality, and it has bounced back, and how far more than what was even anticipated. So hotels have really come up, the occupancy levels have increased, and hospitality professionals are in demand not only in hotels, but now with the job market opening up, there are so many hospitality graduates, in fact, those from IIHM also today, who are working with some wonderful organization in various fields, in the fields of customer service and so on. So many newer fields have opened up now. And I think technology also has helped us tremendously in this.
Absolutely.
And this whole skill that one actually learns in hospitality, it's not only about culinary, it's not only about F&B service, but it's about holistic development of an individual. And that is what helps a hospitality graduate in finding various opportunities in the industry. Today, you'll be surprised, you'll see hospitality graduates, Vishal, who actually had begun their careers in hotels and are today probably heading telecom companies.
Absolutely, completely.
So it's tremendous. Or they're in healthcare and in very senior positions in healthcare. In fact, things like CEO of a healthcare of a large hospitals, or your head of customer service for a chain of hospitals and so on. So a lot of opportunities, tremendous opportunities for hospitality professionals today.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the 5th day of Young Chef Olympiad, 7th edition 2021. As we promised, there are a lot of happenings going to take place today. The culinary battle will start in the later part of the day. Along with that, today we have got a lot of interesting sessions lined up. As far as all you young students who are listening live to us, if you are keen about making your career in the field of hospitality from IIHM, please feel free to call the helpline number of IIHM at any given point of time. I will repeat the number for you. The number is 9831050,000. And our toll-free number is 1800-8586. So please feel free to give us a call anytime you wish. or you can visit the website, which is www.iihm.ac.in. Before we'll move to the next session, we'll take a short commercial break and we shall be back very shortly. So stay tuned and keep enjoying the sessions. Thank you so much.
The 6th edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different languages, different attires, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just students, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication. Build bridges, not walls, to work together.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round 1 and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect embodiment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off, to walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we're at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. Absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course this year, our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware and we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake, a grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the City of Joy today. The IIHM story began in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country, and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message, and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations addressed the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry, particularly the business and management aspects of it. What followed next was an MOU signing session between Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman and CEO, International Young Chef Olympiad 2020, and the 55 participating countries to ensure academic collaboration between them. The day also saw IIHM's Food Aid Initiative being endorsed and supported by all the guests present. But what topped it all was, of course, the grand announcement of the names that would earn some of the contestants a spot in the finals. The finals that will give one contestant amongst many the title of Young Chef Olympiad 2020 and another the Young Chef Olympiad Plate Trophy. IIHM Young Chef Olympiad has always been much more than a mere cooking contest. It is about camaraderie, a coming together of nations, and exchange of goodwill. And nothing embodies this better than the event United World of Young Chefs, an evening hosted by IIHM in the backdrop of the week-long contest.
So this is not a competition. This is the collaboration. This is friendship, bonding, solidarity, camaraderie. This is working together. 55 countries cooking their national dish or the best dish together under one Calcutta sky, which is absolutely fantastic.
55 countries, 55 national dishes cooked by the 55 contestants themselves. Absolutely unique. And this is not a part of the competitive section at all, but just a gesture of affection and mutual respect for each other.
What I prepared is a Icelandic meat soup.
And we made the fuchka, which is tamarind sauce and sour yogurt sauce.
I really want to try everyone's dishes since it's just like once in a lifetime.
This is also an affair where food and fashion meets. A sight to behold as the contestants can all be seen resplendent in their traditional attires. The fun of it, of course, is also shared by the many guests who grace the occasion.
It's amazing to see this kind of harmony, this kind of interaction, this kind of brotherhood. It's amazing.
A lot of young chefs who come here and they get recognition and they go forward to make their dent in their own areas of specialization. So I think it's a wonderful event, and the government of West Bengal is proud to be associated with this.
Can an evening be any better? After all, when is it that you find world cuisine, 55 national... There's high energy at the IIHM campus, Kolkata. This is the final shortlist of contestants cooking for the grand finale. One amongst them will be the winner of IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020. There's an air of unspoken uncertainty as well as the contestants go through the last hurdle.
No, it's so focused, so being prepared. I don't need to think of last minutes.
Still a bit nervous, but very excited that this is the grand finals. Just gonna give it my best, push all the way, last 2 hours, and then we're done.
I'm just enjoying my last competition, and I want to please do my best.
Just want to finish fast, and it's over.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously a bit nervous, but just stay focused and do my best.
Precision, clarity of thought, time management, strategy. These are the attributes they are all falling back upon today. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced. The glittering closing ceremony is a befitting culmination of the week-long arduous contest. And the final moment arrives, the announcement of the winner.
Proud winner is, for the very first time this year, is Malaysia!
Super happy and satisfied with the result, and yeah, I have no word now. I'm just happy.
It's an absolutely fantastic closing ceremony, and we have got some amazing results. I think the winner is very well deserved, Malaysia. This boy is going to be one of the Michelin star, I'm sure, in next 10 years.
As the curtain falls on Young Chef Olympiad 2020, it is time to say goodbye. The contest has positioned itself in the global arena as a unique event where food is the thread that weaves nations together. It has fostered the spirit of universal harmony in a true sense and inspired future young chefs to be ambassadors of peace and unity. The credit for it all goes to the one and only IIHM. The 6th edition of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is back in a bigger, better and a grander avatar. A massive event in scale and magnitude, this is the only culinary contest in the world that brings together contestants from across the 4 points of the compass: East, West, North and South. A whopping 55 countries are part of this year's edition. For anyone embarking on a culinary journey, to stake a claim at the coveted title of IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad is always a dream. The reason to participate are many as well. For some, it is about raising their country's flag high. For others, it's about making new friends. For some, it's about learning from each other. But for everyone, it is mostly about being part of an endeavor that simply unites the world with a singular love for food.
This Olympiad is to bring the young people from all over the world under a single platform. So that one hand we have got a competition, which is a very tough competition. On the other hand, we have got a lot of bonding, friendship, getting united together, and they become friends for life.
The opening ceremony saw some of the biggest names from the hospitality sector, all of them particularly applauding the underlying theme of sustainability this year. The opening ceremony also saw a unique assimilation of cultures, different languages, different attires, different ideas as the young chefs took to the stage.
I think it's a major platform to bring all the world together, not just students, but all the world together. We must work together in peace and harmony and communication. Build bridges, not walls, to work together.
The journey for this year's edition has only begun. There will be many new stories written, many new bridges built through food as the IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020 unfolds over the next few days. If the opening ceremony was anything to go by, today is even bigger for the contestants for sure. This is round one, and it all begins from the national capital, the IIHM campus in New Delhi. Any praise is less when it comes to describing IIHM as a wonderful host. The welcome itself is spectacular. The beat of the drums, the applause, and the prep. And then there is the seriousness of the competition itself. Last-minute briefings, the judges unraveling what is in store for the contestants, and a clear announcement of the rules. And the cook-off begins. The IIHM Young Chef Olympiad is a perfect embodiment of the old adage, food weaves cultures. Young chefs from 55 different nations cooking together under one roof. The judges are excited no less. Some of the best known names of national and international repute from the hospitality industry are here today to endorse the initiative and to encourage each contestant to excel in their chosen field.
It was really great to see these students actually coming from all the way from different countries, working with new ingredients, working with new equipments, and just the synergy in the room. I think it was amazing.
The competition itself is a great platform to have so many young budding chefs from so many countries under one roof, and backed equally by such legendary senior chefs flown from various parts of the world. I think it's a very nice platform.
As this first group of contestants cook off to walk an inch closer to the coveted title, one can only wish them luck. As the night sky breaks into dawn, we arrive at yet another beautiful IIHM campus. Today we're at Bengaluru as the International Young Chef Olympiad 2020 treads forward. The buzz and the tension here is palpable as the contestants take to the next rounds of the cook-off. Absorbing last-minute briefs, seeking final advice from the mentors, recalling all the training they've ever been through. After all, this is a big stage, and any slip of the mind and nerve will have to be paid with a heavy price.
So many countries can learn so much about other countries and to learn about different environments. And of course this year our key theme is sustainability. Everybody is now beginning to become very, very much aware, and we want to play our role. And we are using, and through this year's YCO,
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. As part of an initiative that has been underway for a while now, some of the contestants took the opportunity to visit an orphanage, the Suman Gali Seva Ashram, with their IIHM buddies. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Thank IIHM for giving me this chance. Well, it's a great opportunity.
Honestly speaking, I'm feeling very good to be a part of this team.
The cook-off at the campus, meanwhile, is culminating at the judges' table. The food on display is a clear indication of the talent that has converged from all over the world. Color, texture, finesse, it's all there. There is a final icing on the cake, a grand dinner hosted at the Taj West End for all our young chefs. After all, these have been grueling days for them. A bit of bonding over great food is surely needed, isn't it? The Young Chef Olympiad 2020 contestants have reached the City of Joy today. The IIHM story began in Kolkata. Now it has spread all across the country, and it boasts of an incredible state-of-the-art global campus in the city of its origin that connects its students to the rest of the culinary world. A series of events were lined up for the day, each with a different meaning, message, and purpose. First up were presentations by top 10 countries chosen for their best sustainable practices. The presentations addressed the impending global concern of food wastage and food shortfall and strategies adopted by the institutes to fight these concerns.
Sustainability is the theme, and we want to really press very aggressively to be sustainable, especially in India.
The second event saw an engaging talk by Chef John Wood, where he took the young chefs and their mentors behind the scenes of the food industry, particularly the business and management aspects of it. What followed next was an MOU signing session between Dr. Suborno Bose, Chairman and CEO, International Young Chef Olympiad 2020, and the 55 participating countries to ensure academic collaboration between them. The day also saw IIHM's Food Aid Initiative being endorsed and supported by all the guests present. But what topped it all was, of course, the grand announcement of the names that would earn some of the contestants a spot in the finals. The finals that will give one contestant amongst many the title of Young Chef Olympiad 2020 and another the Young Chef Olympiad Plate Trophy. IIHM Young Chef Olympiad has always been much more than a mere cooking contest. It is about camaraderie, a coming together of nations, and exchange of goodwill. And nothing embodies this better than the event United World of Young Chefs, an evening hosted by IIHM in the backdrop of the week-long contest.
So this is not a competition. This is the collaboration. This is friendship, bonding, solidarity, camaraderie. This is working together. 55 countries cooking their national dish or the best dish together under one Calcutta sky, which is absolutely fantastic.
55 countries, 55 national dishes cooked by the 55 contestants themselves. Absolutely unique. And this is not a part of the competitive section at all, but just a gesture of affection and mutual respect for each other.
What I prepared is a Icelandic meat soup.
And we made the fuchka, which is tamarind sauce and sour yogurt sauce.
I really want to try everyone's dishes since it's just like once in a lifetime.
This is also an affair where food and fashion meets. A sight to behold as the contestants can all be seen resplendent in their traditional attires. The fun of it, of course, is also shared by the many guests who grace the occasion.
It's amazing to see this kind of harmony, this kind of interaction, this kind of brotherhood. It's amazing.
A lot of young chefs who come here and they get recognition and they go forward to make their dent in their own areas of specialization. So I think it's a wonderful event, and the government of West Bengal is proud to be associated with this.
Can an evening be any better? After all, when is it that you find world cuisine, 55 national... There's high energy at the IIHM campus, Kolkata. This is the final shortlist of contestants cooking for the grand finale. One amongst them will be the winner of IIHM Young Chef Olympiad 2020. There's an air of unspoken uncertainty as well as the contestants go through the last hurdle.
No, it's so focused, so being prepared. I don't need to think of last minutes.
Still a bit nervous, but very excited that this is the grand finals. Just gonna give it my best, push all the way, last 2 hours, and then we're done.
I'm just enjoying my last competition, and I want to please do my best.
Just want to finish fast, and it's over.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously a bit nervous, but just stay focused and do my best.
Precision, clarity of thought, time management, strategy. These are the attributes they are all falling back upon today. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced. The glittering closing ceremony is a befitting culmination of the week-long arduous contest. And the final moment arrives, the announcement of the winner.
Round winner is, for the very first time this year, is Malaysia!
Super happy and satisfied with the result, and yeah, I have no word now. I'm just happy.
It's an absolutely fantastic closing ceremony, and we have got some amazing results. I think the winner is very, very well deserved, Malaysia. This boy is going to be one of the Michelin star, I'm sure, in next 10 years.
As the curtain falls on Young Chef Olympiad 2020, it is time to say goodbye. The contest has positioned itself in the global arena as a unique event where food is the thread that weaves nations together. It has fostered the spirit of universal harmony in a true sense and inspired future young chefs to be ambassadors of peace and unity. The credit for it all goes to the one and only IIHM.
Good morning once again. Welcome to the world's largest Young Chef Olympiad and the 7th edition. Right now, we are going to have a food demo from South Korea. Please.
And these are the same thing, just soaked. Okay, good afternoon everybody. Welcome to South Korea. We're proud to be part of the world's biggest virtual culinary battle for hope, the YCO 2021. So we're here in the kitchen with Chef Jiwon, and today we're going to be making jimdak, which translates to braised chicken. So here's the chicken. And then we've got these are sweet potato noodles, and these are the same thing, just soaked. We've got some soya sauce, some gochujang, which is Korean chili paste. We've got some corn syrup, and that's sugar. And that one is, what's that one? Vinegar? Sorry? Alcohol. Yes. Wiki. Korean alcohol, sorry. We've got some leeks, we've got some ginger, we've got some more leeks, some garlic, some onions cut into large pieces, some potatoes, sliced chili, egg white, egg yolk, carrots, salt, pepper, sesame oil, chili flakes, sesame seed, and some oil. So off we go. Jiwon, let's see what we make. And we just quickly saute warm up the chili flakes. And as you can see, it's slowly starting to pop. Going to sear off the chicken, and these are just pieces of chicken, deboned. We've got some breast and some thigh and some all different bits and pieces. That's just some plain water that's going into the other pot, and that'll make the base for the stew. So Jiwon, is this something that you would make at home? You would make it home to eat? For you? Yeah? Okay. So this should be tasty once it's done. And then we just transfer the chicken into the pot like that. And that's the Korean alcohol, and that's some syrup, corn syrup. It's quite popular in Korean cuisine. There's that gochujang, the chili paste. Obviously, if you want it spicier, you put more. We'll start with less and build, I think. And then we just mix that up. Yeah, and then we can see here that the chicken's starting to gently bubble. We'll just pour that in there. A little bit of water into the bowl so that we can just get the last few bits out of there. And now we're going to add garlic to this. And minced leeks or chopped leek, finely chopped leek. And I believe that's ginger and the water from the ginger. Is that correct, Yuan? Ginger water? Okay. Ginger juice, sorry. And then as we can see, it's starting to come together. Look at that. The smells are amazing. So just the smell of the ginger and all the different things here. Really, really smelling good. So as that's bubbling away, as you can see there, and in the second pan, again with some oil, we're currently using canola oil. And just coat the pan lightly, not too much. Pan nice and hot. And that's the egg white that's gone in now first. And you just make it very, very thin. And as you can see, Jiwon's mixing up the egg yolk at the same time. And again, that chicken is bubbling away there, making it nice. So in essence, it's just a fried egg white. We just gently flip it over, cook both sides. And then we're just going to cook the egg yolk next to it. As it's getting a little bit smoky in here, we'll just put the fan on. There we go, and there's the cooked egg white that's come out. Egg yolk's starting to cook at the same time. Very nice. So I do believe this is Jiwon's first cooking demonstration. Is that correct? Yes. Are you nervous? A little bit nervous? A little bit. You're doing just fine. And again, we can see that the chicken's nicely bubbling away there. And there's that finished egg white and egg yolk. And we'll just have to see what becomes of that in a few minutes. So again, we'll be using the soft soaked noodles, just soaked in cold water. When you start off, they're quite hard like this, and then they get soaked and they become like cooked spaghetti almost. Very, very nice. And then into the chicken, we're just adding some sliced potatoes. They're about 1 centimeter thick, as you can see, going in nicely. And obviously the juices and the flavors from the pot are going to go into those potatoes, which will make it just delicious. This is a perfect dish for a nice chilly winter's day like today. I believe it was -8 this morning when we came to work. Some salt and pepper. Pepper first, salt later. And in goes some carrots, again about 1 centimeter thick. So As you can see, it's starting to be quite stewish. And it just smells delicious already, and it's not even finished. Can't wait. Minutes. As you can see, just cutting the eggs into strips. And this is for the garnish, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then we do little diamonds of eggs as garnish. As you can see here, this is really starting to look tasty. And just for this demonstration purposes, we're just cutting them, not all of it. As you can see, there's plenty left. But doing some nice little diamond garnishes just for this dish. Little diamonds of eggs. And this is boneless chicken, is that correct, Juwan?
Yes.
Yes. You can you make it with, if you want bone chicken also? Chicken with bone is possible?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so you can do just chicken with bone if you want. Again, we're just scooping some of the stuff out there, you can see. Looking good. Again, you want to be careful when you mix it so you don't break up the potatoes and the carrots. So as you can see there, just going to check the doneness. I think a little bit more. This is some Korean white onion. So the onions here in Korea are very, very sweet. So if you're making things that you want to be a little bit sweet, like an onion marmalade or that kind of thing, you just need to be careful, because here the onions are very, very sweet. That's just some chopped garlic and some chopped leeks being added to there. Looks really, really tasty. Smells delicious. Just make a little space on the side and put the soaked noodles in. So as you can see, we're cooking the noodles to one side and then the chicken and the vegetables and everything else on the other side. And then later on, when everything's all ready, then we'll mix it all up. And the leeks and the chilies that have been mixed in here will be added just before we serve it to make sure that they maintain their nice bright green color. So as you can see, the noodles are starting to change a little bit too. They're looking a little bit more like noodles as opposed to rice noodles. There you go. Make sure that they're okay. And then in goes the chili and the sliced leeks. Oh, look at the vibrant colors. Look at the nice colors in there. Green and orange. The white of the onion, the brown of the sauce. Oh, who's hungry? And then some finishing touches. We've got some sesame oil on top. And then a good, nice big pinch of sesame seeds. Just to finish it off. And we just give it a good mix. How delicious does that look? So there you have it. Now you just want to make sure that the chicken is cooked. So this chicken's been cooking now for about 20-25 minutes. Again, the pieces were quite small. There was no bone in them. So we'll have a look and see what comes out. G1's going to plate it up quickly. And then we'll get to see the finished dish. And then we'll start with noodles on the bottom. And sauce and chilies and all the good stuff. Take the bowl of wipe. And there we have it. Sprinkle a few more sesame seeds across the top. There it is. Korean gym duck. Braised chicken with potatoes and carrots, onions, chili and leek with sesame. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. G1.
That was really nice. That was so lovely, Vishal. Did you see that dish?
Absolutely. So yet another delicacies from South Korea, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Young Chef Olympiad 2020 is all about. Along with the culinary battle, which is, taking place with over 40 countries. But at the same time, parallelly, there are a lot of great things. There are a lot of knowledge which is coming through from all the legends, be it from hospitality industry, be it from all the leaders from the education sector, be it from all the entrepreneurs. So there is a lot to grab. There is a lot to take back from here.
What better way to learn than to actually, we were in South Korea, literally looking at a chef live, looking at, learning from the chef how to make a wonderful Korean dish. That's absolutely wonderful. That's the most interesting really way to learn.
Absolutely. So let's move forward. Let's move forward to the next one. And next interesting session is all set to rock and roll. And to introduce our next speaker, who is Captain Prakash Pradhan, Principal of Rockwell Academy, Kalimpong. And he is going to talk about the growing importance of technology in education. I'll hand over the studio to my colleague Malvika, who is really on from our Kolkata Career Studio. Over to you, Miss Malvika.
Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone for the 7th edition of the world's biggest culinary event of 2021. Now we're going to have a session with the Captain Pradhan from the hills of Rockwell Academy. From plains, we are moving on to the hills. The Rockwell Academy, Mr. Pradhan is here. We'll have a session on the growing importance of technology in today's education.
So a very big hello to all the listeners across the country, all the mentors, all the participants of Young Chef Olympiad. A very warm welcome to each one of you in this exciting session, which will have a veteran from the field of education today talking to us straight from Kalimpong, the beautiful city of Kalimpong. And ladies and gentlemen, he is none other than Captain Prakash Pradhan, who has got an experience of almost 23 years under his belt in the field of education. And before that, trust me, he's one of the most disciplined people too, because he comes from the army background. He has served the nation for almost 6 years. And then his contribution in the field of education is indeed a remarkable one. So please allow me to welcome none other than Captain Prakash Pradhan with me on this talk show. A very warm welcome to you, Captain Pradhan, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Vishal, and thank you for giving me this privilege. It's an honor to be interviewed by you, and it's an honor to be on this show. Thank you very much. I'll try to answer all your questions as sincerely as possible with my limited knowledge and experience. Thank you.
You're too humble, my captain. Thank you.
And namaste to all the viewers. No good afternoon, no good evening, just a plain and simple, a humble namaste to everybody.
So sweet. Captain, this is the Young Chef Olympiad week, and trust me, there is a lot happening in country. There's a lot happening in the culinary world during this 7th edition of Young Chef Olympiad organized by International Institute of Hotel Management. And we thought it's the very right time where we could bring people like you who have contributed in the field of education for so long, so gracefully. And I'm sure by listening to your experience, a lot other people who want to make their future, they want to make this career as their profession, will get inspired. So once again, a very warm welcome. And today, during this pandemic, as you all know, the things were not easy, especially for students, teachers, school principals like you all. It was not easy. It came as a shock. But despite of all the challenges, there was one boon, there was one tool which kept us going, and that was technology. And I'm sure you will agree to it. So today the discussion is all about technology changing the face of education. How much do you agree with me with this statement that technology has actually changed the face of education? Over to you, Captain.
I think technology has, as you said, one big, we were all taken by shock. What happened? Pandemic. Initially, it was very difficult to understand, to make what is happening around us. And then when we started realizing that things are going to getting serious, then we started relying on technology more and more. And then we started finding that everything started revolving around technology. So we became wholly and solely dependent on technology to transact our curriculum, to technology, to communicate with our near and dear ones, to communicate with everybody, in fact. In fact, technology became the focus of the fulcrum within which the entire world revolved.
Absolutely,
So,
completely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, despite of all the challenges, the entire motto of all the educators around the country was that the show must go on. The students, ultimately, the students should not suffer. And I completely agree with you that despite of all the hurdles and challenges, I think technology played a very vital role. And all the teachers and all the principals.
I think everything boiled down to technology only, ultimately.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know at the same time, I must give this big congratulations to all the teachers here who actually played a role of real frontline warrior, because I know for the new generation of people who are well equipped with technology, it was not a challenge for them. But we still have a segment of old school teachers for whom such transformation was not easy.
Correct.
So how did you manage to handle and train your teachers to get into a new role, get into the new platform? Please help us.
Yeah, I think among the frontline, I think there were frontline teachers also. There were this young set of teachers who were already well equipped with technology. In technology, in a sense, they were using all these social networking sites, but there was a group of teachers, hats off to them, who are on the wrong side of 50s or nearing the end of their career, teaching career. And for them to accept, to evolve, and to finally actually transact their curriculum through technology. So hats off to the senior teachers, in fact. More than the junior teachers, I would like to congratulate the senior most teachers in the school who probably took help of their grandchildren to conduct their classes. So initially it was a challenge because initially it was, the difficulty was, making people accept that technology is the future, that we have to, whatever is going to be done is going to be done through technology. So, and also not only to the teachers, but also to the parents. I think students somehow they're quite, I think they have understood the need for technology and they're quite adept and they adapted and adopted technology like a fish to water. But the biggest problem was the teachers and the parents. So I think once we won the initial battle of making people accept that technology is the future and all curriculum transaction is going to be done through technology. Once we did that, then we got the junior teacher. We started conducting seminars for the teachers first. Then we made groups where we had a young teacher and probably we had some young students also to teach the senior teachers as to how to conduct classes through WhatsApp initially, and then we had conduct meeting through Zoom. Zoom also was a big thing then, and finally where we had our own app and started recording and actually playing through everything. So initially it was acceptance, then it was training, and then finally it was implementation. So congratulations to all the teachers, especially as I said, the senior most teachers who were on the wrong side of 50s.
Thank you so much, Captain Pradhan, for explaining this so well. But just as an educator, because you are so well connected with your students and also with your teachers on day-to-day basis, what difference do you find in this, education which is getting supported, or rather which is getting directed with the help of technology, to the old method of classroom teaching? How different it is, and what are the benefits in your eyes? What do you think?
I think it's chalk and cheese. If you say there's a difference, it's chalk and cheese. to use a cliche term from education only, right? The old education, the traditional education, everybody knows that it's a chalk and talk method. There's interaction, and then you are directly monitoring the situation on ground, and they're physically present. The online education, one of the best things I have seen is people, you are sitting in one place, and you're actually disseminating information all over the world. The kind of reach which technology has got, that is amazing. A second thing is you are also saving on time. You're saving on time, and if you're talking advantage, you're saving on time and resources. Saving on time means most of the teachers used to come with this with a pen drive on all the notes, and that used to be decimated one way. So there was no scribbling and drawing of blackboard, and actually normally a class or a lecture which would probably take out 40 minutes now was taking 15 to 20 minutes only. You're saving on time. You're saving on resources because, say, for example, if a school had about 3 sections, you just required one teacher to deliver the lecture. Whereas actually that teacher would have physically had to go to 3 sections. But here you could just go to one particular section, deliver your lecture, and send your notes through PDF and all other ways of social media. And at the same time, we could also delegate responsibility. Like suppose if there was an English teacher teaching in 10A, 10B, and 10C, one was working on, one was used, the best of the 3 teachers was used for delivering the lectures, one was used for preparation of notes, and the third was working behind the scenes, doing something constructive for the benefit of students. So in that way, I think it was beneficial. The only problem was because technology was still at its primitive stage, so connectivity was a big problem. And also the transition which is taking, in a sense, like the transition from the traditional education to the technology-based education, I think that took a little time. But once people got used to it, and I'm of the opinion, I wouldn't want to go back now.
Wow. So this is the normal for tomorrow, I believe. Right?
Normal protocol. Why I wouldn't want to go back is for one simple reason, is that now, say for example, I am free to do other things also. Otherwise, as a principal or as a teacher, once we enter the campus, we were just concentrating on trying to give as best education as possible inside the campus. But now I could do multitasking in the real sense of the word. I delegated the responsibility to my system administrator for conducting the online classes. We also made an app, and I was also looking after supervising the making of an app exclusively for ICC and IC Batch 2021 examination. We were doing that also. And I also went into hotel industry. In a sense, I took a hotel on lease, which I could have never imagined. I opened a fitness studio during this lockdown. I also went to my village to reconstruct my old ancestral house.
Wow.
And in all these 23 years, I could never do that. But like me, there must have been many other teachers, many involved with education, who probably did what I did, and probably did much more also. So in that way, I was able to do education, I was able to do other things, and I could, at the same time, I could spend as much time with my family also.
Right. I think it gives you liberty to become a multitasker at this stage, right? With all your responsibilities around.
Correct.
Indeed.
Correct.
Indeed. But very, very nicely explained, Captain, and thank you so much for putting this input so well. But at the same time, taking this forward, this very interesting conversation, I believe with so much of knowledge around, what key points the student should keep it in mind? Means, because I don't want to talk or I don't want to sound negative here, but there is a point of concern in my mind as a normal person, which I want to ask you. Because all these students, whether they are in class 3 or they are in class 12, there is so much knowledge available on internet or through technology. What are the points a student or rather even teachers should keep it in mind so these young minds don't get confused? What I mean to say, that at times access of knowledge is also a source of, can create some kind of confusion. So do you think there are certain things or some filtration should be followed?
That is for the student or the teacher. But what I saw is technology in the sense, there's so much of information, as you said, it's there. I think schools, more than that, I think schools should keep in mind the time frame within which we want to we want to give this information, right? I know of schools which had classes, normal classes from 8 o'clock or 8:30 to 3 o'clock, and then that was followed by assignments and whatever. But it's very difficult to keep them glued to your online education for such a long duration. So I think schools ought to just trying to show that we are a very strict school and we're doing the new normal in the old normal way. You know, that I think we need to be very careful, because I think the concentration level is I don't think it can go beyond 2 or 3 hours. Even a movie, even if a movie crosses 4 hours, I think we'll switch off.
Absolutely.
With so much of so I think the schools need to actually have more than the content. I think the school should have designated timings, keeping in mind the concentration level of different age groups.
Absolutely. I think this is a very valid point, and I think every principal or the teachers who are listening to it should take it into consideration. This is point to be noted, kind of.
Because you have to make it effective. It's not about, because a lot of schools, what they did was they did 9 to 3 o'clock Zoom classes, assignments, and just to not to make the education are doing absolutely the normal way. But it's physically it's possible, but virtually I don't think it is possible.
So it's not about the number of hours you're talking about. I think in this current scenario, it's the quality of teaching which should make the difference for the young students and teachers.
Correct.
Very, 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 very well said, Captain. And I think this was the most important point, which I will request all the listeners to keep it in mind, because it's all about effective teaching, and it's all about, despite of all these tools, be it videos or be it different slideshows, it is the concentration of a student which should be kept into consideration, and we should utilize according to the scenario.
So that's why I feel the school should get help of experts in actually designing a curriculum for these virtual classrooms.
Oh,
because there's a vast difference between the normal classroom, the normal school scenario, and these online classes. So we need experts to intervene, to educate our management first, more than the teachers, the management, the principal, and the management team, and finally the rest of the school.
Absolutely. Very, very well said, Captain. Thank you so much. But at the same time, in the traditional way, and that's what the old school people, they still believe in, that in the traditional normal classroom teaching, there was some personal presence, there was some personal touch, in the teachers. And at the same time, we had it is a belief, I don't know how effective it is, but it is a belief that we had a sense of discipline among the students. So do you think that current scenario is affecting these two aspects of education?
No, that personal touch is always there. Teaching, I wouldn't touch on discipline, because once all these people, all the students come together, they're likely to get into a little discipline problems here and there. But that's part of growing up. That's part of education. That's part of the age group. That's not a problem. But in terms, of course, nothing can replace the good old method of the student teachers reaction. Nothing like that. But as far as discipline is concerned, because the children were at home, the entire onus of discipline shifted from the teacher or the school to the parents.
I must say, and this is another right point you said.
And that discipline, that what you're talking about, it depends on what is your definition of discipline. At home, discipline would be, at school, probably discipline would be bunking class. At discipline would not be doing homework, classwork, or maybe throwing a chalk, or maybe talking to somebody. But at home, discipline would mean, instead of concentrating on, suppose if they have the mobile phone or the laptop in front of them, discipline would mean diverting your attention from the curriculum into Netflix, to Amazon, or to WhatsApp or something else.
Correct. Absolutely.
So the kind of discipline problem which you're talking about at home and
school is different. Absolutely.
Different.
Absolutely.
And also one more thing I noticed, we had this WhatsApp group, and then a lot of these children, they were interacting as if it is a social group, and they were also posting some things which are not supposed to be there.
Okay.
So we had to actually start dealing with a different kind of discipline problem.
Correct. Absolutely. I think it's very absolutely. And you have actually you're highlighting the reality of the current scenario, which is very important for the students and the school management to understand and implement.
And I hope the parents also understood to a large extent what the teachers are going through.
True.
Because especially to monitor their the 2 hours, 3 hours of study at home, and also to reprimand them, do all sorts of things, and then we have to manage 40-50 people at one time, or sometimes the entire school also. So I think the parents also have realized, I think the entire world has realized the contribution of the teachers.
Absolutely, and indeed that's why I believe, and I strongly believe, that the teachers and the principal or the school, they acted like a frontline warrior in this pandemic, and they have contributed beyond their ability to ensure that the education should not get hampered at all. So I think, thank you so much, Captain, for your such valuable inputs, and I'm sure this will help all the listeners who are listening to you today. Now I'll take this conversation a little on the lighter side, and I'll ask you a couple of more questions. As we are directly associated with hospitality industry, what is your take? And I know you have very close connection with hospitality industry. So what is your take for all these youngsters, if they wish to choose hospitality as a career? What is your opinion about that? Because today I personally feel hospitality is no more a second choice. It has become a first choice for many students. Your opinion, please, Captain.
In fact, just to introduce myself further, I have also got a management college which is affiliated to Macaut, and where hospitality, BSc in hospitality is one of the subjects.
Okay.
So in that way, in this little town of Kalimpong, I am a pioneer to have introduced a degree program in hospitality. So I have a little idea on that subject. Okay. And I'm also on the standing committee of the ICC board. So so what the ICC board has done, and also other boards, now I think the entire focus of education and also the new education policy is going towards professional and vocational education.
Okay.
And it is moving away from, again, like as you said, the traditional degrees like BA, BCom, BSc. Entire thing is shifting to professional, vocational, and in this professional, apart from medical engineering, apart from that, I think on top of the list would be your hospitality. Wow. Because at the rate at which the hospitality industry is growing, I think this is going to be one of the top industries in times to come.
Thank you so much, Captain.
I think, and then also we need to educate our children, our students, about different kind of, when we say hospitality, people have this concept that hospitality means you work in the hotel.
True. Oh, it's not.
Right. So we need to elaborate, we need to educate our children about the various, there are different aspects.
Streams of hospitality, various streams of hospitality.
Various streams. It could be management, it could be something else, it could. So it should not, we need to remove these preconceived notions about hospitality and hotel management.
Absolutely. Completely.
Right. So
completely.
I can't.
I think we have some disturbance. Yeah, I think we have some disturbance because of some this thing, but no problem. Nevertheless, I can hear you well, Captain. Yeah,
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. And one more thing I want to add is, now all the boards are actually have started introducing these subjects professional subjects and vocational subjects right from class 9 upwards.
Excellent.
Like we have hospitality management, we have legal studies, we have beauty courses, wellness courses being introduced right in class 9 and class 9 upwards.
Wow.
Mass media and communication. So out of which the maximum demand is for hospitality management.
That's
so
great.
It's a very good sign.
Yeah, that's
it's a very good sign.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you. I think that's the diversity when we are talking about employment and the opportunity for all these young students. So,
Yeah, I think, and they call it, and I think this industry is called the sunshine industry.
Oh,
it's 24 hours sunshine out there.
24 hours.
A year. I think it's the only industry where there is 24 hours sunlight, 12 mahina.
Wow. So that's another interesting point, ladies and gentlemen.
And one more thing, sir.
Yes.
And last thing I want to add.
Please.
If you get a degree, like I keep telling my students, suppose if you get a degree in, say, for example, a subject like geography, you could be a gold medalist, but you still have to sit for a competitive exam to get employment.
True.
And your degree would be valid only in India. But if you do a degree in hospitality industry, I think the institute would do a lot about placements. Most of the institutes are giving you placement. And also this is a universal degree. You can go anywhere in the world and get a job.
Absolutely.
But with a geography honors or a history honors or an MA or doctorate, your scope of employment would be restricted to a particular region or to a particular country.
I think that's a brilliant point you just highlighted, Captain Pradhan, that hospitality is a global profession, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, if you have that qualification under your belt, the sky is the limit and opportunities all around the world. Thank you so much, Captain Pradhan, for your valuable time. And before we end this talk show, as you know, it's a Young Chef Olympiad week where we have more than 50 countries, the students, the mentors from 50 countries backing down for that trophy of Young Chef Olympiad. The live action is going on in the kitchen. The competition is in its full swing. What will be your one message to all the participants who have come and participated in this Young Chef Olympiad? Your one-line message to all these participants.
One-line message would be simple. Everything in life is about preparation. You got to prepare for a competition. You should be excited and give your 100%. That's it. Whatever you do in life, do it with passion and give 100%. And don't worry about the result. Whether if you make it, well and good. If you don't make it, no problem. There's always the next time.
Yeah, it's always the experience which will matter and which will remain with you. Absolutely.
Yes. Give your 100% and leave the rest to God. That's
wow,
it.
That is the short and crisp message.
And congratulations to IIHM for conducting such an international young chef competition.
Yeah.
Congratulations. It is not easy. It is not easy.
Thank you so much, Captain. And it's all because of the well-wishers like you all who always support us despite whatever we do. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Captain Prakash Pradhan, Principal of Rockwell Academy, Kalimpong. And it was indeed a pleasure to have him on our show. And all what he shared with all of us is something which will help us in various ways to make ourselves a little better. Thank you so much once again, Captain Pradhan. And it was indeed a pleasure to have you with us this today on this talk show. Indeed a pleasure. Till the time we meet again, take care and stay safe.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you to Mrs. Rangana Berry. Thank you to Team IIHM. All the very best for the Young Chef of India competition. And Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Thank you, Captain. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's us signing off from IIHM Kolkata studio, ladies and gentlemen. This is Young Chef Olympiad Career Studio, and it was a talk show with none other than Captain Prakash Pradhan, Principal of Rockwell Academy, Kalimpong. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Vishal, that was a lovely discussion that you had with Captain Pradhan.
Absolutely. And his input on the growing importance of technology, which is very relevant, and how it has changed. I think he very well explained to all of us, and it is not only happening in one particular area, but the truth is that after this pandemic, we are witnessing the same thing across the globe. And I think that's the future normal. So it's absolutely fine. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next session, we're going for a very short break. And once we'll be back, we have a very interesting session lined up with Miss Loveneel Saigal, principal of the Birla High School. And she'll be talking about the learning institutes have become virtual institutes. So yet another interesting topic lined up. We are going for a short break and we shall be back very shortly. Thank you.
See you all soon.
YCO. Greetings to everyone across the world, whichever time zone you are in. Greetings from India. We may be separated by distance, but we are united by YCO 2021. It's always inspirational to hear Professor David Foskett, his positivity, and he is somebody who can drive not just students, not just colleges, not just chefs like me, not just institutes. He can move the whole hospitality industry. So thank you, Professor David Foskett, for this kind of leadership that you have always shown and you have guided us all with. We have been so lucky that YCO has had such a tremendous power in you, who has shown us the path, and you have, I'm hopeful that you'll continue to do that for the whole industry all across the globe. So thank you very much for that, and thank you again for that inspirational talk. And Dr. Bose, thank you for making sure that people do not lose hope. I think many people, especially in hospitality industry, all across the globe, were wondering, were thinking that what would happen, what next, but by arranging YCO 2021, in a way, I think it's a global first for anybody in any category. I've been witnessing many different competitions, many different things in different, I would say, not just culinary, but in different parts, whether it's films, whether it is other things, there is nothing as comparable as this. So thank you very much for believing that this is possible and then actually doing it. It's one thing to be mad. It's one thing to practice madness. I think there is so much learning that all of us can take from you, that nothing is impossible. Nothing is, you never say no to anything, with that lovely smile of yours, the belief that you have had all along, and to show this hope that, yes, YCO is a competition that will go on. There is nothing that can stop this. And with this kind of arrangement, with this technology, by putting everyone together and just listening to you in last few weeks, that what arrangements are being made, how from one room to the other, how things, I think I'm awestruck by the scale of this competition, the overall, and to maintain the sanctity, to maintain that caliber. And I have always said, each year, I think to myself, oh my God, this is so big. What next? What would be next year? Would it fall flat? These are my concerns. I think like this, how do you make this bigger? But you break all the barriers. IIHM takes the lead with a leader and the team that is so ably assisting you. I think kudos to the entire team. And I would say that the support of the judges from all across the world, judges who have been part of YCO for all these years, new judges that have come on board this year's, and as you have always said, this is not a competition. This is friendship. So as we move forward, there are more friends that we make. And I am so happy to see so many friends that I've made all these years, and there are new friends that I would make this year. So thank you for creating such a fraternity of friendship, which will last forever. So thank you for that. All the judges, the job, I know this year is not easy. Fortunately, we are in a category of food, which all five senses are at play. And we know that if one sense is taken away, two senses are taken away, how difficult the job is. So I know that job at hand is difficult, but with this illustrious galaxy of judges that are there, nothing is impossible. So thank you very much for being part of this biggest culinary extravaganza that's been created by IIHM. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to all the participating countries, all the countries who are participating this year. I know that to arrange it's one thing, but to be in it, that also is, I think, equally difficult in such times. Because how do you practice? How do you make sure that you show your best? How do you plan everything? Everything is challenging. But then I think that's what hospitality leaders are made of. People, just by participating, just by being in, I think they have made sure that they have created a win for themselves. So I would say congratulations to all the participating teams for coming in, practicing hard, and for next 6 days, I would like to wish them all the very best. Make sure that you win not just the competition, but you win the hearts. You win the hearts of your co-team members. You win the hearts of other participating countries. You create a fellowship, you create friendship, and you become part of fraternity, which has been started a fraternity of friendship by IIHM India, IIHM YCO 21 is something which, in my opinion, would be it is a landmark event in history of hospitality. And I'm part of this. I am very lucky that I can witness history being made, history being created. History is not easily written. It takes a lot. And I'm sure that all the effort that has gone in, all the effort that will go in for next few days, it will write a new chapter in history of culinary, history of hospitality, history of friendship, and in trying times. Times change through effort. YCO is an effort to change a lot, change our belief, change people around us, change thinking of people. And like Professor Foskett said, I think it is something the politicians would also learn from and take a cue from, that nothing can stop. If things have to move, we have to make them move. Our inertia will not help anybody. So we have at YCO 21, the lead has been started. So you are in a leader's position. Take that lead, create more followers, and make sure that this journey becomes the most memorable journey for you. And I can say all the people who are participating, all the judges, all the mentors, all the anybody who's associated with this event, no matter how small, I think a big thank you from my side. And thank you, IIHM, thank you, Dr. Bose, and the entire team for giving me this honor to be part of this momentous event. Thank you very much, and have a great event. Wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. And we will now move ahead with our next interesting session of the day. And that is Miss Loveleen Sehgal, who is the principal of the Birla High School for Boys, Kolkata. And for this session, I will hand this over now to Malavika. Malavika, are you here?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ritu.
Lovely. So we look forward to this wonderful session, Malavika.
Right. Very good afternoon to all of you. Once again, a very warm welcome to the 7th edition of Young Chef Olympiad 2021. We have a session with the principal of Birla High School, how the Learning Institute has become the virtual institute in this pandemic. Let us see what she has to say on this.
Institute have become the virtual institute. If you could share your views, ma'am.
Very good morning to you, Malavika. Your answer lies in your question itself, that learning institutes have become virtual institutes in the sense that we are meeting virtually. So this whole interview is being conducted virtually. So I think that is how life has become. We are revolving around Zoom, Google, different digital platforms, and that March 20 has taught us that be prepared for anything. As teachers, we were suddenly thrown into this new domain. We had to reach out to our students, learning had to continue, and we had to see that how best we could reach out to our children and make them feel that they're still in the classroom and they are learning whatever was scheduled to happen. Now, 1st of April is generally the time our new academic year starts. And we kept our promise. We started our virtual classes. It was a huge sea change for our teachers because they had to unlearn, relearn, understand the whole gamut of online teaching. Some took it on seamlessly, but thanks to the fact that some institutes are high on technology like ours, we were lucky. But what really worried me was actually learning was it happening in the rural areas. We are fortunate, our children, our students are fortunate, they have laptops, they have devices at home. But does it actually transcend to everybody? How prepared were the teachers in the rural schools? How prepared were the students in the rural areas to receive this kind of virtual learning? Yes, I think a time has come when these institutes are going to be virtual institutes. Learning is the order of the day. Even when we go back to physical classes, as you're seeing, have opened. Children are being told to go back to school, but I think that fear the parents have about children not being vaccinated as yet and the corona totally, attendance in these schools is still very, very thin. I think it's going to take some time. Here I don't see students coming back other than the board going. But I think a time has come when we have to adopt blended learning, meaning physical learning as well as online learning. So I think every educational institute, right from the pre-primary to college, graduation, post-graduation level, has to be prepared for virtual learning.
Okay, so you agree that this virtual classroom are the future of learning?
Yes, they are the future, and the earlier we begin to realize that they are and adopt and prepare ourselves, it's better for us. Because see, it's going to be depend on a lot of factors, readiness of the teacher, readiness of the student behind the screen, internet speed. You see, everybody does not have the facility of high internet quality, high data quality. So a lot of factors will be there, but like life is all about change, and we have adopted from talk to this mode now. And I think children have also, initially there were glitches. Everybody took time, it was a new genre. But I think gradually we are all trying to get better at it. We are learning from the mistakes we have made and trying to improve ourselves. And yes, this is going to continue even when things are back to normal.
Right. Learning has affected the student very much.
Yes, of course it has. Everybody talks about screen time. I'm worried about the emotional status because they've been cooped up in their homes. They've not been allowed by parents sometimes to come out. It's been nearly 11 months now.
Yes.
We're going to do a year in the month of March. And when this child will actually come back to school, he will be carrying two bags with him. One will be his physical bag with books and things. And one is this big bag of emotional worries. Because he has lost out on meeting his friends, his teachers, playing on the school. There is so much in a school other than classroom teaching.
Absolutely.
That has been happening, and we are trying, like a school like ours and many more, I'm sure, are giving them a feel of co-curricular activities and other events which happen through the year. But nothing like being in your school, being with your friends, going to the playground, going to your school canteen, having your usual pranks in class, and meeting up with your teachers, friends. It's another feeling. So that child who's going to come back to us after 11 months of confinement, as teachers, I think we have to be also concerned about their emotional frame of mind, because there'll be a lot of stress, strain. Some of these children have seen their parents losing their jobs. Things have not been the same at home. So it's a big challenge for us teachers. One, to get teachers back to the normal routine of school teaching, like they used to come to school at 7:30 and be here for the whole day, taking classes, doing other activities. But the bigger challenge, I feel, is to get back the students to school and make them feel comfortable like they used to be, because somewhere, habits start forming. And over these 10, 11 months, I think they've also got quite used to the staying back at home, working from home culture. So it's a bit tough call on all of us to get back to normalcy as early as we can. I can't hear you, ma'am. Ma'am, I can't hear you very well. I think your mic is muted. Ma'am, your mic.
That was the lovely session we had from the principal of the high school.
That was a lovely.
All right, and thank you. And now we are going to move ahead, and we are going to be in discussion with a culinary expert, I would say a leader in his field, and that is Chef Praveen Shetty, who is the executive chef of Conrad Bangalore. And we are going to be talking to him, and this is going to be a very interesting session. And this is, when we talk about technology today, he's going to be talking about technology, and technology today is prevalent everywhere. And to take this forward, we are now going to move ahead to Purnima. Hello, Purnima.
Hello, Ritu ma'am. Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Purnima. And we look forward to the session with Chef Praveen Shetty on technology.
Absolutely, ma'am. Likewise. Thank you.
Lovely. Over to you now, Purnima.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a brilliant week it has been so far. So many activities and engaging sessions. This is Purnima from Bangalore studio, and I welcome you all to day 5 of Expert Talk with hospitality stalwarts and educationists. The field of culinary has been one of those professions that has seen tremendous rise in aspirants. And the visibility has been so brilliant because there is constant evolution, constant adaptability, and in the trends, and also innovation. Yes, most importantly, innovation. One such chef known for his expertise in gastronomy is Chef Praveen Shetty. Like ma'am said, executive chef of Conrad Hotel Bangalore, who has been a constant support to the IIHM students as well. He's in conversation with our academic head of IIHM Bangalore campus, Ms. Shweta Pandey. Let's have a look.
A very happy morning and a very warm welcome to all the students, teachers, mentors, and budding chefs who have joined us today from different parts of the world. This definitely is the most exciting part of the year for all of us at IIHM and all the aspiring chefs who are a part of this mega life-changing event that we call Young Chef Olympiad. Trust me when I say that it's an absolutely electrifying environment here in India and over 40 countries which are participating in the world's biggest culinary competition, YCO. COVID-19 has definitely impacted the world. However, we are back with YCO with a lot more zeal, fervor, and a brand new virtual avatar. Yes, YCO 21 is a completely virtual and is bringing the world closer, and we are all moving forward to glory and grandeur. My name is Shweta Pandey, and I'm here to bring to you a great opportunity to interact with and learn from industry experts while the young chefs are battling it out in the kitchens. Today, we have among us a veteran chef who's leading the change in the ever-evolving hospitality industry and is taking the world with a storm, one dish at a time. Chef Praveen Shetty started his career in 2005 and has over 16 years of experience in the kitchen with an enviable body of experience achieving culinary expertise. Chef Praveen Shetty joined Hilton 10 years ago and has spearheaded 3 successful pre-openings from Hilton Chennai, Conrad Pune to now Conrad Bengaluru. Chef Praveen was appointed as the executive chef of Conrad Bengaluru in June 2017 to lead the pre-opening team of chefs at Conrad, which is the second luxury hotel in Hilton portfolio in India. Chef Shetty believes in keeping it original by sourcing the finest ingredients from origin markets across the world. He's passionate about adapting new global culinary techniques like pans to the plate, sourced local serve global, and innovative plating and presentation. Thank you so much, Chef, for joining us today. I'm sure our global audience is eagerly waiting to know more about your journey to becoming a successful chef. So, Chef, do tell us more about yourself.
Thank you, Shweta, for a nice description. So yes, I am Praveen, and with Conrad right now, my journey started way back. So I did my schooling in Pune, and then I did my hotel management in Pune University, D.R. Patil College. And then I first joined Grand Hyatt Mumbai as my first job as a commie, where I worked there for 5 years. Then to start with, I was in Pune. I studied in St. Joseph's, and always dreamt of having a hotel or having a restaurant of my own, which looked very far away for me, because we had a pawn shop, and I was to every day sit in a pawn shop in the morning and then go to college and come back. But I always felt that somehow I wanted to go into restaurants and food industry. So I thought the best way is at least to study and to become a graduate in hotel management and then look for some job, and I can at least start my own something later on. Because opening immediately for some business was not looking great for me. So I wanted to make sure that I at least be associated with hotel somehow. That's how I decided to go to hotel management after finishing my 12th. Then I did degree course in hotel management from D.R. Patil Pune. And then my first job was in Grand Hyatt Mumbai, where I finished almost, I had 5 years experience over there. I worked in different restaurants, banqueting over there. I worked in Grand Cafe, which is a French bistro. Then I worked in M Restaurant, it's a grill restaurant. Then I worked in Cellini, an Italian restaurant. Then after 5 years, I moved to Hilton. I moved to Hilton Chennai. I was a pre-opening sous chef at the Hilton Chennai. There I opened the restaurant called Vasco's, which is a multi-cuisine restaurant. Then I opened a rooftop bar called Q Bar and a delicacy called Est. Then slowly we had one more restaurant opened called Vintage Bank, which had a wine and cheese bar. After opening up Hilton Chennai, and then I groomed to become a chef of the cuisine, and then exec to the same hotel. And after becoming exec to Hilton Chennai, I moved to the same position to Conrad Pune, because I wanted to have similar kind of experience in a bigger hotel at the same position. Because generally becoming exec chef is what everyone dreams of, but I thought that no, I should move to the same position and have more experience before I become exec chef. So I was there for 2.5 years in Conrad Pune, and that's where I moved to Conrad Bangalore as exec chef. And here it's been almost 3.5 years. I opened Conrad Bangalore, have got many new concepts over here. We have 5 restaurants, right from Mikusu, which is a Asian restaurant with Japanese, Chinese, and Thai food serving here. Then we have Tiamo. It's a open-air romantic restaurant serving Mediterranean food. Then we have Indian Darbar serving royal cuisine food. Then we have Caraway Kitchen, which is a global dining buffet restaurant. So that's what is here. And then I am here with you with 16 years of experience. And if a person like me can be exec chef, I think anyone can be exec chef. It's nothing but just do some hard work and have patience in the particular role. And yes, it takes time, but definitely if you have patience and hard work, definitely you are going to reach that place where you want to be.
Thank you so much, Chef. I understand that you say everybody can be a chef, but I'm sure the journey must have been very tasking for you. You're absolutely an inspiration to all the chefs around the globe. So we are here today to discuss a very interesting topic, which I'm sure is very close to every chef's heart. Best way to teach young chefs the importance of kitchen management. Today, when a youngster dreams about becoming a chef, he imagines himself making innovative dishes. However, all seasoned chefs will agree with me when I say that it's just a part of it all. This brings me to our first question of the day, chef. Being a creative chef and a logical kitchen manager, does it actually cross paths or it can be managed parallelly?
See, to become a kitchen manager, I think you should first start from down the line, where you have to make sure that that you learn the basics first. So, for example, when we are at school, right? So we pass first, second, third, and go to 10th standard. It's a similar way. To be a good kitchen manager, you need to first know basics. You need to work in all the kitchens, right, from stewarding to commissary, butchery, say all the veg prep areas. Because once you're a kitchen manager, I know that you then only you can tend to give suggestions, ideas, and demonstrate. Unlike other profession, you can guide. In terms of other profession, you can guide them. Okay, you can tell them, brief them. This is what I should do. But kitchen is very different. You have to demonstrate them. So when you become a kitchen manager, if suppose tomorrow, when I was a commie, okay, so okay, we should respect everyone. But now the time is not the same. People don't respect everyone. People respect people who know the job. So when you become a kitchen manager, you should know you should demonstrate how to make a proper sauce, proper soup, or a proper dessert. If you're a pastry chef and you're a good pastry chef, you're managing a kitchen very well and everything. But if tomorrow your team member comes to you and asks you that, please, how can I improve on this? They will demonstrate it. You can't just say that it's not sweet or it's gluey or it's very watery. So I believe that as a manager, first thing is that you should have complete knowledge of your food and you should demonstrate people how to do a right thing. So that is what I feel. So if you can become a great chef or great manager or great in whatever field you are, but I think in kitchen, you should know your basics right. And once you know your basics right, you will manage yourself very well as a chef as well as a manager. So that it helps you, because when you come from down the line, when you were commie, then you become a DCDP, CDP, then you become manager or you become a sous chef, CDC, you understand what happens in the down the line. You know why the loopholes are, where the shortcuts are. So you tend to catch the shortcuts. So it's very important that you have basics right, then only you can be a good manager.
Absolutely, chef. I agree with you. This is applicable to all, I'm sure, all the young budding chefs who are, raring to go enter the kitchen. So I think it's a very good advice for all the young chefs that we have among us who are listening to us today. So this brings me to our second question of the day, chef. What way do you think is the best for them to understand the importance of being good kitchen managers?
Every job is very different. When you want to be a kitchen manager, just think you're the owner of the place. Just think you're owner. And when you think you're the owner, you will take, ownership for everything. Okay, you will not leave something unattended, or you will not leave something for someone else. You will make sure you have your heart and soul into that work. So whatever work you do, you make sure that you are the owner of the place and you own that task what is given to you. That's why you can be a good manager. Apart from that, I think be consistent in what you do. So make sure you have checklists with you, you have trainings in place, and always have good motivational practices in place so that you can be a good manager. Because it's not only putting it on the food, it's also making sure that your team is motivated, your team is learning new things from you. You are also innovative, creative, and consistency through trainings, through practices, through food trials is what helps as a leader or as a manager to excel.
Thank you so much, Chef. I hope that the students who are listening to us are taking notes here, because Chef is actually giving out brilliant, ideas for you to learn how to be a good kitchen manager and also be a good chef. So, Chef, what's the importance of food cost, and is it necessary for every level of chef to know about it, or should it be instilled at a young age or after the candidate has had some exposure and experience?
See, if in any classroom or any kitchen, you have 30 students or you have 20 chefs, all are exposing the same amount of knowledge or same amount of food, everything. But the difference in everyone is how knowledgeable he is and what all information he has. So for every chef, it is important to know the food cost. in a way, it's very good, because if a commie knows that, okay, his food cost for the month is this much, he knows that he's not wasting something. If tomorrow a commie knows that, okay, my food cost is increased for today, yesterday was higher, he knows that where he needs to save. So it helps because the time is gone, that, okay, chefs didn't know what was happening and they were just cooking, and you had a manager or someone guiding them as to what has to be done. But now chefs themselves are leaders, so you don't need someone else to guide you. So chefs themselves should know what is the food cost, how to control food cost. Controlling food cost doesn't mean cost cutting; it means giving quality food and not wasting the food. So that is what is cost management is, and how you manage how your rates, how what prices you're selling at is how you manage it. So I think as a commie, if it comes to you, then definitely you will learn and excel.
Right, chef. So also would like to know from you, let's say a fresher chef joins your kitchen, let's say day 1 and day 2. So what are the basic first level trainings that you provide to them?
Whenever a fresher joins, say in Hilton, we have a 45 days training assigned to the chef, which is basics of a training. Is called say when on the job training for 45 days. So every 5 days you are monitored. You are given a buddy chef with you, where you are assisting that chef, and he grooms you to the core of the job, what is to be done. So if we have a fresher joining in, we hand over him a checklist, which is 45 days checklist. In 45 days, whatever be his college or school where he's come from, we still teach basics to him, right from cutting, chopping, blanching, thawing. We go through everything, right from safety, where are the fire exits, what is the fire extinguisher, how to go, where to go, what are the menus, which restaurant is working for. So there's a 45 days checklist given to a fresher from any college he comes from, and he's given a buddy who he can meet. So because if someone comes to a new hotel, he needs someone who can talk to him freely. Like, I want a house, I want to stay somewhere here, or where can I go? Simple things, those things helps for a new joinee to adjust to the environment. So I think that's not how we do. We assign a buddy to him, and a 45 days checklist is assigned to the chef. Then he goes through the checklist 45 days, and then we sit with him. We have a pulse check after 3 months of joining. Generally, it's probation check, what happens in all hotels, where you after 6 months you give probation, but we do a pulse check where it's after 3 months to understand this pulse, how we feel about it. Pulse is check basically a feedback from the team member as to how he feels working over here. It's not a feedback from the employer or from the chef. For example, if someone joins here, he gets a 45 days training, and then after 3 months he again sits with the chef and he tells his feedback how he feels like. So that is a pulse check what we do here. That's how we train freshers in the hotel here.
Right, chef. That's pretty exciting to know about the pulse check process that you just spoke about. Also, you spoke about the safety measures in the kitchen that you train the freshers in. So what are some of the important safety rules that you people implement to protect the kitchen staff?
Safety for me is all over safety. It's also hygiene, it's also fire, it's also women's safety. So first I will talk about how hygiene and fire we do is that every chef who joins in has to undergo a test, a fire training test, fire training, and also hygiene trainings. So within the first 3 days of induction, he undergoes the fire safety training, undergoes the hygiene training, undergoes the hygiene written test. Actually understands basics of how a hand wash is, and color coding on chopping board, and chemicals, basic hand wash techniques. That is all done in a test, and has been here. There's a proper training for that. Then we have fire safety trainings, where the security officer shows all the fire exits, all the unsuls, trains about all the types of fire extinguishers. So here in the kitchen, we have a special extinguisher called the kitchen extinguisher. It's a different color-coded steel extinguisher, which can douse all types of fire. So you don't need to go and run, so see a CO2, okay, I have to go for a CO2, or I have to go for a foam, for an oil, or I have to go for electrics, I have to go again for a CO2. No. So we have a kitchen extinguisher here in a hotel, which is all purpose. So you don't need to go and start looking at an emergency at what extinguisher should I choose. Shall I choose A, or shall I choose B, or shall I choose C? That is what happens over here. In terms of girls who come and join, there are strict procedures laid in for everyone to respect every gender And in my kitchen specifically, there are walk-ins, dry stores and everything. So there's particular process in place in my kitchen is that whenever a girl team member enters a walk-in, no one else enters a walk-in. When she is doing some work in the walk-in and she's coming out, or dry stores, whenever you go to a dry store, no one can enter the dry store. So a lot of safety procedures, we make sure that the drops are in place and pick up and drop is there, and they make sure they reach home. Even if trainees join in our hotel, we have the same amount of concern as your team member is there. So safety only doesn't mean that, that it's only safety for hygiene. It means overall safety, that gender bias, no, there's no gender bias. There's fire safety, there's hygiene safety. So all the safety, everything is involved in a workplace. And those cultures goes driven down the line. So if someone is working in this kitchen and he has seen the process where this is what hygiene is followed, tomorrow he moves to some hotel or tomorrow he moves to some other place, he also will carry forward those processes and those styles of working. So it helps overall changing the work atmosphere or the work culture in the industry as a whole.
It's so wonderful to know about this, Chef, that you take special measures to, keep the women around safe. And this is actually a protocol. It's so wonderful to know about this. Also, Chef, do you also teach the young chefs about the importance of waste management?
Yes, we do a garbage check every day. We make sure the team is aware of what is getting wasted, and we brief them in daily briefings. We have a daily pre-shift at Hilton. It's called a pre-shift. So at every day, before you start the shift, you have a small briefing. It's a global SOP of how to take a briefing. So every day you have a topic, which is globally, Hilton follows it. So with that topic, globally, you have to teach one more thing. So in that things, we insert a lot of points, a lot of initiatives in that, and we brief them. Because end of the day, whatever things is waste. Now, you know what, everything is more and more zero waste. So suppose you're creating a tomato and you blanch a tomato, the skin is dried and made a powder. So a lot of things are in zero waste. If you get a salmon skin, you crisp the skin and use it as a garnish. So if you get a lamb carcass, then you use different cuts for different things. So we try to instill the zero waste process in the place wherever applicable. Wherever not, okay, fine, we understand. But if a chicken is coming, the bones go for the stock. Then as per the cut, it goes to the restaurant. Say for tandoori, it goes the leg. For a Western, the breast is gone. So curry cut goes to any curry buffet or the team restaurant. So all the cuts go away. So the wastage is zero definitely. But we tend to instill on the table that how we make zero waste, because definitely there will be wastage in the kitchen when you say you're cutting, chopping, everything. But wherever we can save money through avoiding wastage, if we keep on briefing, because if you see in the kitchen, there is no garbage in the kitchen. Garbage bin. All the garbage bins in my kitchen are kept on the corridor. Because when you have garbage bin in the kitchen, you tend to throw whatever you can throw very easily. But when it is there in the eye view, when it is kept in the corridor, you don't throw it. So all the garbage bags in our kitchen are in the corridor, not inside the kitchen. So if you want to open a bottle, you have to come out, you have to open the plastic, throw it and take the bottle in the kitchen. If you want to throw anything which is left over, you have to come out of the corridor and you have to throw it in the dustbin. So corridors are easily watchable by everyone. Then immediately anyone can see what is thrown. So I think, as chefs, you cannot always have a stick in a hand. Sometimes you have to play very smart. So if it's there inside, you can't hide a dustbin under the table. That's not a way. Always keep dustbin in everyone's view. The wastage will be less. That's what I feel. That's what I practice everywhere.
Okay, thank you so much, Chef, for that. I'm sure that our audience would love to hear and learn more and more from you. But unfortunately, with this, we have come to the end of the discussion for today. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chef, for taking our time from your busy schedule. Do you have any final message for our students?
Nothing, just have patience. And this is a tough time for everyone. If you're passed out or you're passing out, just take up whatever job you get, whatever field or whatever cuisine or whatever hotel stream you get. Please do it. Have patience, definitely things will change. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chef. I can't tell you how, it was an honor and a delight for me to interact with you, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation with you today, Chef.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again from the entire IIHM fraternity for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, what a brilliant conversation that was, wasn't it? Let me tell you something about Chef Praveen Shetty. He was appointed as the executive chef at Conrad Bangalore in June 2017 to lead the pre-opening team of chefs at Conrad, which is the second luxury hotel in the Hilton portfolio in India. He believes in keeping it original by sourcing the finest ingredients from origin markets across the world. He is very passionate about adapting new global culinary techniques like pans to your plate, source local, serve global, and innovative plating and presentation. Praveen Shetty started his career in 2005 and has over 16 years of experience in the kitchen with an enviable body of young chefs in his team. So we tried to connect with Chef Shetty and he was very keen on coming over for question and answer session. Unfortunately, technology has betrayed us at this point and we wouldn't be able to connect. But if there are any questions, please do drop in into the chat box and we will take it forward. We'll try to answer them to you personally. All right, it's almost going to be 1 o'clock and it is time for a lunch break. But before you go anywhere, let me tell you our next session is by Mr. Rupam Datta. He is the general manager of Feathers Radha Hotel at Chennai, and he will be in conversation with Mr. Sanchari Chaudhary, the IIHM Bangalore campus director. They will be talking about evolving teaching methods, and trust me, it is a very interesting session. In fact, he will be joining for the Q&A. So really looking forward to it. Don't go anywhere. See you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
From 28th January to 2nd February, the world's finest culinary colleges from 55 countries will compete for the #1 young chef in the world across 10 IIHM campuses.
We like the fire, sizzle and bake, heart's desire, passion on a plate.
International Institute of Hotel Management Young Chef Olympiad.
As the Chief Mentor of Young Chef Olympiad 2019, I'd like to welcome all the participants, all the mentors, all the judges to the latest new edition of Young Chef Olympiad. Wish you all the very best and may the best country win.
Follow and subscribe with us on Facebook.
Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Next country, Bahrain, represented by Bahrain Institute of Hospitality and Retail, represented by Ahmed Alawadi and Mohammad Bashirigun. That's Bahrain for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put on your hands together for Bangladesh, represented by NHTTI, Aqsa Iqbal and Miss Jahida Begum. Please welcome Bhutan. Louder, everybody, please welcome them. That's Bangladesh and Bhutan walking onto the stage. Put on your hands together for Botswana, represented by Gaborone College of Culinary Arts, represented by Upiditsi Kefilwe and Melissa Kushata Nugoni. Please welcome Cambodia, represented by KSK Cooking School, representing student PZ Lay and chef mentor Sivmay Bay. Put on your hands together, guys. Fiji National University, represented by Anna Tao and Anish Pavanlal. Please welcome France, Albert Diman Hotel and Catering School, represented by Cyrene and accompanying mentor chef Magdala Cosimon. Followed by France. Okay, a big round of applause for Fiji and France. Next country, please welcome Ghana, Accra Technical University, represented by Eric Amankwa and Michael Queno. Welcome Guatemala, represented by the Chef Center, Joe Winson and Louis Castillo. Come on guys, louder! They travel from all worldwide. Louder, come on guys! Put on your hands together for the next country is Hong Kong International Culinary Institute, represented by Bino Wo and Kam Kao Teddy. For the next country, Hungary, represented by Budapest University of Business, represented by Rosa Johanna and mentor chef Barbara Johanna. Louder guys, come on! Please welcome Iran, represented by Paniz Meher Iranian Academy, Mariam Fakhr and Hussein Barami. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the host country, India, represented by International Institute of Hotel Management, Madhumita KP, and accompanying chef mentor, Chef Nagarajan. Can we have a big round of applause? Together, ladies and gentlemen, Academy of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, Mr. Yaju. School of Hotel, Restaurant and Institution Management, De La Salle College of Saint Benilde, represented by Russian International Academy for Tourism, representing student. Please welcome Singapore, Sunrise. There we see Matthew coming down, dancing. Please welcome South Korea, represented by Wusong University, Colombo Academy of Hospitality Management, Roshani Sirinika Bandara and Rajapakse Mudiansil Samantha Surini. Come on, everybody, louder! Yeah, come on! Represented by Turkish Culinary Academy, Pelin Mawe and Zihadul Hassan. That's Turkey walking down. Please welcome United Arab Emirates, represented by International Center for Culinary Arts, Nicole Ann and Edward Benjamin Clegg. Put on your hands together for Uganda, represented by the Cooking School Uganda, Rem Rembo and Sheila Ehebwa. Louder, guys, come on. Can I have a bigger round, please? Yeah, louder. Please welcome United States of America, represented by Johnson's and Wales University, Tian Zudai and Reina Haniwadel. Louder, guys, come on! Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time ever from Central Asia, Uzbekistan, represented by International Center of the Uzbek Culinary Academy, Ubaidullah Sultanov and Ahmad Khamdamov. Louder, guys! Come on! Please welcome Wales, represented by Cardiff and Wales College, Jasmine Jones and John Crockett. The Oggy guy, come on. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Zimbabwe. Come on, guys, louder. The Hospitality School, represented by the Fadzwa Nigel Sianga. Louder, guys. What you see in front are the 50 best countries that have traveled from far and wide. The best culinary schools on one stage, under one roof. Come on, guys, they need a bigger round of applause. Not every day you see the best of culinary schools from worldwide collect under one roof. This is history in the making. This is definitely a dream. This is certainly a culinary dream, ladies and gentlemen. What you see in front are people and students, contestants and mentors who've traveled from far and wide. These are the world's best student chefs who will compete for the next 6 days across 4 cities for one title and a cash prize of $10,000 US. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Louder, guys, come on! They are the best that you see here. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our hospitality partners, the Rosyat House, Hyatt Place Gurugram, ITC Maurya, Saffron Kiran Hotel Faridabad, Crown Plaza Okla, Le Meridian Gurugram, the Surya Hotel New Delhi, Taj Palace New Delhi, Taj Bengal, Taj Gateway Kolkata, the Oberoi Grand Kolkata, Novotel, Swiss Hotel in Kolkata, the Park, ITC Sonar, the HHI Hyatt Regency as well in Kolkata. Indian hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, is known around the world and we have young students from different schools and colleges of Delhi NCR to welcome these contestants and mentors who have come from different parts of the world. These schools and colleges for the last 2 months have practiced to welcome you all. The next participant who's coming in front of you is Anushka from International Institute of Hotel Management. Anushka is a disciple of Padma Bhushan Uma Sharma ji since 12 years. She has performed on many international stages, including Kenya and South Korea recently, and has represented India across the world in this Kathak dance form, a traditional Indian dance that's practiced since centuries. She is currently a student in IIHM, which has its campuses in 9 locations. IIHM, with its dare-to-do style of operations, is by far the most dynamic ones around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anushka Chabra from International Institute of Hotel Management. Louder, guys. Come on, a louder one.
चक्रधार्ती है अंत में 40 चक्कर आधे इधर गई 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40
A louder one, guys, an absolute lovely performance. Can we have a round, bigger one, please, for her? Louder, come on. Okay, this event is not possible without our partners, and we would like to thank our tourism partners first. West Bengal Tourism. May we have the AV, please?
Bengal, the sweetest part of India. The pleasure and the taste extends much further into a colorful tapestry of sights, sounds, heritage and customs. Sweet are the seasons, which heighten the natural bounty of the state. Be it the Himalayan hill stations, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Karsiong. The wildlife sanctuaries at Duars, sea beaches at the south coastal region, or the mangrove forests at Sundarbans. The charm of Bengal's rich heritage sites can also be equally sweet. Classic architecture from various eras of history and heritage walks are the chief highlights here. The capital city, Kolkata, is an outstanding blend of the laid-back old world, as well as the thriving contemporary. And coming to Bengali cuisine, sweetness is hardly the last word, because Bengal is also a spice kingdom, dedicated to extensive varieties of aroma and flavor. And perhaps sweetest of them all is the treasure trove of art and culture, unique at each region of the state, which are alive not only in traditions, but has long since found expression in literature, cinema, and even in the festival of Durgotsav. Sweet tastes the passion and emotion attached to every journey into the wonders of Bengal. West Bengal Tourism welcomes you to the very heart of this experience through its dedicated network of service and hospitality. Experience Bengal. It's our true promise to make this a sweetest lifetime experience for you.
All right, so that was West Bengal Tourism, ladies and gentlemen. One of our tourism partners. We've got Delhi Tourism as well. We've got Karnataka Tourism. We've got our hospitality partners, without whom we can't move ahead at all. In fact, we can't move at all ahead without any of our partners. So I'd like to introduce the Roseate House. May we have the AV, please? So that was the Roseate House. Ladies and gentlemen, our next hospitality partner is High Place Gurugram. Can we have the AV, please? Okay, so that was Hyatt Place Gurugram. Our other partners are ITC Maurya, Saffron Kiran Hotel Faridabad, Taj Palace New Delhi, Crown Plaza Okla, Le Meridian Gurugram, the Surya New Delhi, Taj Bengal, Taj Gateway Kolkata, the Oberoi Grand, Novotel, Swiss Hotel, the Park, ITC Sonar, Hyatt Regency, the HHI and Altair. Venue partner, Indie Smart Hotel Kolkata, digital media partner, Onyx Solutions. We thank our print media partners, AdWorld Advertising, Karu Crit, Signpost, and the Telegraph T2. Now, moving forward, may I take the pleasure to invite on stage His Excellency Chutinton Samgong Sagde, Ambassador of Thailand to India, to kindly address the 50 nations assembled here for a revolution in progress called the World's Greatest Culinary Heats, 5th International Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for His Excellency?
I don't have a prepared speech, and I'm beginning to regret it. But anyway, in the car, I told my wife that I'll talk about the 3 Fs. And any event that has the 3 Fs, you cannot miss. Okay. Food. Okay. And Professor Foskett, I've seen from last year, you talked about food being, the underpinning of our culture, and the ties that bind us. Okay, so food, fun, because you guys are going to meet new friends, try new things, see new techniques. I mean, I've already had a lot of fun just being here, even without getting to taste your food. And the other one is the future, which is you, young people. And with that, I'd just like to leave something behind, for you to think about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a diplomat. I also have to read about UN stuff and so on and so forth. Trending a lot recently is the how do we feed everyone, into 2050. I won't be around, but you guys will. And the other thing is that we have to find new sources of protein. Whatever the world's problems are, and if we, I hope we don't leave too many problems for you to solve, but you can have fun, apart from cooking and doing all the wonderful dishes and so on, also having fun solving the humanity's problem of feeding everyone on Earth. I look forward to hearing about you in the future, about your future careers and so on. I wish everyone the best, onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
That was His Excellency Samgong Sagdi, Ambassador of Thailand to India. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please? It's my pleasure to introduce you Professor David Foskett, who's the chairman of the jury for YCO 2019. Previously the Dean and Head of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London, Professor David Foskett is a respected member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guild of Chefs, and a Fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. He has received a number of awards from the President of France in 2007 as well. In 2015, he was named the National Hero by the Craft Guild of Chefs for his long years of service promoting the hospitality industry. Before I invite Professor Foskett, can we have the AV for this personality?
My name is Professor David Foskett. I was previously the Dean of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London. Now I'm Visiting Professor after my retirement at New Buckinghamshire University in the UK. I'm also a consultant for a number of organisations. I sit on the management committee of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts and the Craft Guild of Chefs, and on the management committee of the Institute of Hospitality. My experience is this is a fantastic opportunity for young people to display their culinary skills, but more importantly to get to know one another, to get to understand different cultures. I think it's also very much about the future. They are the future, and it's so important that we get things right for the future.
All right, can we have a big round of applause for Professor David Foskett, Chairperson of the jury for the Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Louder, guys, can we have a big round of applause for Professor Foskett?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And I have to say it, welcome to India and welcome to Delhi, to the greatest student culinary event in the world. India opens its doors to the world of hospitality and culinary arts. It brings together a wealth of young chef talent from around the world and celebrates which unites us all: food, a celebration of culinary arts, of culture, of creativity and of innovation. Over the next week, there will be lasting friendships made, many lessons learnt, and educational partnerships developed. India demonstrates to the world how food and culinary arts binds people together through mutual respect and understanding. We welcome all the young competitors and their mentors who have worked so hard in preparation for this great event. We welcome also our most distinguished judges, their expertise and experience being the best in the world. Thank you all for coming, but also to the adjudicators for giving up their most valuable time. They all bring together a wealth of experience. This week promises to be the most memorable event. It's not about old people like me. I'm the past. This is the future. And we celebrate the future through food and mutual understanding. IIHM and India, thank you. And a special thank you to the founder of the Young Chef Olympiad, who had the vision, Dr. Suborno Bose. Thank you, Dr. Bose, and thank you, incredible India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, he is the CEO of International Hospitality Council Young Chef Olympiad, the chairman and the group CEO, IIHM and Indie Smart Group worldwide, a visionary, a leader, and the man who dreamed of this initiative. With his dare-to-do style of operation, from a very small conversation in a pub in London, Here we are with the 5th edition of the world's biggest culinary heats on planet Earth that's brought 50 countries under one roof. A culinary dream indeed. Let's have a glance on his life through the eyes of the camera. May we have the AV for Dr. Suborno Bose, please.
Dr. Suborno Bose, a brilliant chartered accountant and founder of IndySmart Group, IIHM and IAM, is a first-generation entrepreneur and a hospitality evangelist. He is the man behind Young Chef India and the Young Chef Olympiad that promote young culinary talent around the country and world. He is also founder and CEO of the International Hospitality Council London and initiated International Hospitality Day, celebrated every year on 24th April. Dr. Bose conferred the Hall of Fame in 2017 to Mr. Ratan Tata on this occasion. Dr. Bose has also received many prestigious awards like the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader. He has been conferred with honorary doctorate by Queen Margaret University, UK, Edinburgh Napier University, and West London University, UK. He is a passionate foodie and loves to fly his small microlight aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Suborno Bose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the visionary leader to please come up on the stage. Dr. Bose, for your address, please.
Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to India. Welcome to this absolute incredible evening. I hope that you are enjoying every bit of it with all these fantastic young chefs in front of us. What more can we ask for in this lovely, lovely Delhi evening? So a very warm welcome from me, my team in the Young Chef Olympiad team, ISC team, and team IIHM, and my student team of over 7,000 students all over the country, without whom this couldn't be possible. As we stand in the opening ceremony of the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad, we're delighted to have all of you in the world's biggest culinary extravaganza. It's hosted by the International Institute of Hotel Management in association with the International Hospitality Council and supported by the entire hospitality and the tourism industry and the boards. 2 days ago, India celebrated its 70th Republic Day. As Indians hosting the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, we and IIHM are proud to bring together 50 of the world's top countries and colleges to mark this occasion. And make no mistake, you are the 50 of the world's best, having traveled halfway across the globe to make this gathering. If you look at the cover of that YCO book which you are holding in your hand, it reiterates the same statement. The world's finest culinary schools in the world's biggest culinary Olympiad. Everything comes with a story to tell, and so does Young Chef Olympiad. Yes, it's all started over a cup of coffee, but now it's very big. The story everyone already knows is how the International Young Chef Olympiad started with 15 countries 4 years back, has now grown into 50, which speaks volume about the kind of enthusiasm and support we receive from you and the YCO family. But a story that few people know is that this year's YCO is different. It's different from the last year and the years before. The global reach of the Young Chef Olympiad 2019 has escalated to new highs because of the social media and the technology. And YCO is today the biggest ever hospitality platform to promote your skills and talent. This year, IIHM has 6,000 students all over the country and outside dedicated to tell your story through the social media. IIHM students will be covering you because you are the stars of the show. And the next 6 days, you are the superstar. So make no mistake about it and get used to this stardom. 26 years ago, when we founded the International Institute of Hotel Management, and we wanted to put the name to identify our hotel management group as international, and we really focused on the word international with the objective of really becoming truly global. Here we are today on the opening ceremony of the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad, which is united by one thing, food, and we are really, really global. As Ambassador Sam, who is a big supporter, sir, has mentioned, I just want to reiterate that food possibly is, nothing is more global than food. Food possibly is the biggest unifier in the world. And there is nothing more global than food, because as a chef also, a chef has to know not just his regional food of his own country, but the cuisine of all over the world. Every year, IIHM and ISC tries to add new flavors in the melting pot of the Young Chef Olympiad. This year, we decided to spice everything up a bit in the biggest culinary challenge by introducing a plate trophy. Idea of the great man sitting in the front row, Professor David Foskett. The plate trophy is a new addition. Participants who rank between 11 and 20 in the competition can compete for the plate trophy. This will be like a competition within the competition, and we hope that it will add another layer of excitement and encouragement. YCO has some finest experts and the culinary masters from all around the world to interact with our esteemed judges and adjudicators and the mentor chefs from all the 50 countries. You are the reason behind the fairness and equality of the competition, and your knowledge and experience makes this global platform richer, and we are grateful for your august presence. Global Connect. Global Connect is the ultimate ambition of the Young Chef Olympiad. How we connect the entire world together. Right now you can see, ladies and gentlemen, 50 of the world's finest young chefs sitting in front of you. We have been successful in connecting them together in this hall in India, in New Delhi. Maybe a few years back, people wouldn't have believed that India could attract the best talents from the world to come and compete in an absolute international culinary competition. This is not cricket. But today, I'm so proud to say, on behalf of the entire team, that we have done it. The Global Connect is the vision of the YCO, and with the technological development across the world, every campus has grown out of its physical boundaries and now is easily reaching out to the students and teachers of all other campuses of all other countries. One need not to be physically present in a campus building nowadays to attend a master class by a master chef anywhere in the world. IIHM has 10 campuses in India and elsewhere, but we consider the whole world to be our campus because what we do best is to build bridges, and we do believe that the digital world has made a huge difference. So we are very phygital now, physical and digital. So we are a phygital institution now. Our vision is to build a sustainable model of the Young Chef Olympiad for the next 50 years or so, and make this Olympiad hosted by even other countries as well. This way we hope to continue to make the world and India proud. To sum up, I'd like to end what I feel the global is all about. If you see about global, G is about growing graph of the Young Chef Olympiad and growth of your skill and talent. L is for the labor of love for each one of you who puts in the participant, the mentor, the judges, the adjudicators. O is for the oneness of unity, one of the pillars of YCO. B is for the bridges that YCO builds, bridges of friendship, of equality, what IIHM calls the Global Connect Manifesto, where all the countries of the YCO will be signing a memorandum to agree to learn, connect, and network with each other. A is for the rush of adrenaline, as we prepare your dishes racing against the clock. And finally, L in the global stands for the lessons we will all take home. Through the next 6 days, we will experience colors and flavors and aromas of India. And I encourage every one of you, not just to take part in this competition, but also to interact with each other, to create and innovate new ideas and concepts, to utilize the platform that YCO is giving you. The YCO platform is also about to build your own brand for yourself, for your mentors, for your college. And this is the biggest lesson, the biggest win you can take home from YCO, because you can end up being the friend for life. It's all about bonding. It's all about friendship. It's all about huge fond remembrance of this week that we'll be spending in our country of India. And before I end, I'd like to thank everybody up here in the stadium for coming in big numbers, supporting us, encouraging us, guiding us, and to the stars of the next 7 days, the finest young chefs of the world. Thank you very much for being with us. And can I request you to please stand up for 5 seconds so that you show your solidarity. Can you just hold your hands, please? All of you, please hold your hands. Hold your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United Nations of Young Chef for you. This is the world in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause. They all deserve it. This is incredible. This is incredible, India. You may all sit down. Thank you. With these words, I declare the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad open. Best of luck, each one of you. Before I go, I'd like to give you a little surprise. This is our newest initiative from the world of IndiSmart, our digital initiative. It's called the IndiSmart Digital Initiative, and today is the day which selected because we want to get up audience like you guys every day from all over the world to launch this IndiSmart Digital Initiative. Can we have a AV, please? IndiSmart goes digital, ladies and gentlemen. It will change the face of education. It will change the face of healthcare. It's mobile first world. It will rest on a cloud platform and will change the way technology works on a huge digital marketplace and a connected society. Improve the quality of life and remove the digital divide. Sustainability of art. And that's IndiSmart Digital, and with me and two of the startup founders, Priyanku Roy from Dallas and Prabal Chakrabarti from Kolkata. This is the latest from the house of IndiSmart. I'm sure this is going to be one of the biggest digital company in the next 10 years in the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a patient listeners. Thank you and all the best. Thank you and all the best for all the young chefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bose, and may I request you to please take the center stage. The big moment has arrived. And before we go on to that moment, may I invite all the judges up on the stage for the trophy unveiling. Professor David Foskett and all our judges, Chef Andre Muller, Chef Andy Verma, Chef Andrew Bennett, Chef John Wood, Chef Enzo, Chef Enrico, Stephen Hogan, Chef Stuart Littlejohn, Chef Gart Strobel, Chef David Graham, Chef Gary Hunter, Ms. Zenobia, Dr. Zenobia Nader Ms. Kulsum Hussain, Chef Scott, and Chef Parvinder Bali. Please come up on the stage for the big moment, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will be revealing the big trophy to the world. The trophy for which all these countries have flown in from different parts of the world, and the main trophy for which you're going to fight the battle for the next 6 days. The check of $10,000 would follow definitely, but at this point in time, have a look at this beautiful trophy that one of you is going to take back home. So all of you please join in.
Please join in.
All of you please join in, and now Dr. Bose would lead the procession of the judges to unveil the trophy along with Professor David Foskett. Put on your hands together, guys. That's the beauty lady that'll go home. A 22 kg trophy with shimmering gold. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Chef Olympiad 2019. There it goes. All right. That's the trophy. Well, I can request the judges to hold the trophy. Come on, judges, you could hold the trophy and check the weight of the trophy, 22 kgs. So this is the trophy that will be taken home by one of the contestants here on this stage.
It's heavy, 25 kgs.
Some excess baggage one of you needs to book back home, yeah? Can we have a big round of applause, guys? The best of the culinary colleges are going to fight out for this one trophy. The Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody? Come on, once again. Woo! Thank you so very much to all the judges, Professor Foskett, for coming on the stage and revealing the trophy to the world. Thank you so very much. Please request you to please take the seats.
You guys sit.
We'll allow the judges to go. Thank you so very much, judges. And requesting all the contestants as well to please join in the auditorium. Yes, requesting all the contestants as well to join in the auditorium. As the contestants coming down, can we have a round of applause, please? The best culinary guys here on the stage travel from 50 countries. Okay, we'll be right back in 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. all of you are witnessing the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad 2019. 50 countries have traveled from far and wide and will be competing in the next 6 days for this one beautiful trophy that you've just seen and a check of $10,000 US. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next performance. We now have a performance by the team of young dancers from Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar, presenting the true, unshakable and often celebrated circle of life, from finding love, success and happiness to losing it all. So without further ado, join your hands together for the visual treat unfolding before you. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar. Can we have a big round of applause for DPS? Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for Delhi Public School, please?
जो मिला तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था जैसे मेरी सारी दुनिया में गीतों की रुत और रंगों की बरखा है, खुशबू की आंधी है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं हैं, बहकी हुई सी अब सारी हवाएं हैं, खोई हुई सी अब सारी दिशाएं हैं, बदली हुई सी अब सारी अदाएं हैं, जागी उमंगे है, धड़क रहा है दिल, सांसों में तूफान है, होठों पे नगमे है, आंखों में सपने हैं, सपनों में बीते हुए सारे वो लम्हे हैं, जब कोई आया था नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, कैसे मैं बताऊं तुम्हें कैसा उसे पाया था, प्यार से चेहरे पे बिखरी जो जुल्फे, तो ऐसा लगता था जैसे कोहर के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ, कोहर के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ, कोहर के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ फूल खिला है, जैसे बादल में एक चांद छुपा है और झांक रहा है, जैसे रात के पर्दे में एक सवेरा है, रोशन रोशन आंखों में सपनों का सागर, जिसमें प्रेम सितारों की चादर जैसे झलक रही है, लहरों लहरों बात करे तो जैसे मोती बरसे, जैसे कहीं चांदी की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छन से टूटे, जैसे कोई छिप के सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हौले से पास बुलाए, गाए गाए गाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसी मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पानी है, कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीं पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस मैं यहीं पर। उसने बताया मुझे और समझाया मुझे, हम जो मिले हैं हमें ऐसे ही मिलना था, गुल जो खिले हैं उन्हें ऐसे ही खिलना था, जन्मों के बंधन जन्मों के रिश्ते हैं, जब भी हम जन्मे तो हम यूं ही मिलते हैं, खानों में मेरे जैसे शहद से खुलने लगे ख्वाबों के दर, जैसे आंखों में खुलने लगे ख्वाबों की दुनिया भी कितनी हंसी और कैसी रंगीन थी, ख्वाबों की दुनिया जो कहने को थी पर कहीं भी नहीं थी, ख्वाब जो टूटे मेरे आंख जो खुली मेरी होश जो आया मुझे, मैंने देखा मैंने जाना वो जो कभी आया था, नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, जा भी चुका है और दिल में रहा है अब तन्हा तन्हा, न तो कोई अरमा है न कोई तमन्ना है न कोई सपना है, अब जो मेरे दिन और अब जो मेरी रातें हैं उनमें सिर्फ आंसू हैं, उनमें सिर्फ दर्द की रंज की बातें यादें हैं और फरियादें हैं, मेरा अब कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं.
That was Delhi Public School, ladies and gentlemen, Gautam Budh Nagar. A big round of applause, please. Louder, come on, guys. Okay. The next performance is Salwan Public School, which is committed to personal excellence of each student by imparting holistic quality education, enriched with high moral values in a healthy, competitive learning environment. Their vision is based on innovating learning methodology and unwavering commitment to academics, continuous improvement, and cultivation of life skills. The children of Salwan Public School, Gurgaon, will now present to you a song. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Salwan Public School, Gurgaon or Gurugram. That's Salwan Public School, Gurgaon.
Sing a Good afternoon. This is Parvati Subaya live from Bangalore studio, extending a warm welcome to one and all for this afternoon's IIHM expert sessions and live interactions with top general managers, senior educationists. Don't forget to ask questions during the sessions. We are on the 5th day of the largest virtual culinary battle, holding our breath to see who the winners are. The first session today is a tete-a-tete between Mr. Rupam Datta, General Manager, Feather Hotel or Radha Hotel, with Ms. Sinchari Chowdhury. Mr. Rupam Datta is a passionate trainer, expert business strategist with multiple successful projects under his credentials. AV, please.
A very, very good morning to all of you, and I really hope that all of you are really enjoying the world competition, the Olympiad competition. In fact, our annual event of IIHM, which is the Young Chef Olympiad, and we are all together there in the 7th season of Young Chef Olympiad. Isn't it so beautiful? And we are able to see, all the countries participating so beautifully, from their home cities. And I'm sure everybody is enjoying the competition really, really well. Today I have with me, of course, somebody who is very dear to us, to IIHM, and definitely a big, big support system. I'll say a patron of IIHM, none other than Mr. Rupam Datta. If I have to talk about Mr. Rupam Datta, well, he's the general manager of the Feathers Hotel, which is in fact a Radha Hotel based out of Chennai. He's a hotelier and also an alumni of IIM, which is a prestigious hotel school in the eastern part of India with more than 30 years of, you can say, existence in India and abroad. And he has a career spanning about 26 years already. Rupam has, of course, enhanced his leadership skills and his business skills from the Cornell University, and he's best known for being a very passionate trainer and a business strategist with multiple successful project openings under his credentials. So a very, very warm welcome once again to you, Rupam. We are very, very happy to have you here, like always. And, before I go ahead and hit the topic, we would like to basically hear from you as to, how do you keep yourself so motivated, happy, glowing, always filled with life and so much of huge energy. We would like to hear from you, Rupam.
Thank you very much. This itself is a good motivation for me, Sanchari, and I wanted to thank all of you and wanted to wish all the participants here today a very happy new year. Let's hope for a beautiful year with a lot more happening news and a lot more positive things happening. Good thing is what has happened is the vaccine is out. And now the execution is happening, the distributions are happening. With all of this together, I can only share good things that's happening. I don't see anymore. The bad time is behind. And let me tell you, one of the good thing about IIHM is that look at the starting of the Young Chef Olympiad. Many big events globally has been called off. Of course, those. But people are coming back. One of the best things that IIHM today doing is that they're back with Young Chef Olympiad. This is something absolutely stunning. And, if such thing can happen, I think we are just up there. This gives those kind of positive feel that we are up there. So wishing everybody a great Olympiad this year also. It is a pride of India. Pride of Indian hospitality and Hospitality Council of International Hospitality Council. So it's a big thing that was done and initiated by, conceptualized by IIHM. Great work. So everyone is looking forward to, I'm sure, a lot. coming back to the questions quickly, yes, how I keep myself motivated. One is that learn every day, even though the tough thing that was there, it was not that, don't ever feel that you are a victim of it. I never wanted myself to be grasped among, within that I'm a victim of the situation. We are all going through, it's not, none of us were a victim. We are all going through a challenge, a time that has given us a different challenge in career or life and daily living. So find a way. I mean, literally all that was required, tolerance, all that was required, that observe every day very, very carefully and adapt things faster as possible, learn every day. And you have to keep yourself motivated, not for everybody, for yourself, don't think that, don't have to feel shy about reading the best thing in the morning. Try always, it's a practice what you do. You wake up with worries and you wake up with wonder, so I wake up with wonder. I always have that response, wow, this is another beautiful day. So you read something which will motivate you. So get up in the morning, figure out what you should read in the morning. I stopped watching television. I stopped reading newspaper. So these are the two things that I've made a habit in the last 10 months. That I don't recollect when I've last watched the television news, especially Indian news, and then the newspaper. They're not there. So I look out for news that comes from my mentors, my people that I take inspiration from. I read their column every day, and that starts my day. And have one good thing is that you are starting your day to sort out a lot of problems. So many people who's got problems have that attitude that I will be finding a solutions for them. I think that brings the biggest happiness. That's it.
So beautifully said, Rupam. I absolutely agree with you. In fact, when this entire thing was happening and when we were trying to go ahead and, of course, collaborate with all our partner hotels and, of course, all all of your renowned hoteliers, who has in fact been a big support to us across all these particular years, you were a part of our bounce back theme. This was in fact very respectful, you can say, the beautiful theme that we created for the industry, when we were just getting into the 2021 mode. And you have been, one of our, you can say, hotelier friends who have been, of course, a very beautiful part of the bounce back. So where do you think, basically, Rupam, we need to have the bounce back, whether it's our minds, whether it has a complete clarity of togetherness, or all of us coming together and putting it through? Because I think it is very essential that as an industry, as all hoteliers, as the hospitality fraternity, we all come forward and take it together. I would like to know your thoughts on the particular theme, Rupam.
Bounce back was, I myself have taken a lot of inspiration from the video that's come out, Bounce Back. That the message that was shared by Dr. Bose and IIHM family was extremely incredible. That was too good a thought. And I think, bounce back is actually a faith that, you actually, you believe that we are back. And that is so important at this point of time, that the self-belief is very important, that we start believing that things are changing. So good thing has happened, I mean, if you look at, I'm talking about STRs or all the data that are coming today. I was talking to somebody, I tried making it a practice that I talk to people, not just from hotels, they're into travel industry, they're into airlines, they're into many other, like Airbnbs or whatever. So when I talk to them today, I realized that there are multiple international events which has happened virtually. There are performers, Indian musicians performed with an audience in US, with an audience in Canada. So the hope and the joy was shared. People are booking, looking at a lot of this. I was talking to somebody who is heading the Thomas Cook in Mumbai, a good friend of mine. The flow that has happened, currently barring few countries which has got travel restrictions, a lot of countries have an open boundary, like Maldives, Jamaica, a lot of Caribbean islands, many of them are literally open boundaries. A lot of people are going there. In fact, in Chennai, all our beach resorts are all full. We look at, and that too earlier, I will say to all of you that, earlier those used to do about 30%, 40% occupancy during the weekdays, and the weekends used to be around 75, 80%. Today, we see in the weekdays about 60% occupancy, and weekends they're doing 100% occupancy. That's, I'm talking about the leisure movement. And business travelers. Just wanted to let you know, all our MICE inquiries from domestic market has already started inquiring from dates between May, June, July, September onwards, a lot more. So second half is more promising, and the airlines are all waiting for the government of India to give some clearance. And to start off, we do have around 11 odd flights which are lined up from Emirates, which connects, and then we have Air France will start, the Lufthansa will start. So the airlines is all waiting to start now. And so the restaurant industries are doing good. The standalone restaurants are doing fantastic. They are literally full every day. Home deliveries are doing good. Multiple things. So I always feel that it's already bouncing back. So it's amazing, and that gave a lot of good message.
Exactly, because I think, whatever you've in fact mentioned creates a lot of positivity in the minds of everybody who's in fact even getting into the industry today. Because Rupam, talking about the last year, definitely when the pandemic hit, and this was the very first time that all of us have in fact encountered such a huge challenge together. And this has in fact affected everybody. But then as an industry, we were all very fortunate to have a very positive mind. And we knew that, just like you said, to bounce in the right direction. So talking about, education, also talking about new learnings, etc., there has been a lot of evolving trends, which has in fact happened the last year.
Right.
So moving forward with hospitality, Rupam, and if you're looking for some specific traits in personalities who would be a part of hospitality tomorrow, what are the things that you think would be the most important requirements in a person today?
To all of you, I wanted to let you know that I was reading something very interesting. In fact, that there is a change of hiring pattern from even the corporates. So, and that's going to have a lot of advantages for the hospitality students. That is something which I felt one of the best news I read, that the corporates are also looking at having, because the hospitality, the resilient character, that is something like the way we have taken the pandemic, the way we have responded during the pandemic, like all hotels. I'm just saying that every hotel in India was some of them were busy doing CSR activities, reaching out to different areas, distributing food, clothes, reaching out to needy, reaching out to the first line health people. Like, a lot of hotels have given their rooms, extended their rooms for the stay of doctor, nurses, and the huge protocol. Hospitality was one of the first, who adapted to the changes. They got in the protocols in place so well, and people who traveled from overseas countries came back when the rescues happened from different countries. We accommodated them. The entire workforce was trained to literally clinical level of safety protocols are all today part of the hotel guys, all hotel, from all departments, across the department, they are all aware of how it is to be done. We realized that so the adaptability is something that I feel that the hospitality students are going to get the advantage, because the way we adapted to the changes, it wasn't I'm a little worried about people who are working from home, people who are into the IT industry. Just imagine, have been for 10 months, so they are yet to come to the working practice, like how you come to the hotel when you share your office with different people, your cubicles are shared, how it's going to, because the hotels have already done it. We work together, we work to maintaining the protocols, and then every week there is a health check happens for the hotels, and you go through all those tests and all. So these, I will say that, there is a shift of character which has happened. So we guys have today learned that your role, even during this time, we realized that we had to do engineering work, we had to do the housekeeping work, everyone has to put their hands for kitchen, including, so there was no particular department, so everybody was working together for a common goal. So I think that's a big shift which has happened for us as a industry.
Lovely. Rupam, you know, we were just discussing a few days ago in one of our other conversations where we were talking about, you know, students today have to be somebody having, you know, a lot of multi-skilling rather than just being maybe, you know, just mastering in one particular, you know, area or department. So has to be an emphasis in all and have to be an all-rounder. Now moving forward, you know, basically once the recruitment starts and tomorrow, even in future, do you think there would be some kind of, you know, stagnancy at some particular point, you know, when employment is concerned, in case if multi-skilling is what we are basically looking into? Or do you think potentially it would be what the way forward would be for every student? Or you can say, you know, hospitality aspirants?
Yes, Sanchari, the change is multi-skilling is something that everyone will be looking for. Now, I'm saying that it may not be a completely, no one can be multi-skilled. You know, it's very, very difficult, especially. But the attitude of I can be coached. You know, like I have the attitude of being I can take off changes. You know, so people will be looking forward to do that. You can have a specialty done in front office or kitchen or housekeeping or wherever. That becomes a strength. Now. But then you are a guy who builds a character in a way that I will fit into the role if it is different. You know, that's the attitude. So we don't, it is more to do with the attitude. That earlier I said that no, I'll stick to my things, but there could be a time in a year where you may have to make yourself available in any other areas where you can be doing your part. So I think that is something which is taking up, and everyone has to be a good in technology. That's for sure. Like I would like to share a recent you know, recruitment ad which came in out of Oberoi, you know, which was showing that we are looking for marketing interns must have good knowledge and practice skills in Adobe Illustrator. So just imagine Oberoi is looking at that. So I will say that, you know, I myself, I mean, we are having a next week a huge workshop for 2 days, which are doing for the social media alone. So we are doing really the changes that social media, the students have to be adapted to. Like you have to be technically very, very strong in the digital world. Like, you know, so I would be happy to have a student knowing even making an application, you know, because you do not know if you are in a hotel and you have those skills, you will be called to, you know, use your own skill on those areas. You may be working in front office, but then you can be asked to, okay, can we sit down and design a new way of guest feedback? Okay, so you can utilize your skill to develop those. So technically, I think it is there's a shift which is happening in the hotel. Earlier, we used to only know that, okay, front office, housekeeping, basic job, but then I think we all have to train ourselves to be digitally very. I myself training, you know, I'm doing a lot of study for myself to be 2021 for my hotel is a major target is shift our focus to a completely digital direction. Like your virtual, a lot of things will happen virtually. Your reach, the way you reach out your guest, your business, a lot will happen digitally. So these are the skills, I think, communications, mass communications, and in fact blogging. A lot of students has to start paying attention on their writing, you know, because experience, like suppose I'm working the reception and tonight I share that my experience on an arrival. If you can pen it down well, people are trying to buy that experience from you rather than as a hotel giving an advertisement, a great check-in. But the executive who's standing at the reception counter, if he penned down well that this was my experience, you know, with a smile and a photograph there into the social media, that is being trusted better than an advertisement. So that's how this shift which is happening. Social media, digital are the way forward, be it in kitchen or whatever it. Even when you make food. Suppose I'm a chef and I'm preparing my food. From the time I pick up my ingredients and I'm doing my mesa and making my gravy, even that is a talk today. So you present it well, you get 10 buyers for that particular dish that you're preparing. You give an advertisement, and I'm giving ABC, maybe a pasta that you prepare. you say that this pasta, whereas you write down your experience, the way you prepared it, you present it in a small reel in Insta. That has got biggest viewership and users and client coming back, guests coming back because of that. So these are the shifts that everybody has to adapt to.
Absolutely agreeable, Rupam, because I think everything that you mentioned about social media engagement today, and of course digital marketing, that is something which students have to really give a lot of emphasis on today. Very, very true. And because you're so right, because somebody who's working in the front desk or even in the kitchen today need to know his technology very well, because at the end of the day, they're not just cooking, they're marketing themselves, and social skills and technology skills is basically today, and of course going to be the future, what they'll be in fact, wanting to be knowing about.
Very true.
Similarly, Rupam, as you know already, we were very fortunate to have Dr. Bose go ahead and, think about this. Was again one of his, very unique brainchild of having Sahas, the courage, basically the entire empowerment of entrepreneurship into our students of hospitality. And when, challenges came in the form of the pandemic, that's when Sahas was launched globally. Right today, in fact, we are very fortunate to have our students thinking about entrepreneurship businesses, about, having startups of their own. And the last you can say 1 year has shown a lot of encouragement among our students, where they're so successfully even doing that, rendering that. I want to know your thoughts, Rupam, as to, how entrepreneurship can change a student, a hospitality student, and they basically make him or her more confident for the future. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. You are on it. I think what Dr. Bose has done, it's I will not say it's just one idea, one entrepreneurial idea. He is encouraged, he is actually given the freedom for everyone to think that you can be an entrepreneur. Like, I will say that let's make it, I think the sessions that I've attended, in Sahas was a good learning for me too. So, future is for the young starters, whoever is going to take up. Please don't think, all of you, that you need to really work. Of course, you must work for some point of time in your career to understand your field. But the skill, the advantage with the hospitality and hotel management student is that they are actually being groomed to take up any assignment. So like you talk about retail to boutique to design to delivery to art gallery, you talk about it. Everything can be actually run by a hotelier. You don't have to be just working in the hotel. So entrepreneurship is the best seed that Dr. Bose has gifted for the students. I think a lot will happen with the startups, and India is coming back to a platform which about 15-20 years back what China has started. Look at the demands. We have a huge lineup projects for every state in the country, and the economy is going to bounce back big time. I mean, we see it from 22 onwards. 21 is the time where we are getting, let's take it this way, that 21 is the year of vaccine. 2020, the pandemic came. 21 is the year of vaccination and settling down with your health. 22 is like startup. So I think this is how you should look at 20, 21 and 22. 22 onwards, you should be looking at, I would always say that whoever as a student, it will be a great opportunity for you to do and I'm sure a lot more sessions going to happen in IIHM itself, that do your expertise in starting your own venture. Small, doesn't matter, but look at the demands. Today, I know I have few young students who used to be earlier working with me. They all have opened small cake joint. They are baking their own cake, and online they are selling. They're doing fabulous. Somebody is baking cookies, right? That's going out. I mean, and there's, people are buying these products because these are all, handpicked. These are all like so much of passion, so much of love goes. Young students, they are running their own bakery today. And it's not you don't have to take a shop. You have an oven in your house. You bake healthy cake. You bake healthy cookies. You make breads. And you are staying in a, just take an example, like you are staying in a gated society like Bangalore or Gurgaon or wherever, and Just let everybody know that you bake healthy cake or healthy muffins, every morning will be. And you can just even specialize in sandwich making, or making burgers. And that goes, people are buying because they trust your you being one among them. They buy your process, your purchasing of ingredients are very fresh. You do it well, package it well, give a nice design, give a nice branding. You will be doing at least about 50-60 burgers or sandwich or cake you'll be selling in a month. So, it's like, in a day, sorry. So small things can be done, and everyone is looking forward to even start. Believe me, I'm telling you, because I'm in the industry. I know the what we are lacking. We are lacking good horticulture team. So in your housekeeping, you'll be told about horticulture. Learn gardening, learn about maintaining your own garden, greenhouse, and flower making, so flower. So you can run your own horticulture company, then you can run your own pest control company. So what is required to be picking up, it's not a huge investment. You got to pick up some of these equipments, you got to pick up a boy, and the work, how does it happen, the kind of treatment that gets into societies, to office, to different residence areas. So even the pest control is a great business opportunity. So you name it, I think these students have great opportunities, and we are lacking, lot of these things are required to be. And as you work in housekeeping, there is a skill goes into even marble polishing, So if somebody run that, you can run your own company on those lines also. So you can run your travel agent, company, like who has few car and tie up with different companies and different hotels. So you name it, and plenty of things that you can do. So,
well, I think those are some amazing, very, very novel kind of, you can say business ideas that I'm sure all students would be very, very happy to know about, because these are some brilliant ones, which is very much accessible. You just have to have some resources, some small contacts, networking,
absolutely.
And that's all.
Absolutely.
Wonderful, Rupa. Thank you so very much. This is like always, I have to say you, because you're always a great support system to us, Rupam. And I can see a lot of our, students, of course, really appreciating. And, while the competition is on, while they're basically enjoying the competition of the last so many days, and which in fact would be finishing in a couple of days right now, you coming here, spending your time with us, this is really precious. And we are really, really hopeful that, together, forward together, we will go ahead and bounce back as an industry and always be able to spread smiles and hospitality and, of course, positivity, Rupam.
Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Rupam, any message that you would like to basically give to all the, you can say, hospitality students and definitely all the participants of the Young Chef Olympiad on the 7th season?
It's a great opportunity for the students who are participating and students who are not participating. Remember that, it's like coming to a platform where a lot of people will be letting you know that what to fine tune and all. So a competition is not always to be a champion. A competition is to be learning to be at the big platform. That's very important for us to know. So please watch out the process. How I would say that, look at the administrative process that has been done, how to organize. So follow it carefully, understand how is it done. This is the first time such a huge virtual Olympiad is going to happen in the culinary field. So all of you must see every detailing. I think you should check with all your center directors and all, how has it been conducted, all the planning goes behind it. That itself is a big learning. So all the best to all the chefs, and give your best. I think the chefs, this is the time you have. You may not be as nervous as you will be otherwise physically. You are at your own place. You are displaying your product. Do your best. Give your best. Whatever you have with you, the skill and talents, display your best. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Rupam, and wishing you again a very, very happy day onwards, and of course a great week too. Thank you very much for joining us today in this particular session, and I wish everybody again a very, very great day ahead. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are watching, this amazing conversation that I was having with Mr. Rupam Datta, who's the general manager of the Feathers Hotel in Chennai. And he was talking about evolving teaching methods and definitely technology's involvement. I really hope that everybody who's watching this as our audience is able to basically go ahead and take some notes, because this is something which is very encouraging. And all of you would be able to find a lot of resolution through these particular methods in life. So before we move ahead and of course come back with another new session with a great person again, why don't we go ahead and take a small commercial break and come back.
We are hospitality.
We will rise.
We will not fall.
We will stand tall. We will answer the call.
We will bounce back.
There'll be days when things seem bad.
Life may seem unfair.
Keep your cool, do not get mad. Breathe and don't despair.
Just say, I'll bounce back.
Bounce, 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 bouncing back. Oh.
We are hospitality.
We unite the world.
All right, welcome back. And I really hope that all of you have had a very nice break. And I am so happy to have with me this morning, of course, none other than Mr. Rupam Datta. How are you, Rupam? A very good afternoon from the Global Studio.
Yes, muted.
Rupam, I think you're muted. You would need to unmute yourself.
That's a wonderful feeling, Sanchari. Beautiful. I can see all the excitement happening there.
Absolutely, Rupam. Today happens to be the 5th day of the Young Chef Olympiad.
Wow.
As you know, already we have had, the first round that was over, between the 50 countries. And yesterday we have had the second round. In fact, that happened to be the plate trophy finals, the top 10 finals, wherein 5 countries of the top 10 countries had participated. And also we had the grand top finals, out of which 10 countries in that 5 countries had participated. Today, in fact, the rest of the countries in both the plate trophy as well as the grand top finals are going to be participating. 5:30 is the competition time, Rupam.
Wow.
And then tomorrow happens to be, the moment, the grand finals, of course, announcements, and of course, the closing ceremony. So we are looking forward to a great, you can say, conclusion, a very, very eventful conclusion to YCO 2021.
No doubt about it.
Rupam, you have been, a rock in our lives. You have been always a great support system. In fact, I need to tell everybody, the wonderful audience that we have, ladies and gentlemen, Rupam happens to be again, we are very privileged to have him as our alumni of the Mother, Institute, IIHM. And he has been since then, through his entire successful journey, always a part as a great alumni and has been supportive of everything that happens with IIHM. So Rupam, we are so happy to have you. And you have seen YCO throughout the years, the last 6 years, and this happens to be the 7th edition, grow from very many, very small of 15 countries together. And today we are standing more than 50 countries. And in fact, in this pandemic, we went ahead and had the virtual YCO, which was almost impossible to many, even when they heard about it. So I would like to know about you, what you basically, did you think about it? What were you expecting out of the YCO this time? And of course, your observations of the competition so far.
Sanchari, thank you so much. I will be honest with you when you asked me that what was your expectation. I did not think if the YCO will be there in this year or not. I did not think at all. And probably, I take it, this is where IIHM comes and the breed that Dr. Bose has done and what he brings today. I think everything, he has that, dare to do. Yes, so I think this is a display of that. You just can't, what a confidence building method he's taken, bounce back release, getting everybody together, getting the momentum built, and then today the virtual YCO is taking place. No one can think of doing such thing without Dr. Bose, and along with him, the entire core team of IIHM, the work that you have been doing for the last 2 months to organize these is mind-blowing. I mean, this is something that all of us should take, I mean, of course, we as an industry leaders, we try taking all of this from Dr. Bose and all of you at every center, the involvement that you have, the detailing that you've done, a lot of things to be, a lot of dots to be joined together on such kind of unbelievable. I never thought the YCO will take place virtually at this magnitude. I never thought of it. So mind-blowing. I mean, I'm just like, blown out of whatever I never thought of, and what level you are doing it in. Amazing. This is a very, very big confidence boosting show for the entire industry, not just the educational field, for the entire hotel industry and the hospitality industry, that such a big Olympiad can take place, whatever crisis we are in, whatever could be the crisis. Unbelievable. So kudos to all of you. Kudos to everyone.
Lovely, Rupam. In fact, while we were talking about it, Rupam, yesterday, it was a very, very busy day, because together there was no competition yesterday, because the competition happened, a day before. And yesterday, in fact, there was this event called as United World of Young Chefs. Literally until last year, we in fact had under one roof, like say a hotel property hosted this, and all the countries were basically cooking their national dish, coming together. This time, since they were all in their own home nations, they had all cooked from their own home nations, from their own kitchens, and it was a beautiful display. So we had close to 50 countries who participated into this particular event, and it was wonderful. It was so much of joy, exchange of culture, language, happiness, friendship. And I think that exactly builds up what IIHM and definitely YCO looks for, and that is to bring the world together, connecting the world together. And that's what we have all brought together, just like you said, bouncing back hospitality. That's exactly what, we are deriving to do, Rupa.
Beautiful. I'm so delighted to hear about it. That everyone is from their home country and at their own place and their own kitchen. I think there is a lot of emotion to it, a lot of emotion involved in this. Beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much for continuously being a great support to each one of us. Everybody is, gets so inspired. All students get so inspired, and I think it's very, very, a great effort also, because all the audience, in the audience we have a lot of kind of genre. There are children, there are young children, there are older children, graduates, or housewives, even older women, men and women, who is in fact watching this worldwide across, you can say, internet, and they're all able to hear you. There's a lot of inspiration being drawn. For that, thank you very, very much for supporting YCO and IIHM forever, Rupam.
Best wishes always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rupam, and have a great day ahead. Keep supporting and have a brilliant day.
We will. Thank you.
See you, Rupam. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to Mr. Rupam Datta. And now we're going to be getting into another expert session. And that again happens to be somebody who is very, very close to me. Very, very fortunate to have her support with us all the time. That happens to be Mrs. Anupama Ramchandra, who is the founder principal of DPS Electronic City, Bangalore. And she would be talking on the topic, leveraging technology to deliver inclusive technology. Speaking to her is, of course, my very dear colleague, Ms. Parvati from Bangalore, who will be tuning into the next station.
Thank you, Sanchari. It is definitely a brilliant conversation on leveraging technology to deliver inclusive technology. It is a conversation between Purna Sharma, Head of Department Training and Placement of IIHM Bangalore, and Mrs. Anupama Ramachandra, as Sanchari said, who is the founder principal DPS Electronic City, Bengaluru. AV, please.
Hello and greetings of the day to all our viewers from across the globe. My name is Purnima and we are amidst the most exciting event of this year, the biggest culinary competition, Young Chef Olympiad 2021, with over 40 countries participating and with a lot of zeal and courage moving forward together. The excitement is building and there is a lot of enthusiasm in the air. So while the budding chefs are at work, let's take a break and welcome our beautiful guest, Mrs. Anupama Ramachandra, founder principal of Delhi Public School, Electronic City, Bangalore. With over 2 decades of experience in teaching at various levels, ranging from kindergarten to senior secondary level, Mrs. Anupama Ramachandra is a postgraduate, both in English literature and education. She has always been a passionate teacher of English and an educational administrator, a University of Cambridge certified oral examiner for international English assessments. She is a proud recipient of the Nehru Fulbright Awards, following which she taught in the US for a semester as a cultural ambassador. She has also contributed education-based articles to several publications. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We are so honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much, Purnima, for that beautiful introduction that you gave, and also to spend the afternoon with you discussing something that I'm very, very passionate about. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, ma'am. It's our honor. So since we are discussing about education and you're an expert, I would like to first introduce to the viewers the topic. It is very well known that evolution only happens by learning new skills, developing these skills and qualities, and then embodying them. In the last 1 year, technology has been leveraged to deliver inclusive education. So what are your thoughts on this, ma'am?
Yeah, so thank you for that wonderful question, Purnima. So we all know that from times immemorial, education is nothing but catering to the needs of the student. So we have always had to adapt, especially the teachers had to create classrooms that would provide what the students needed. So way back then, students needed everything from the teacher. They wanted to get knowledge, the skill sets, the habits, the discipline, the values, everything had to be imparted by the teacher. But over the passage of time, we have seen how education has evolved. And today, what we are going through, with everything happening online, we have come to realize that the teacher has several roles to play, and the learning styles also are of different styles. So depending upon the kind of students we are catering to, the kind of situation we are in, even the location geographically also where we are situated, we need to very carefully curate the kind of learning teaching experience we create for children. And depending on the kind of students we have, or sometimes even the subject also, or for example, we have to take into consideration the age group that we are handling, and we have to sometimes adopt the facilitator style of teaching learning. Sometimes it also has to be the demonstrator where you have to show how things have to be done. Sometimes you also have to be the delegator where you're delegating the learning task to the children where there is some kind of self-paced learning that is happening. Or sometimes we should also think of another style also, depending. Sometimes you have to be authoritarian also, where you are in complete control, that I say and you listen. Sometimes it works well too if the students are coming from an extremely disadvantaged group also. So what I would like to say is that today we have evolved into an age and era where you have to adopt the hybrid style. So what is this hybrid style? This is nothing but a beautiful amalgamation of all the styles that I spoke about, sometimes being a facilitator, a delegator, a demonstrator, sometimes being an authoritarian. So you should have a nice, mix. I'm sure you would understand it very well coming from the hotel industry where you have all the ingredients. You should just know what amount of ingredient has to go at what stage, so that you're able to create a beautiful dish. So right now we are at the threshold of adopting a hybrid style where all the educators should know what they have to be depending on the kind of time we are going through. So it is the hybrid style that we're going to be discussing today onwards.
Absolutely, ma'am. I think that was a beautiful way of explaining to us, to all of us, as to how things are evolving. And with evolution, I think all of us are adapting to the newest trends as well. They say it's the teacher who brings life to a concept or numbs it. So the role of the teacher has evolved, and they used to just stand in front of a classroom and transfer knowledge. That doesn't happen anymore. Teachers, like you said very well, that they are facilitators, assessors, coordinators, planners, managers, and much more than that now. With the role of, with technology, the use of technology as a major tool now, how is the role of a teacher also evolving? Like we said, that they are assessing and coordinating as well. What are the other qualities that a teacher would be required to?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the teacher, whether it is now or 100 years ago, the teacher always had to be in control.
Absolutely.
Right. So the question is, control of what? Did she have to control the students? Did she have to control the resources? Did she have to control the pace at which the learning was happening? Or did she have to control the kind of experience that she had to create for the children? So the teacher, even today, has to be in control, but not in control of the students, but in control of the teaching learning process. So when I say that, it sounds very simple, but it's not as simple as I say it. The role of the teacher has become very complex now. And the teacher has always been the owner of the pedagogy that happens in the class. So when I say pedagogy, I just do not mean the curriculum that she plans. The teacher has to be well acquainted with what she is teaching, how she would like to create her learning space, the content. She has to be in complete control of the content, and most importantly, the methods that she's going to use to teach what she wants to teach. And now professional development is not something that happens once in a month or once in a year.
Right.
It should become a habit for the teacher, because she has to keep updating herself with all the recent developments with technology. And the teacher's reach has become unlimited now. Earlier, it was only that till the child was in the school, she was responsible for the child. But now the teacher's reach is unlimited. Even at home, she is able to access the child, bring about a change in the way the child is doing work, or establishing work habits. So right now the teacher has to create, she has to edit, she has to manage the digital content, and most importantly, she has to be so smart that she should know how to use the social media to organize or to showcase her students' work. She has to know how to share web content with her children, and she has to know how to talk to her students about plagiarism tools, to tell them that intellectual property is not up for grabs. You cannot just take somebody's work and just publish it as your own. She has to teach children about user-friendly online tools. She should be very creative with assessment, where she has to use a lot of technology like a Padlet and Quizlet and things like that. And most importantly, teachers should stay organized. With this extent of how technology has invaded every space, including education, the most important aspect that the teacher should focus on is to stay updated, to stay organized, and also to connect, network, share ideas online. Because if we are smart enough, we need not reinvent the wheel. What we want to do may have been already done somewhere across the globe. You just have to explore the internet, get information and share it, and use your time wisely to do something else. And another important thing is, earlier the teacher's role was to ensure the safety of the child on the school campus, but now the teacher's role is also to ensure the child's safety online also. So we have to create that secure online interactions for the child, so that he or she knows that what is safe and what is not safe, because digital footprints can leave a very, very deep scar on the life of the child. So we need to be very organized, very conscious, very meticulous to be a teacher today. And if you're not evolving with the times, teachers are going to perish, and so is the career also. So, we really have to be smart to be a teacher now. Earlier, they said that if you can't do anything, you become a teacher. Now it is not so. I think the smartest brains have to become teachers today.
Absolutely. I think, ma'am, whatever you said today, there's so much to take back home. All our viewers who are watching us right now, this is a very beautifully put concept about teachers. Learning, I think, like you said, is a continuous process. Whether we are students or teachers, we never stop learning. Moving on, ma'am, with technology bringing an evolution in education, how important is the involvement of parents?
Okay, so that is again, a wonderful question, because parents, they are the most important link. I would say not just an important, but they are the most critical link between the child and the school, right? If a child has to get maximum out of a school, it is the parents who are going to be instrumental in this happening. So why do I say this? It is because the parents are the first teachers of any child. So when the child enters the school, maybe at the age of 3, there are already certain habits that have been established in the child. There have already been certain values that have been established in the child. The school can only build on that. There is a misconception that you put a child into a good school, everything magical is going to happen. I don't completely agree with that, because there is no miracles that the school can do what the parents have not already thought about. So it is very, very important for us to know as parents that whatever the child is going to continue in the school, the foundation should have been laid at home. So having said that, I would always implore parents. Many parents come to us and ask, "Ma'am, what do you expect from us as parents? Is there anything that the school expects?" So I tell them that it's not the school that is expecting anything from you, but it's the world that is expecting these things from you. Because if you are not sending a child who's ready to absorb what we are giving at school, no matter which university or which school you put your child in, nothing is going to happen with the child. So, the parents' responsibility, especially now, since the learning process has extended to their home because it's happening online, the parents have to take the responsibility of creating a loving and a conducive environment for academics to happen at home. So they cannot say that at 9 o'clock, the child is on his own till 3. It is not like that. Whatever is happening at home, the child is absorbing everything unconsciously. So the parents have to not only establish expectations, both behavioral and academic for the child, they should ensure that this is very, very well put into the child, so strong that the school also cannot change what they put into the child. So they have to instill the importance of schools and educators. Many times we keep complaining that children don't respect teachers. This is partly because at home also probably parents are saying that what great has your teacher done, what great has your school done. So it's very important for the parents to build this, this respect for the school, respect for the educators, and they have to reinforce whatever the school is teaching them. We may teach them a lot of things, but if these habits, these values, these academic concepts are not reinforced at home, it's not going to get the maximum impact. So they have to reinforce whatever rules we have taught to the child, and they have to also help the child demonstrate this in public. And most importantly, they need to support, they need to cooperate with the school, they need to participate in the school activities. Whatever is happening, they have to respond. We send a lot of invitations to parents. Many times we see that the response is very, very poor, and they say that we did not even see the SMS that came from school. So the loss is not to the school or to the parents, the loss is to the child, because they are not creating memories for the child to cherish. So the school and the parents have to be in perfect tandem. They have to be in, such good understanding terms that the partnership should be so strong that the child will not even think of cheating between the school and home. Many times there is a crack between the school and the home, and it is in this crack that the child slips. So the relationship between parents and the school should be so strong that the child will be able to glide very smoothly between the home and the school on a daily basis. And this way the child grows up to be a stronger person with beautiful values. And whatever the school does brings out the expected results also. So I would say that the parents are a part of this inner core circle, which creates security for the child, physically, emotionally, socially. So the role of the parent is as critical as of the school.
Absolutely, ma'am. I am in complete agreement with you. I think both are pillars very important for a child's development, both the teachers and parents. And I'm glad we're having this conversation here because I'm sure the viewers are students as well as parents. I think it's a brilliant opportunity to parents to hear this from the education expert herself and understand that their participation and involvement is a brilliant opportunity to bond also with the child. So, ma'am, moving forward, what message would you like to give to our student and all our viewers from across the globe who's watching us today?
Yeah, so my message can go on for days because it is beautiful. But firstly, I would like to take a minute, Purnima, to talk about what IIHM is doing. This for me, the efforts of IIHM is always praiseworthy. One is, of course, our school has been associated with the activities of IIHM on multiple platforms and occasions. But what I see IIHM is that, generally parents do not focus on interests of students. And they always think, especially when we talk about, let's say, hotel management, they always think that it's only about either cooking or it's about, the front office and things like that. But I'm so happy that IIHM is putting in a lot of effort to make parents know that hotel management or food industry is so much more than that. And there are so many openings for children depending on their interests. And it is our duty as educators also to extend whatever awareness you are creating. It is our duty as educators to spread it amongst our students and parents who are stakeholders of this organization. And we need to let them know that there are so many career options that you don't even think about. And probably your child will do well there because I have seen so many children who are so passionate about food, about eating, about health. And they tell me so many things which even I don't know about, because we run a hobby club at school also, cooking hobby club. So it is a beautiful thing. So my message to whoever is a part of YCO and all the participants here and the viewers also is that, they keep saying the world is your oyster. You just can go and make your mark. Today is the day that this is a reality, and earlier when we used to say that I want to dance or I want to become a photographer, they would say, what will you do for a living? So today is a day where you can make a living out of whatever you're passionate about. But remember that you have to excel in whatever you do. So whether you want to dance, whether you want to cook, whether you want to photograph, whether you want to talk to people, whether you want to listen to people, you can do what you want and you can make it a career. So the time couldn't have been better for you to pursue your passion and make it into a career, because there is a vast difference between a job and a career. So I would want everyone who's listening today to opt for a career and not for a job, because a job is for a living and a career is for life. So I would want everyone who's listening today to pursue a career and get happiness out of what you do, because at the end of the day, you will feel fulfilled only if you're happy with what you're doing.
On behalf of the entire IIHM family, ma'am, thank you so much. You have been a very important stakeholder in the hotel industry. I think because you are the founder principal of Delhi Public School Electronic City, and with your contribution, I think the students who are viewing us right now, the parents who are viewing us right now, and the YCO participants have a lot to take back home this today. And once again, I would like to wish all the best to all the participants from my end and Anupama ma'am's end also. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking time out with us today. And with that, we are signing off and moving forward together.
Thank you so much, Purnima, for this wonderful interaction. And from my side too, all my blessings and best wishes to the participants of the Young Chef Olympiad.
Wasn't that, like I said, a brilliant conversation? Ms. Ramachandra, in her conversation, has given us clarity on the evolution of education, the learning, teaching, hybrid environment that we have to create as educators by putting all the ingredients together to create a beautiful world. She has very well defined the role of teachers, students, and parents. Each one of them have to hold to build the overall personality of a student. The degree of progress of a student depends on how well the foundation has been laid at home. The values, ethics imbibed at home evolves in the college. And she gave this important message that it is not enough to choose the best college or university, but it's important for the parents to bond strongly with the social, school, and the student. The message should stay strong in all the students. That is, opt for a career, not for a job, is what ma'am gave the message, saying that jobs are for money and career is for life. And note that ECPT, an initiative from IIHM in collaboration with IBM, gives the opportunity to not only build a career, but to choose the best career, which would help you in identifying your passion and making a career out of it rather than find a job.
Okay, so guys, we are back again with another session, and this is going to be a very, very interesting one. And this would be a session by Ms. Aradhana Lal, who's the VP of Lemon Tree Hotels, Hyderabad. And Rupinder, what do you think the session is going to be on?
Well, something which is extremely important over the last 1 year. It's something which anybody in hospitality would be talking about. It's about sustainability versus survival. Over the last 1 year, a lot of businesses have closed down, and people have lost jobs, etc. So to come out of the pandemic and post the unlock, how do we go about surviving and then thriving? This is what the session is going to be all about. So I'm really looking forward to this session.
Me too. So let's go to the studio where, of course, Ms. Parvati is waiting all the way from Bangalore with Ms. Aradhana Lal, who will be talking on the same topic. Let's go and see.
Our dearest students who are watching this session from Pan India, and parents and ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this another interesting IIHM expert talk show. Myself, Ernest Emmanuel, the campus director of IIHM Hyderabad, and as we are doing many sessions with the great personalities and great leaders, today we have with us another great personality and interesting personality with us. So today, before we go into the session, I would like to introduce the speaker, the guest of the show, Ms. Aradhana Lal. She is the Vice President for Brand, Communications and Sustainability for Lemon Tree Hotels Pan India. And talking about Ma'am Lal, and she completed her MBA in IIM Ahmedabad, and then she had worked more than 15-20 years in hospitality industry, and it's very massive experience what she's holding now. And she worked in Taj Properties as a deputy sales manager, and she worked in Hindustan Network as a sales operation manager, and she joined Lemon Tree Hotels approximately, I think, if I'm not wrong, more than 9 years, and she's been part of the brand Lemon Tree Hotels, and she held up with various positions. Now she's the Vice President for Brand, Communications and Sustainability. So today she's here to talk on the sustainability topic, and I'm sure she's the right person to talk about the sustainability. On behalf of the entire IIHM fraternity, it's my immense pleasure, I welcome Ms. Aradhana Lal for this IIHM Career Studio for interacting and talking to our students. Ma'am, warm welcome to IIHM Expert Show, and it is a great honor and pleasure having you in the same platform for this session. And thank you so much for confirming. Few words before we start, ma'am, to our students.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I think it's a very interesting forum for me to be at.
I'm normally at forums which are around the development sector, which have to do with sustainability or have to do with inclusion. Now, this is a different forum. It's a hotel operations and a pure hotel forum. And that too, we're talking about chefs, which is one of the most integral parts of the hotel business. And ask us at Lemon Tree, we have learned and understood how important our F&B outlets are and how important the work that our chefs are doing are to the customers. Even if it's a simple homemade meal or it's a fancy meal, it doesn't matter. The guest is always looking for something that's authentic and that tastes nice. And I think that's what chefs do. And given that this is a young chef Olympiad, I think we're looking at the future. We're looking at our teams of tomorrow. And that's very interesting for us. What I'm going to do is I have a short presentation I want to share and talk about the basics of sustainability. I think I'll take maybe about 20 minutes, maybe a little less. And then there's a 5-minute video which I've already shared with you, which you could please put onto this session at that time. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a few seconds.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Tell me when you can see this presentation. I'm just putting it on slideshow.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the presentation.
It's visible? Okay, great. So I'm going to speak a little bit about sustainability, which is the environmental side of practices that are undertaken by hotel companies, and then about inclusion and diversity. That's a very large piece of work that gets done at Lemon Tree. It's also happening at many other hotel companies today, and we are very happy when we see it grow. So let's talk about sustainability first. Just a brief overview. There are a few technical words here, but don't worry about it. Just understand the concept of it. So there are some basic definitions. The first thing is, what is sustainability all about? The definition is around ESG, which is environmental practices, social practices, and corporate governance practices. So when any company runs itself, leave alone a hotel company, any company in the world, ideally, it should base itself on sound and robust ESG practices. And these are basically the 3 pillars where any stakeholder can measure you. So whether it's the share market looking at your company, whether it's a future potential employee, whether it's the government looking at your company, or maybe the development sector, anybody might be viewing your company to understand what it's all about. Of course, the financial markets will look at you. So these are the 3 measures. So it's not about measuring profit alone. It is now about these 3 factors or these 3 pillars. There are some global frameworks. We don't have to know all these details. I've just put it there for the purpose of understanding, but I'll just tell you what they stand for. So GRESB is a survey. It's not a reporting system. It's a survey. It's called Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark. And just for your knowledge, Lemon Tree has been participating in this survey for about 5 years now, 6 years. So they look at how your management is being run for the company overall from this lens of environment, social, and corporate governance. So they look at how the management is being run, what is your performance, and what are your development projects. There are 3 broad components. Then the most popular for a reporting framework is something called GRI, which is Global Reporting Initiative, and this is used across the world. In this, they have these different series, 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, 400 series. These are standards. So under each standard or each broad theme, any company, it's not only a hotel company, any company can report what is the work they're doing in the ESG area. So the 100 series is universal standards, which means about your management approach and so on. 200 series is your economic performance standards, which means your market presence, how your company is performing and so on. Then 300 series is environmental. Environmental relates to how much energy you use, how much of renewable energy you use. And that's some work that Lemon Tree does a lot of. How do you recycle your water and reuse it? And how do you manage your waste? Wherever possible, recycle or upcycle the waste. And otherwise, how do you dispose of it? These are the questions that get asked under this 300 series. The 400 series is about social performance. This has to do with the human side of the business. So it could be employment, it could be training, diversity, human rights, health and safety, all of that. There is another standard for reporting called SASB, Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. It's quite similar to GRI, but here the main standards are in 5 areas: energy, water, ecological, labor practices, and climate change. So you will see that there is similarity in all these standards. I'm just touching upon it so you have an idea that this is how things get reported and studied globally. the key focus areas that Lemon Tree is looking at, just so you know, as a hotel company, what are we focusing on? So the first is we're going to make our first sustainability report for this financial year. It will be made after April, of course, but it will be made for this financial year, and we'll base it on GRI, SASP, and GRESB. Then under the universal standard, which has more to do with management and corporate governance, there are 3-4 important things we're going to do going forward. So one is we'll have third-party review of our sustainability report and any other public disclosure we make. There's going to be a background check of senior leadership and finance team members. It already happens when the person joins, but there's going to be an ongoing check, which means there'll be a self-declaration form every year, and every few years, an external check will be done. The board will be refreshed and right-sized as required by the government and by the SEBI. Then the board priorities are going to be tracked by something called the nomination and the audit committee. Plus, there'll be an external rotation of external auditors. This will happen regularly. These are all topics related to governance, corporate governance. In the second series, which is 200 series, we'll look at economic performance. So we want to change or bring in something new, which is the procurement policy that is based on ESG factors. Now, this would impact chefs in the future as well, because procurement is about how you buy supplies for your company, right? Equipment, supplies, hardcore engineering items, all kinds of things you have to buy. So every company has a procurement policy, so do we, but we want to strengthen ours with respect to environment, social, and governance. So we're going to do some benchmarking and some surveys, and then we're going to set it up. And what happens in this policy is, it's not only about your company, you have to extend it to your partners. So there's a human aspect that will come on the next slide, I'll tell you. Then coming to environmental, the 300 series, one of the very big focus areas for us is renewable energy. So we currently have 5% of our total energy is renewable, which means it is either solar or it is based on windmill energy, things like that. We have already undertaken a few contracts that are getting implemented in the next few months, and we will move from this 5% to 30%. This means we become a very environmentally friendly company. We are targeting 50% in the future. We don't know in which year. We're just working towards it. The next area Lemon Tree is focusing on is the greenhouse gas emissions, which we are currently using a tool online to calculate it. But the main focus here is what activities can we undertake as a hotel company with respect to energy, water, waste, all these things, so that our greenhouse emissions come down. Greenhouse emissions is not a good thing to have, so you should bring it down, basically. So we're working on that. We are working on a very comprehensive waste management policy, and there's a study going on right now. Once again, this impacts chefs, because it's about how you manage your waste, whether it comes out of the kitchen, whether it comes out of the guest rooms, whether it is some kind of affluent. Many things take place in the kitchen which generate waste. So this will be an item that will impact chefs in the future. Then there's some work going on green building certification. We already do so. Many of our buildings, about 5 or 6, are already certified as green buildings by the Indian Green Building Council. But we are developing a cost-benefit analysis with the consultant to see that the older buildings of ours, which we had not certified, is it easy to do so, or do we have to do some retrofitting? So there's a team working on this right now. And then there's a new piece of work which we haven't done till now. It's called EMS, Environmental Management System. To put it in simple language, it's a software. You buy that software, you implement it across all your hotels, and then the engineering and the projects team and the sustainability team can manage and observe how is each hotel performing in the area of renewable energy, water, waste, and other safety measures. Coming to the social standards, I mentioned there's a human side to that procurement policy we're working on, which means how does the third-party supplier, how does he treat his employees, what sort of labor practices does he have, those things will also matter. In this day and age, taking care of our data, we have a very large loyalty program with a huge customer base, and of course we have other guests who keep booking with us regularly. So managing their data and maintaining their privacy and the safety of their data is a very important initiative to undertake. We do have a policy, we're redefining it, making it much stronger. Just for your knowledge, there is a data privacy bill that has been put forward to the government by the ministry, of course. And this will become an act in the near future. We don't know how soon. So it will become a legal binding issue for us, for all companies, not only a hotel company. and we're going to benchmark our peers and do some work. In the social area, we do a lot of work already, which has to do with diversity and inclusion. I'll be sharing that in a moment. So now that was the very brief overview about the environmental and the governance side of things. Now we're coming to the social side, which is what Lemon Tree is pretty well known for. Maybe some of your students already have heard about the fact that we hire people with disability and we hire people from economically and socially marginalized backgrounds. So many people ask us, why does Lemon Tree believe in inclusion? So let me answer that question first. We actually believe there is a business case. So look at it from an employee lens. We are addressing a bigger talent pool. Normally we go to all the hotel schools like yours and we recruit team members. Also, sometimes if we are looking for a person with experience, we might find somebody available in the market who's worked in another hotel company. So they are typical hoteliers basically. But we can also look beyond this if we want to, and that's what we did about 13 years ago when we started the inclusion work. We started looking at candidates who were deaf, who had a physical handicap, who had low vision, different kinds of disability. And suddenly we were looking at a much wider talent pool than what any hotel company looks at. Another interesting outcome is creativity. Within the team, if there are people who negotiate their whole life, they are always trying to live and carry out their day, given the disability they have. So suppose a person is deaf, suppose a person has an intellectual disability, suppose a person is autistic. Whenever they are engaging with anybody outside their homes or even inside their homes, they have to keep in mind this disability and they develop other faculties very, very well. So example, a deaf person's ability to observe is very, very high. And they can sense things and see things which a hearing person cannot, like I cannot, for instance. So we find that this skill that gets developed for other faculties other than the one where that person has disability makes them much more creative. And many times they help us find solutions to operational issues which we might not have thought of without that person, who had that special skill. The third very important idea, and this would be very important for the HR teams, though I know I'm addressing a group of chefs, but eventually this is important for the company. It's called employee engagement. This means that the people enjoy coming to work and they look forward to coming to work and they want to come to work. It's a tough thing for any company to do, Only salary is not enough. There are other things you need in the company that makes you enjoy your work. So when we've done some surveys, we were part of Great Place to Work. It's a survey that gets done around the country, around the world. And we've been part of the top 100 for many years. Around 2 years back, we were number 4 in India and number 12 in Asia, which really made us proud. And one of the reasons was the inclusion work we do, plus many, many other HR practices. So in that, there was a survey where people were asked who had worked in Lemon Tree for more than 3 years. They were asked, why do you keep working in Lemon Tree? Now, you all are trained to be hoteliers. You know that people move between companies very quickly. You are aware of it. So when someone works for more than 3 years, it's interesting to know why did they do so? So they gave 2 answers. One is in Lemon Tree, I get very quick growth. And the second answer is I feel very satisfied. I feel very proud, which is this point under employee engagement, and to be in this company because it is an inclusive company. There are people with different abilities. I teach them things and they teach me things also, which is really fabulous. And I must tell you that the F&B team has a lot of people with disability in the team, in food and beverage service and in food and beverage production, especially in stewarding. So the chefs in our company engage with people with disability a lot. It's part of their job actually. And if any of you come and join Lemon Tree, you'll also experience it. The last aspect from an employee lens is about attrition. Attrition means people who are leaving the job, basically. So here, if the company's overall attrition is, say, approximately 50%, we find that employees with disability are half, which means around 25 to 30%. Now, this is again very good from an HR perspective, even from operations perspective. If your team members are going to stay longer and not keep leaving very fast, then you have a good, well-trained team working with you, isn't it? So that was the employee lens. The other is the customer lens, or what we call brand benefits. Now here what happens, if there is a new guest who has never stayed in Lemon Tree before, but has heard about the inclusion work and says, let me try it. I have heard so much about this place. Let me go and try. That is considered to be a competitive advantage. That guest could have stayed at any other hotel company in the country, but he chose to stay at Lemon Tree because he felt, I want to see how do they employ people with disability. Once he stays with us, if we give him good service, which is our job to do actually, then he feels that this is a good place and he wants to return. That is called consumer loyalty. Some of them even go and share feedback with their colleagues, their family members, their friends. They might go and write on TripAdvisor. We are all aware of TripAdvisor. It's a blog which is meant for people to share about their experiences at hotels and restaurants. So they start recommending us. So imagine an initiative which is done for a different purpose, for an HR purpose, is also impacting the guests. So it becomes a good impact from the brand perspective. The third lens is nation building. If any company you join wants to contribute to the nation, then this is a good piece of work to do, because if in society there are people with disability, then why not in our company? If we can manage to give opportunity to someone who doesn't get opportunity or has a lesser chance to get a job and then live with dignity, live with independence and self-reliance, why not? So these are the key reasons, or what we call the business sense of doing inclusion. Those of you who may not be aware of Lemon Tree, it's India's fastest growing chain of upscale, mid-scale and economy hotels. If you see the bottom of the slide, there are 7 brands showing there. Aurika is our upscale brand. There is only one hotel right now in Udaipur. It's a resort. Then there's Lemon Tree Premier, which is a upper mid-scale, or you can say close to 4-star brand. Then there's the mother brand, which is called Lemon Tree Hotels, which is mid-scale. Red Fox is economy or budget. 2 years back, we acquired the Keys Hotels brand. So we have Keys Prima, Keys Select, and Keys Light, also in the upper mid-scale, and economy segments. Today, we have 84 hotels. We are happy to tell you, even in the lockdown, we have been able to open more than 5 or 6 hotels. They are all managed hotels, and there were projects that were already underway. In fact, day before yesterday, one day before Republic Day, we opened a hotel in Aligarh. So we're very happy to report that. So today we are 84 hotels. We are in 51 cities. We have 8,300 rooms and about 8,000 employees. We are really the 3rd largest hotel chain in India if you look at only owned rooms. If you look at owned and managed, we might be the 4th or the 5th largest. Now coming to inclusion, this started in 2007. So before 2007, we had 0 employees with disability. Where we stand today, there are about 450 employees with disability, which we call EWD in short form. And there's another segment we pursue, which is economically and socially marginalized. I will just share with you examples of this segment. We have about 350 of them. So as a company, 16% of our employees are opportunity disabled Indians or opportunity deprived Indians, in short form ODI. This is not the ODI of cricket, which we all love. This is the ODI that we have named. By 2025, or maybe a year later now, because of this whole pandemic, our entire industry has got shaken up. So maybe 2026 possibly, we want to take our ODI percentage from 16 to about 40 to 45%. It's a very aggressive target, but we hope to get there, and there's a lot of work going on for it. Now, what kind of disabilities are we hiring? Just for you to understand. One is called SHI, speech and hearing impaired, and they are also known as deaf. They like to be called deaf. It's a sense of pride. The word is not deaf and dumb. I'd like to clarify to you. The word is only deaf. That's all you have to say. The second category is OH, or orthopedically or physically handicapped. This could be a person on a wheelchair. This could be a person who has a problem with one arm maybe, or has a problem with their back or one leg, partial, what we call partial handicap, or a person who has to use a wheelchair, which is a complete handicap. Then we've started hiring acid survivors. These are people who've been victims of an acid attack, but they have survived, of course. This impacts their vision, it can impact their speech, it impacts them physically because the acid gets thrown on their face and upper body, and that's how they get impacted. Then we started work with intellectual disability. These are the different disabilities under that. They're called Down syndrome. I'll show you some photographs right now. Slow learner, mild MR, MR stands for mental retardation, intellectual and developmental disability. These are the different types that fall under intellectual. Then there is autism. Now, autism is broadly considered to be an intellectual disability, but it's not about the IQ. It is actually to do with social engagement. And you can imagine in a hotel company, you are meeting new guests and new colleagues all the time. So a person who's autistic finds that a bit difficult. And there are ways in which to manage it, and I'll talk about that. And of course, we've looked at visually impaired or blind and those who have low vision. Low vision means you can see some amount, but you can't see 100%. And looking at the segments in economically and socially marginalized, which was, remember I told you, it's the second segment. So here we've hired people who are orphans or abandoned girls. Of course, they're above the age of 18, but they are people who don't have a family, essentially. Then we've got a segment of widows and divorcees, people who need to earn money to maintain themselves and their children. We started some work recently with transgenders. We are still trying to grow this practice. You know, transgenders are very marginalized in our communities. So is disability, actually. But this is another segment that needs support. Then BPL, below poverty line, and those who are educated up to class 9. See, many companies hire people who go up to class 10 and beyond, but up to class 9, it's very hard to find a job. So we hire them and we train them in the appropriate area. There's a model we've developed. I'll share it very briefly. This is something we share with other companies, but I'll just give you an idea of what it is because we're talking about inclusion. So for any company to hire people with disability or to hire people who are economically and socially marginalized on a regular basis, it's not done for charity. It is part of your business model. It is your HR practice. If they follow these 7 steps, it will become much easier for them. The first step is vision and then cascade. Vision should come from the person who leads the company. So in our case, our chairman and managing director, who's also the founder of Lemon Tree, his name is Pathu Keswani, was the person who came up with this idea 13 years ago. And he believes in it very firmly as part of our business model. And therefore, he's able to share that vision with all of us who head our different functions. So it's not just HR or it's not just sustainability who has to believe in it. If it's a hotel company like ours, then the F&B head has to believe in it. Housekeeping head has to believe. Operations head, finance, sales, marketing, or engineering. Every department has to be on board with this idea that we will hire people who have special needs and we'll hire people whose education is not complete to be part of our different teams, because hiring takes place in the hotels. No, it has to be part of one of those departments. The second step is to have a dedicated resource, which is basically someone who focuses on this initiative. The third is to conduct sensitization. Just because the person who heads the company and the leadership team understands what's going on, doesn't mean our 8,000 employees know what's happening, right? So from the beginning and even till now, after 13 years or 14 years, we keep sensitizing our team members, especially new joinees. We must share with them what is our vision on hiring people with disability, why do we do it, and what are these different disabilities. I just named them for you, but you may not know, how do I work with someone who's autistic in my team? How do I work with a deaf person? Someone has to teach you what to do and how to go about it. That gets covered in sensitization. The fourth is job mapping. We don't just bring a person in and say, yeah, we'll find some role for you. We are not vague like that. So we work it out. We say for a person who's deaf, he can be an F&B service associate. He can be a room boy. So we work this out. This work is done by a proper detailed study. It takes several hours. It goes on for a few days, where every task is looked at. So I'll give you an example. A food and beverage executive in the coffee shop, what are the tasks that person has? That person has to pour water. That person has to set the table. That person has to keep the buffet filled regularly, set up the buffet, shut down the buffet. Then when the guest arrives at the coffee shop, they have to welcome them, seat them, offer the menu. These are all the different tasks. So that is mapped versus the disability. And for this, because we are hoteliers, we are not experts in disability. So we take the help of partners. These are people who are working in NGOs, non-government organizations. They understand disability. They are trained to understand deaf. They are trained to understand autistic. They are trained to understand low vision. So they can help us in doing this job mapping and coming to a conclusion that in our hotel company, which roles will be more suitable for which disability. That's what it's all about. The fifth pillar is developing partnership. This means we cannot do this work alone. We must partner with hotel colleges like yours. We must partner with NGOs. We can also partner with the government. We can get some learnings and support from them. And we can also partner with other hotel companies and beyond, not just hotel. They could be restaurant companies, IT companies, retail companies, it doesn't matter. So there is no sense of competition in this matter. There is a sense of sharing and learning. The sixth pillar is to run traineeships. If you're taking on a new disability, rather than making it a company-wide practice instantly, it's better to run a small pilot, run a small traineeship, monitor it, review it, understand any problems and difficulties you face, and make some corrections. The whole focus has to be on how the training is conducted so that that person learns his job easily and can contribute to the team. The seventh and most important pillar is scaling up. That means don't just do little pilots, make it a national practice. I'll give you one or two very small examples of what we have to do in the company to get the company ready for a person with disability. Now take SHI, for instance, which is speech and hearing impaired or deaf. We have this introductory card. If you see this green and white card on the screen, it basically tells a customer who may not know that we have people who are deaf in our company, a new customer. It tells them in a few seconds, the person just shows the card to them, that I am deaf and I cannot speak. If you write down your request, I'll be very happy to serve you. So it makes it very easy. Another thing we did, we changed some of our standard operating procedures. So example, the menu. You must be familiar as chefs that typically in a coffee shop or a hotel, the menu has an item name and it has a description. Normally, menus are not numbered. This happens in a quick service restaurant. It doesn't happen in a hotel restaurant. So we changed that and we numbered our menus so that when the description is also there and the number is also there. Goes to the guest and shows the card and says you can write down your order. The guest is not wasting time and writing tandoori chicken or pasta with mushroom or whatever. They don't have to write the whole description. They just write item 27, item 41. That's all, and it's very easy. Also, the deaf are able to engage very quickly and easily on WhatsApp groups if you write a text, or you can post a video in Indian Sign Language. By the way, at Lemon Tree, everyone has learned Indian Sign Language, including our chairman and all of us. So we know Hindi, we know English, and we know Indian Sign Language. That's how we work. If you look at physical handicap, OH, you have to have accessible back areas. You know, in hotels, many times, the front of the house is very easy for a wheelchair to move around. But the back of the house, sometimes the corridors are narrow, some door is narrow, it becomes difficult. So we have to work on that. The other is we assign roles to a person with physical handicap, which have minimal movement. That means maybe that person's job is to sit at the desk, use a computer, use a telephone, and do all his work. He doesn't have to keep walking around the hotel all the time. That will be very tough for a person who has physical handicap. In the case of Down syndrome and autism, it's some very interesting work we've done. Down syndrome takes place in the coffee shop. So it's relevant for the chefs. It matters to the chefs. We run a traineeship model. See, these folks don't have proper training or education behind them because they're very marginalized. So we first run a traineeship. They come as interns for about 6 months. And if they learn everything well, then we make a job offer. Now, one of the difficulties with the person with Down syndrome is that their bodies are different. Their organs are not as strong as us. They get fatigued or tired much quicker than anybody else who does not have Down syndrome. So we have not assigned them on night shift, and their afternoon shift, instead of the typical time of 3 p.m. to midnight, the afternoon shift is revised and it is 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. The goal is that they will also work 9 hours like everybody else, but we don't want to disturb their sleep because they'll become ill if we disturb their sleep. Secondly, they speak in smaller, shorter sentences. So the standard phrases that we use in the coffee shop, we revise them for these boys and girls so that they can speak easily. I just want to share this last example here, then I'm going to show you some photographs. It's called Me Book. If you look on the right side of the slide, it's got a time slot. It mentions the activity. There's a photograph of that boy or girl doing that activity. The reason is a person with Down syndrome, it's a biological thing. Their memory is not very good. They do tend to forget things. So the Me Book is showing them their schedule for the day. It's a different Me Book for morning shift, different for afternoon shift. And it shows them doing the task. So what happens is if they're forgetting, what am I supposed to do now? They just open the Me Book, see the time slot, and then they're able to understand. Otherwise, imagine all these team members will keep asking the manager every 10 minutes, what should I do? What should I do? It cannot be like that. So it's a tool. It supports the whole inclusion of Down syndrome. Now let's just look at some photographs. Then I'm done with the session. This is a girl who's an acid survivor. She knows how to use a computer. She knows how to use the phone. She speaks very well. So she doesn't have to come face to face with the guest. She's part of our revenue management and distribution team. She handles reservations via email, via phone. She gets onto online systems and does a lot of bookings and stuff. So we've trained her for that, and she's very happy and has been with us for a number of years. These two are autistic boys. Both are part of housekeeping and they are room boys. With autism, if you give them a role that has repetitive actions, they like that a lot because it's predictable. They know what they have to do. They don't have any confusion in their mind. So the first boy is doing dusting, and there's a very specific way in which you dust a frame and all that. The second boy is putting TCM, tea, coffee, milk, and he's setting it up in the room. So you have to count how many tea bags, sugar, napkin, all of that is fixed. So they are able to do it very comfortably. These are the Down syndrome boys. They're in food and beverage service in the coffee shop. So they are in Red Fox, these particular boys. One of them is stacking the juices. Now, if you notice, these juice packs look very similar, but actually one is orange, one is mango, one is apple, and so on. So we train them to recognize the picture of the fruit and then know which shelf you have to keep it on. The other boys are, of course, folding napkins, which is a simple activity. This is our finance team where one person is hard of hearing. If you see, he's got a hearing aid there, the person without spectacles. And now what you have to remember is, while we might take people with lower levels of education in roles where it's not important, but in the case of finance, it is important to have a BCom. So this person is a fully educated person. This is people with physical handicaps. So the person on the left in front of our logo who's handling the photocopier, he is a person who doesn't have a right arm and he's part of the front desk. He does all his work with the left arm. Then on the top right, the person on the wheelchair is also part of front desk. He's assisting a guest to the room. On the bottom right is a person in housekeeping who uses assistance to walk, the walking sticks. And he is part of housekeeping, the supervisory desk. And remember, I told you for physical handicap, we keep the role as stationary as possible. So that's his role. These are all deaf colleagues in food and beverage, in laundry, in housekeeping. Just look at the top left. You can see a chef. He's engaging with the deaf boy in the orange shirt. And the chef is a hearing person, but he's learned sign language and he's communicating everything in sign language. So all of you who are going to be young chefs, as you move out into the working world, whether it's Lemon Tree or other companies, a lot of companies now hire deaf people. So you will also get a chance to learn Indian Sign Language. Just some fun moments. You can see lots of smiles. There are some managers in these photographs also. And this is the whole integrated team. So the managers can be seen. You can see me in the middle. Then there are Down syndrome, autism, deaf, all mixed people. So this is the whole integrated team. So that's the piece I wanted to share. And if we could run the AV, whatever I've told you, it's represented very nicely in the AV in just 5 minutes. If you could please run that, I'll stop sharing the screen. There we are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. A lot of insights, a lot of inputs about the sustainability, about the initiatives Lemon Tree Hotels takes. So huge. There are many things which we never know that. We know that, Lemon Tree offers job for the disability people. Lemon Tree offers, for the different, we have seen because we keep visiting Lemon Tree Hotels. But there's so many things, it's a great initiative to, Lemon Tree Hotels, what I've taken. And huge congratulations to you and Lemon Tree, ma'am.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best and good luck for all the initiatives you've taken and for students, for the society. And I request my IT team to have the video AV, please. A lot of inputs about the sustainability, about the initiatives Lemon Tree Hotels takes. So huge. There are many things which we never know that. We know that, Lemon Tree offers job for the disability people. Lemon Tree offers, for the different, we have seen because we keep visiting Lemon Tree Hotels. But there's so many things, it's a great initiative to, Lemon Tree Hotels, what I've taken. And huge congratulations to you and Lemon Tree, ma'am.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best and good luck for all the initiatives you've taken and for students, for the society. And I request my IT team to have the video AV, please.
छोटा था तो मुझे पता नहीं था कि ऑटिज्म होता क्या है. जैसे जैसे ये बड़ा होता गया मेरी टेंशन बढ़ती गई.
Person with autism has a difficulty in social and communication skills. If we see कि कितना अच्छे से वो डस्टिंग और सारा रूम बनाते हैं, बट वो रूम बनाने के पीछे जो चीज़ें होती हैं वो बहुत सी मेहनत की जाती है उनके साथ. जो भी एक टास्क है उसको SOP को भी बहुत छोटा छोटा ब्रेक करके और उसको सिखाना, एक मैनुअल, डिफरेंट मैनुअल बनाया जाता है.
जो कि नॉर्मल बच्चे नहीं कर पाते, ये इतना कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए कि मम्मा मैं हूँ आपके साथ, मैं करूँगा.
आई थिंक सो कोई भी इतना परफेक्टली काम नहीं कर सकता जितना वो कर रहा है घर में.
आज मैं गर्व फील करती हूँ कि ऐसा बच्चा मुझे मिला है.
A bundle of knowledge we gather today, isn't it? At IIHM, learning never stops. We've never stopped learning, and we've had these continuous webinars since the lockdown, which has really helped us gather knowledge, adapt ourselves to this changing world. This sure was a very inspiring talk about sustainability versus survival by Ms. Aradhana Lal, VP, Lemon Tree Hotels. Up next, we have another industry expert as we continue, who's going to talk to us and inspire us as we continue to be united through our virtual platform, which is hosting the 7th edition of YCO, putting everyone together. With the scale of our competition, IIHM breaks all barriers and puts each one of you on the global map and ensures that the learning initiative never stops. Up next is another industry expert, Mr. Aditya Malla, who would be talking about new initiatives in hospitality. Mr. Malla is the General Manager, Doubletree by Hilton Pune, an alumnus of premier institutions like IMT Ghaziabad and University of Delhi with BA honors in economics. He is a seasoned hotelier with 2.5 decades of luxury hospitality and over a decade in leadership roles. He has worked in diverse culture and assisted in creating it in a conversion environment. Let's brace up to listen to Mr. Aditya Malla. AB, please.
Hello, everyone. So today we have somebody who's very special to us, somebody who's been associated with International Institute of Hotel Management, Pune, and has been a great support for our campus, taking part in a lot of our events like food festivals, competitions that we do. And he's always been a great support and guided a lot of our students. And in fact, some of our students have gone and trained in his hotel, and some of them are working along with him as well. So let me start by introducing you to that gentleman. We have today with us Mr. Aditya Shamsher Malla, who is a well-recognized industry veteran with over 26 years in the luxury and upscale hotel segment, having worked with numerous global brands, including Taj Hotels and Resorts, Oberoi Hotel and Resorts, Marriott International, Starwood Hotels and Resorts, and Shangri-La International. So Mr. Malla has accumulated a wealth of experience in hospitality. So I welcome you, Mr. Malla, to this talk. And, it's lovely to, always interact with you whenever I've visited you. It's always been, fun-filled interaction. We share a lot of jokes. We share a lot of experiences. So welcome to this.
Yeah, I also get the rich gift of feedback from you for the various the goodies that my team turns out. So thank you for that.
Right. So we'll start off by talking about your journey from a student to the position that you hold today as a general manager of a premier hotel in Pune, Chinchwad. Would you like to start off by talking about that?
Yes. So I'll kind of create a little bit more mystery around the journey by saying that I am not a qualified hotel management graduate. I am a hotelier. True, I've been a passionate hotelier for, as Rupinder mentioned, for over 26 years now, and this is the only thing that I know. I don't see myself doing anything else. But back in school, I was aspiring to be an army officer, following the footsteps of my father. We schooled across the country. I'm a product of 11 schools, and it would have been 12 if I had done class 5. Fortunately for me, I got a jump over to 6th straight away from 4th. I don't know whether it was because of my performance or maybe the class teacher in class 5 did not want me in the class. I'm not too sure about that. But yes, so it's been, and I ended up passing out of school from a quaint little town called actually Guwahati metropolis, but a very quaint corner there called Malegaon. And my father was at that point posted in Assam. He was fighting the internal insurgency, and I was staying alone and going through my final year of school in this place called Malegaon. It was a Kendriya Vidyalaya run school, and I fortunately topped Eastern region. And, we didn't really know what to make of that, because I had been a fairly average student. I always said that, I've been average or above average. I've never been outstanding. But, these results suddenly showed an outstanding, performance. And, I had to kind of assess what I wanted to do with those brilliant marks that I had in class 12. I took up a coveted course in Delhi University at the time called Economics Honors. It was the BA Honors in Economics, and one of the most coveted courses in Delhi University in the 90s. I think it still is. So, while going through the graduation process, it was a very interesting period of my life also because Dr. Manmohan Singh was our finance minister, and our economy was going through a huge change. The whole economy was opening up. The rupee was getting into full convertibility. There was foreign investment coming into our country. This just seemed to be just so much happening that the Economic Times those days became our textbook, really, because the theory was in the textbooks, but the actual application of it happened to be coming out every day in our news. So it was a great and very exciting time for me. But towards the end of the third year, I happened to be reading a very interesting book, which I'm sure most hoteliers have read, by Arthur Haley, called Hotel. And somehow I just was, in awe of the life that is described in that book of a hotelier. And I thought it was very close to what I had originally wanted to do, which was join the army, because this was again a very uniformed service, a very disciplined service, and this was about selflessness above all. It was about humanity, serving humanity. I found a lot of parallels, and suddenly I gravitated towards this business and took up my first role as a summer job while I was still waiting for my results way back in 1994 as a front office assistant at what is today called the Lalit, New Delhi. It was then called the Holiday Inn Crown Plaza, New Delhi. And 6 months in front office. And fortunately for my seniors, who I cursed at that time for this, but I now thank them profusely because they put me in night shifts only. So, so 6 months of pretty much mostly night shifts. I learned all that is to know about hotels operations. I learned about night audits. I learned about the coordination between different departments. I learned about late night arrivals, room blockings, airline crews, layovers. Layover was a new term for me, and obviously it kind of it took me a little while to understand what it really meant and why everybody was excited at the thought of a layover coming into the hotel. So yeah, interesting. So that's how I learned the whole terminology and the whole concept of hoteliering, and I got more and more interested, and I decided this is what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. But there was a problem, and the problem was the front desk. I thought that was kind of restricting me to go out and meet with my clients, with my guests, because those days a front office assistant could not leave the reception counter. Only the duty manager could be in the lobby. You had to have a very good reason to step out of the reception counter and go towards the lobby desk. Very disciplined kind of an environment. So I asked, how could I do that? And I was guided towards sales. And that's where I started my career with the hotel sales and marketing. I went on to join Oberoi Hotels at the magnificent Krishna Oberoi in Hyderabad, which is today called Taj Krishna. I worked there for 3 years. Loved the job even more. Loved the company. Learned all about the big Q, which is quality. And how do you differentiate your product in a very crowded market based on what you stand for, what your values are, and all wound around the word quality and what it really means in terms of the customer experience. Very, very enriching experience there. I moved on just before the deflagging, just before Taj was about to take over. I moved on to the Oberoi Grand in Calcutta, which is the flagship hotel of Oberoi Hotels, where the story started, the Oberoi Hotel story. And it was a mesmerizing experience. And I actually went back to that hotel again. But so my journey from there took me to the Oberoi New Delhi. I joined the Hyatt Regency Delhi after that, which was one of the largest inventories in Delhi at that time, 516 rooms. To be precise, grew up to be a convention services manager, worked more closely with operations. My interest in operations grew at that time. Finally, I left them and I was associate director of sales, and I went on to head the sales and marketing at the Taj Krishna, which is the same hotel, which was the Oberoi at that time, turned into Taj Krishna by then. Then I was assigned my first pre-opening assignment to open Taj Chandigarh as a director of sales in 2004. And just after I completed that assignment, on the day of the opening of that hotel, I was called back by Oberoi Hotels to be director of sales and marketing of the Oberoi Grand in Calcutta. Something
Looks like there is a technical issue. Please wait while the IT will rectify it. It was sure an inspiring, journey that Mr. Malla was taking us through. Definitely, he was giving us that little inspiration, saying that it's passion that takes us towards our career and keeps us going. Hold on, don't leave while the IT will rectify the technical error. Thank you. While we wait for the technical assistance, I would like to give you an insight into, one of the initiatives that Dr. Bose has taken up. One of the many, in fact, we all know about Sahas. It's a seed fund that Dr. Bose has introduced and has given it as a gift on his birthday in order to inspire young minds to think entrepreneurship, to take over, to build plans to pitch into the market, to build a startup. Like one of our guests said, Mr. Rupam Datta, when he said that, we need to, each one of us, in fact, has to get inspired by Dr. Bose's inspiration and vision, what he has given to us in order to think entrepreneurship, which is really important in this modern world. And like Mr. Rupam said, 2021 is for vaccination, 2022 is to make the pitch, and 2023 is where you would take on the world. I think the
I've
day
seen
is
so
on.
many
Let's go ahead.
international brands coming in, setting up base in India. And this has sort of led to a globalization of the hospitality industry. So would you say that this is something which has benefited the hospitality industry in India? Or do you think that, this is something which has not brought in much of benefits?
Well, one thing is for certain, Rupinder, and I remember you and I celebrating our 25th anniversary around the same time. So I do remember we both are the same vintage, aren't we?
Yes.
So yes. Well, there are two universal languages, I believe. Of course, they can be further defined in different words, but largely one is of food, right, which connects the world, and the other is an emotion, right? And most people define it as love. In our business, I think the expression of that is in hospitality. And I think there's nothing more global than this, right? Connecting people. Technology connects many things other than just people. Of course, people are also connected with technology, but there are the commercial angles, etc. But I think hospitality and food connect people from the heart. Across borders, and there is truly nothing more international than hospitality per se as a business. And of course, we all know it is one of the oldest businesses professions in the world. And yes, the change has been tremendous. I think when you and I started our journey, and we were in awe of what the industry has to offer, and we saw so much potential. And in an environment which had largely three big hotel chains, right? Leaving the ITDC, basically it was the Oberoi, Taj, and ITC, of course, and leaving the ITDC, there were just three other chains that were enough to excite us and present us a world of opportunities. See how the environment has changed today. I mean, every global brand is wanting a foothold, if not already in. And what has also happened is that this has grown the pie. As again, in another context, it has kind of made hotel stay, travel much more penetrate. The whole travel and hospitality aspect has penetrated to different echelons of society. I mean, it's not just an elitist pursuit. It is also now something that people can look forward for from different strata of society, of different economic backgrounds, different cities, and we talk so much about tier 2 and tier 3 cities all the time. So this whole expansion has benefited us, and we will not go into the forex earnings and the employment generation, of course, which is a byproduct of that, and which is tremendous in terms of contribution to. I mean, 10% is what we contribute to the employment, right, in the country. But apart from that, I think in terms of the whole presence, the whole significance of hospitality is so big now. Every city is actually, put on the map by a big hotel brand. I mean, really, the first thing you want to know about a city and assess a city's modernity or its infrastructure is to know which hotel brands are present in that city. And I think that's a great way of assessing progress, economic progress in society, to know that how the spending habits of the people there are, how they have evolved, and which brands across the globe have found a home in that city. So I think, yes, this whole global expansion has to a complete new genre of hoteliers, as a result. And it's a lot more sought after profession today.
Even along with the global presence, sort of coming into India, so to say, as you are very right that there were just 2 to 3 brands which sort of made us decide to get into this industry, and we didn't have much to go on. But then over a period of time, things opened up. As you mentioned, the finance minister was instrumental in opening up the industry, and then the brands started pouring in and setting up base, and the hospitality industry in India sort of mushroomed, and today we have presence of big brands in almost all the major cities, of course, and even tier 3 cities are now having opening doors to such brands. So along with the mushrooming growth of this industry, there's also one more aspect which has changed tremendously, which is the technology aspect which has come in, and it has sort of changed this industry the way we knew it. There were a lot of things which we did manually. Today we use computers to do it. There are things which we did manually. Today we use machines to do it. And it's sort of enhancing the guest experience altogether. So what do you say about technology? Do you think it is a seamless transition that we have to adapt technology and bring it into hospitality and make it into a wholesome experience? Do you think technology takes away from the that human touch aspect, or do you think it enhances it?
So I've always felt, Rupinder, that hospitality has always been a bit of a reluctant participant in this whole race of technology. And by reluctant, I don't mean that we are averse to technology. I just feel that the whole business is based on people and the people-to-people contact. While technology has, over the years penetrated into functions which make the process simpler, quicker, data being one aspect of it, I think still that, we would be right to maintain a human element to the degree that it exists today, for hospitality to have its distinct identity in among other businesses. Also, technology has to be used intelligently in different genres of hotels. I mean, you also have to understand that each customer has different needs. Now, if you're traveling for business, I mean, one thought could be that, you want things to be very efficient and it'll be fine if a robo comes with a cup of coffee in the morning. My take on that would be that, yes, you're traveling 20 days in a month and you are coming in and out of aircrafts and airports, and you're ordering your cab from your app, and the only thing that you talk to is your phone. And there you go to a hotel which used to, warmly ask how your day has been, and if you'd like to have something other than your just regular cup of coffee, and you just get a robot to come and bring your coffee. Efficient, yes, but would I want that? Question. Yeah. So technology is important at the back end. Technology is important to make life simpler. Technology is important to sort out a lot of inefficiencies that exist. But I still feel that the penetration of technology should be looked at a little bit more carefully. Should be looked at genre to genre in terms of the hospitality product that you're talking about. Yes, the future will see more technology intervention. We are already talking about, for example, robotics coming into kitchens. And then that pretty much, connects back with imagine your YCO, which you so proudly host every year with such tremendous participation of over 50 countries. Imagine getting in robots instead of our budding hoteliers.
Right.
So the whole concept will be redefined if that were to happen. I hope it doesn't go that far. I hope we use technology to the extent that it's necessary, and to the extent that it makes our lives simpler. I don't think we would like our life to be turned into an assembly line, because you don't want that to happen in your home, except for Alexa doing a few things for you. Alexa doesn't take over the human relationships. And similarly, I think that should be the concept that should drive us in hotels. We should not let the relationship angle, the human angle, go out of hotels. We should definitely invoke technology to enhance the guest experience, to customize the guest experience, and there's a lot of use of technology in that space. But I think we must continue, the human element of making people feel they've come back home and not to a factory. That's
I agree. So both need to exist.
Coexist.
We need to, sort of coexist. Another aspect which has sort of, gained importance over the last few years is the social media presence and the reputation management. A lot of, I would say that almost everything is now, everybody's got access to smartphones, and people, just walk out of a hotel or a bad experience, and just post a review, and then your reputation, is at stake. So we really need to be, keeping track of what our, customers are writing about us. So how important is social media today in the hospitality industry, and how important is it for us to, be on top of, such a presence where any customer can go and write anything, and it could be something which is genuine, it could be a falsehood as well. But then it's something that has gained importance. So how important do you think it is?
First, I look at it as evolving consumer behavior, right? Consumer behavior has gone through various trends over the decades that you and I have existed in this business alone. And I think this is what the consumer wants today. This is the way he behaves today. And I think it's very important that we adapt. Rather than looking at it as a challenge, I think we need to understand that this is how business is being done today, and this is how it will be done in the near future. Our consumers are extremely intertwined with technology, and they're very comfortable in that space. Gone are the days where you and I would be called to the restaurant by an irate customer and say that this coffee is bad, change it. I think today's consumer will sit there and put it on Twitter. And, I have always quoted this example. I follow a very popular Indian actress and a fitness freak as well, and that's the reason I follow her on Twitter. And I suddenly noticed a tweet sitting at this XYZ hotel, and the coffee takes 45 minutes. This place sucks. It was a tweet, and I immediately called up the general manager, who happens to be a friend. I said, "Buddy, where are you?" He said, "In the office." I said, "You should be at your lounge because this lady is not getting her coffee. It's been 45 minutes. He says, "How do you know that? Where are you?" I said, "Well, I'm where I am, but I'm on Twitter right now, and I can see that she's put it on Twitter." And obviously, so that's the name of the game. You got to be conscious of that. You got to know that before you know it, the world will know it. And that only increases the demand on our efficiency. That only, I think changes the playground a little bit and requires us to bring our best self forward. I don't think there are many chances of errors now because, and the customer is also evolved. He's well traveled. Even if he hasn't traveled himself, he will probably be able to describe a beach in France better than a person who's been there because he's seen all the pictures and he's gone through it on the net. And that's how, people gain knowledge. So it's something that we have to live with. We have to accept that today's customer is informed. That today's customer is impatient. In a positive sense, wants what he wants then and there, instant gratification, as you call it, for the new generation. And also today's customer is very happy to share the experience. And we have to live with that. We have to adapt with that. We have to be responsive. We have to be one step ahead. And we have to recognize that.
Right. So as I was talking, I started off with talking about our association, your association with IIHM. And I'm sure you have worked along with a lot of people who may have studied at IIHM. So I would like you to comment on that, please.
Yes. So I've come across, you're right, I've come across a lot of students while they were in campus. I've come across a lot of your students who trained with us. I've come across a lot of your students who are already pursuing, excellent careers in the industry. And I must say that, there is one thing that I've seen common among all of them, and without going into the technicals, and I'm telling this to you as a third person, there's an immense amount of confidence that your students come out with. They know what they're talking about. They're confident of what they've learned, and they're confident of being able to contribute to the industry. And I think that's a big plus to start off on. And that obviously is built upon the knowledge they've gained. That's built upon the experiences they've gained. That's built upon the kind of faculty that has trained them and exposed them to the nuances of our business. So I think it's a great job, and you know that how enthusiastic I have been always in associating my hotel, my brand, and myself in particular with what you do. Because I think your biggest differentiator also happens to be invoking industry and involving them as partners in the whole education process. And I don't know of any other institute that connects with the industry as deeply and as regularly and as consistently as IIHM does across cities. And I know my colleagues in other cities who are constantly, posting, and that's where social media comes in again in a very positive sense, posting about their interactions with IIHM students, with IIHM, your events. I think that's what makes the difference, that, when these students come out, they probably know half the industry already. So that's a big, I think, plus that you have, and it's a big compliments to you and the founder, Dr. Subarna Bose, for the vision with which you have led this whole initiative of providing our most important resource for this business, which is talented people.
Talking about events, one of the events I think you may have been a part of, I remember you attending one of our symposiums that we had hosted a couple of years back at the West End, and you were a part of that panel discussion. This time, unfortunately, the Young Chef Olympiad cannot happen physically. So we've decided to take it online, and we are hosting it virtually. So we already have near about 50 countries signed on to take part in the competition, and it's going to be starting off on 31st of January, which is this Sunday. And we will have them joining us for the opening ceremony, and then the competition rolls off from the 1st of February until the 5th. And then the announcement of the champion is done on the 6th of February. So the competition, you have seen how it goes and, what it involves, people coming down, bonding. So there's a big global connect angle. And of course, when you have more than 50 countries coming into your country, you showcase your country to these budding professionals. Who knows, tomorrow these people would be Michelin-star chefs, and they'll definitely have some experience to talk about, when they go back and when they grow up, that yes, I've been to India and I've been part of this competition. So the idea of taking it virtual and, laying a little more emphasis this time on the presentation aspect, the process of the competition, where how this student is going to, compile the entire menu that he's going to be presenting, and then the hygiene aspect, where the judges will be observing how that person has been taking care of all those aspects. So the taste will take a little backseat this time, but then the rest of the processes will be observed, and based on which they will go ahead and take part and then go on to win possibly the championship. So what is your take on taking it virtual and being different this year?
I think it's a great opportunity, Rupinder, because we never knew that we could use technology this way, did we?
Yes, absolutely. We never thought that we could sit and chat this way, but then today we're doing it, and it's quite easy.
Absolutely. So I think yes, and if I put myself into the shoes of the participants, I think they'll be a lot more at ease in their home ground. Absolutely. I think there are advantages. They'll be in a familiar surrounding. So I think that takes away a little bit of the nervousness, we can both relate to this when we used to go to a different school as our exam center for the board exams. I don't know why they did that. I mean, the whole unfamiliar surrounding used to, make you forget half the things that you already thought you had learned. Right. But anyway, so I think, in a way it's good. What we will miss for sure is the networking, because I remember you called me for the first one that I attended was shortly after I had taken over this assignment in Pune, and I think that was a great opportunity for me to catch up with you, your entire team, and other hoteliers and general managers in the city. I think that was a great interaction, and I do remember it. I think the first moment you said that, I said, yes, I do remember that first interaction we had. And so, yes, we will miss the networking part for sure, which will happen virtually. It's not that it will not happen. And, technology has such amazing manifestations today. I mean, I attended an event recently, and this is, related to the FEB's, award presentation. And the whole thing was, digitally set up like a hall. You could actually choose a table. You could sit on a table. You could move tables. You could have conversations on the table, that kind of a thing, all done virtually. So yes, there are no limits to how far you can go with technology and create a seamless experience and a very simulated experience as well. So my take is that yes, the students will probably find some advantages as well. They will miss the learning and eavesdropping on the other competitors' plans. That excitement will be missing, but I guess you will still be able to kind of relish the food with your eyes as you watch them cooking and going through the whole process. The tasting part will have to wait for a bit.
Absolutely. Yeah. So coming towards the end of this session, this talk has been lovely, and hearing you go through your journey, it's really, really exciting, and I'm sure a great learning experience for all these students, budding professionals who are currently studying with us, or maybe people who are going to be watching this could be watching across from different colleges as well. And they could be future hospitality aspirants who would be, who are contemplating joining this industry. So what would be your message to those people who are presently studying or maybe in future wanting to join this great industry?
So I have a couple of messages, Rupinder, and I'll request you to give me a little bit more time on this, because this is investment in our people, in our future, the future of our industry that we are making, right? The first and foremost I would like to say is that, and I don't mean it from a cliched sense, I mean it from a very practical sense, and I'll give you examples. The learning process should never stop. Should never stop. I mean, there is so much to learn. Always be humble and always be what we call the learning mindset. You never know what life has in store for you. Keep learning along the way, and at some stage that learning will come to good use. every individual you come across in your career, in your journey, in your professional journey, will have something to contribute to your growth and to your learning. Look for that, and try to take that out, try to extract that from that individual, and you'll only be grateful years later. The second thing I would say is my favorite, that I have this few of these acronyms that I quite often refer to. When you look at your life ahead, you will have to sweat, right? And now this is another acronym, Ravindra, I'm sorry, but I'll take you through it. Sweat for me is a combination of the following, right? S is for skill, W is for will, E for ethics, A for attitude, and T for time and trust. What I really mean is that work upon your skill, do it with the fondest regard for what you do, have the willpower there to pursue. Do not forget about ethics, because ethics is at the very core of any professional life, and it's very, very important. Maintain a positive attitude, find a learning in every situation that you have, and please don't be impatient. Give it time, and trust your organization and your mentors. Yeah, this will take you a very, very long way. This is what the acronym that I use, which I call SWEAT, right? And yes, you really need to sweat. So, reading a very, it was a bestseller, a very good book recently called Grit. We were going through, the book goes through a lot of these profiles of successful people. And the one thing that really comes out consistently in the personality or the journey of successful people across disciplines is passion and perseverance, right? So have the passion to do what you do. Do only what you have a passion for. Don't do something that you are doing because of a certain pressure, parental pressure, or what the world thinks, or peer pressure, what you might call. But do something that truly gladdens your heart. I mean, again, I'll take my own example, right? I just finished my latest education course from ISB like 4 months ago, so I'm still learning. Passion is in people and hospitality. That's my passion, right? So I'm a hotelier. I could have been very well a financial analyst, but this is what gladdened my heart, and this is what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying it. And perseverance. You got to give time. You got to give, again, the saying, Rome wasn't built in a day. So for perfection to evolve, you have to give time. You have to do the same task over and over again, make slight improvements, keep working on it, keep learning, keep taking feedback, and eventually success will be yours. You don't have to do anything else for success. You don't have to chase success. Success chases you if you give passion and perseverance to what you do.
Absolutely, I agree. In fact, you've always been an inspiration for me as well. So whenever I visited you, and last time when I visited you, I remember walking in, you took me into your office, your den, and you remember how I went gaga over the kind of books that you had, on the shelf. And you mentioned that, every day in the afternoon, there are 2 hours that you reserve. That's your ideating time. Time that you invest on enhancing your knowledge, your skills. And that's something which is a great takeaway for all our students who, are aspiring to be as successful as you are. And they want to be in your shoes one day, but then it doesn't come, just like that. As you were saying, you have to sweat. You have to put in a lot of hard work. And of course, every day you learn something new. And for that, you have to make sure that every day you try to learn something new. If it's not happening, then you need to read a lot. You need to read books of people who have been a success. There are a lot of books available in the market, and you just need to go out there and search and find out what's what's the book that you would like to read, and I'm sure each one of them will, keep adding on to this, to their knowledge, and that's going to take them ahead. And who knows, we may have the next billionaire, studying currently at IIHM, and tomorrow that person is going to just look back and say, I am a billionaire because I was mentored. I had this interview. I heard Mr. Aditya Malla telling me that learning doesn't
very
stop.
kind of you. It was very kind of you, but like you and I have always agreed that time is the most valuable input we can give to budding hoteliers. You and I can share the journey that can add value to what they're learning today, apart from the theory and the practicals, right? That actual experience, I think, is invaluable. And both you and I have the same vision of sharing as much as we can. I hope it helps some of them.
I'm sure it will.
We're really too delighted if they find any value in what we have spoken today.
Right. Absolutely. So it was so lovely talking to you today, and thank you so much for taking your time out for this lovely interaction. And I'm sure people who are going to be, watching this will take away a lot of things. There'll be, a lot of pages that you have to take notes, and then you need to, go back and revisit and understand the context that it was spoken to. And then that's where your learning will begin, because then, even when you hear a person talk about their journey, you learn a lot from hearing from that person. All right. And today you were able to hear that live from Mr. Aditya Malla, who is the general manager at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Jamesburg, Pune. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rupinder. Such a pleasure and honor. Really appreciate your time.
For me as well. Right. Thank you so much.
So hello and welcome back. So that was Mr. Aditya Malla, the general manager at DoubleTree by Hilton in Pune, talking to us about all the latest trends in hospitality. A lot of experience this gentleman brings on the table, and a lot of learning for all of us. In fact, when we talk to him, somebody who's really, really very passionate hotelier and has been in the industry for over the last 26 years. And that's a very long time. And somebody who's been there in the industry for such a long time can relate so many experiences. Don't you think so, Sanchari?
Absolutely. I think there was so much of information that he's already given us. And, all the, everything that he in fact mentioned about, spoke about, is something that will be going a long way with us. But, every hotelier, everybody who's in fact a part of the hospitality world would definitely take away a lot from these particular suggestions and advices that he in fact told us today.
Right. So that sort of brings us to the end of the session. However, there's something that is coming up, which is really very exciting, and that's the competition. So Sanchari, so what's happening in the next 1 hour or so?
Well, we are going to be looking into the next round of competition with the plate trophy and the finalists, the grand final, top finalists competition again. As you know already, ladies and gentlemen, and yesterday we have started already with 5 countries each, contesting this. Today we are going to be having the remaining 5 countries from both the plate trophy and the other 5 countries from the grand top finals. So they are going to be contesting in the next couple of hours. It's, I think, about 2 hours left about,
I think we've got just 1 hour left.
1 hour left, exactly. 5:30 is the time when they're going to be, by India Standard Time, starting the competition across the, the world. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. We are going to be running this entirely live. It will be streamed live on both YouTube as well as on the IIHM Facebook. So do not go anywhere. Go ahead, watch the competition, and definitely have a great time.
So which are the countries that are taking part in the competition today?
Okay, so I would like to just basically mention that today we have from the plate trophy countries, Iceland, Switzerland, Italy, Tunisia, and Barbados, who are going to be cooking. And definitely from the grand final qualifiers, we have UAE, we have Iran, we have the Equatorial Guinea, we have Canada, and we have Namibia, which would be the contesting countries. Extremely excited about it.
Right. So the competition coming up in just about under 1 hour.
Yes.
So just go and grab yourself a cup of coffee, go and take a walk but then don't go too far, because you need to be back and sitting in front of your TV screen or your smartphone or your laptop, because you cannot miss this competition.
Absolutely. And in case if you want to again understand where you can go ahead and watch this, you just have to go on Facebook, and you need to search for IIHM, International Institute of Hotel Management. Please understand this is blue ticked, so you really cannot miss that out. So the very moment you're there, you'll be able to see the live session starting sharp at 5:30 India Standard Time. The same goes for YouTube as well.
So that's the 7th International Young Chef Olympiad 2021 coming up in just under 1 hour.
That's right.
So bye for now, but then do log in and watch us live.
Absolutely. This is Sanchari and Rupinder signing off from the Global Campus Kitchen.